All right, we're live.
Okay.
Yeah, just let me start with the. Let me see here. Welcome. We'll be with you guys in a minute, in a few minutes. I'm with my main guest today is Mr. Frank, so we'll be with you guys shortly. So you don't mind if you share it in your pages, and I'll talk to you later, guys. All right.
Geo, you records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anena. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita min yambio. Kanita min tori. Weleta min juba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia samagesi manena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Equatoria birapa. Yabiru afiyama. Asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anena. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande. Kanita mai. Au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibone fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba. Behaja derino. Hasan belet na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anena. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama.
Oh yeah.
So my Ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka. Koni ya balanda bare. Kaku wakili kuku. Lambo lumoya. Acholi tokosa mundo. Nyangara moroze mare. Mundare.
Nyambara.
Otumu mare makotulo. Lubara buga ya lobe.
Tokosa mundo.
Nare.
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahe.
Greetings to all of those who are watching, the audiences, first of all. Um, Please make sure you mute yourself, guys, once I'm able to give you a chance to speak, because I know there's an echo, if you don't mind. CJ, welcome. First of all, I wanted to welcome those who are watching us. Today, our main guest is Mr. Frank. I can't pronounce your name, Mr. Frank. Can you tell me the last name?
Veneruso.
Veneruso. Thank you very much,
Veneruso.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Frank Veneruso. And today he's going to tell us about the similarity of American history with South Sudan and its particular the Equatorian people of how they were being marginalized through this conflict that is going on, and what Equatorians, in his critical perspective and his own view as an outsider, Equatoria must do. So, without further ado, I'll just start by first giving my greetings to all, to my fellow great Equatorians. I'll say greeting to all my Equatorian, our beloved friends and members, audiences, and especially our gracious great Equatorian family. And not to forget also our confused and troubled foes who cannot fathom great Equatorian call for sovereignty. All in all, it shall be built, of course, great Equatoria shall be built not through hands of might of warlords and tribal anarchists, or greed for power, but it shall be built through genuine and righteous idea of a well-built utopian nation. And I believe in our desired nation of great Equatoria shall be a nation that shall be trust not in any form of tribal anarchy, but in the form of law and order, which shall be supported by unbreakable golden rod of true freedom and equality for all. Our beloved great Equatorian and non-Equatorians would say Equatorial Civil Council and Diaspora would like to take this moment to salute and reflect with all pride and honor to all our fellow great Equatorian revolutionary brothers and sisters, home and abroad. We salute in the name of justice, accountability, equal right. We salute you in the name of great Equatorial nationalism. We salute you in the name of greater, you know, great Equatorial unity, a true unity of our people struggle. And we salute you in the name of hope and brighter future for our suffering people. And we also salute you in the spirit of true, genuine love bond that ties us all together with one another as great Equatorians. We must remember the sacred bond we share with each other as great Equatorian people. The great Equatorial unity is not solely focused on a baseless slogan of unfounded and fragile unity. The great Equatorial unity must be noted. It wasn't born out of political or geographical necessity, but our passion for each other to lift up and protect each other. It was what made us as great Equatorians known today. But now, under this chaotic time, we are in this, in those who are wise among us, see the essential need to unite, to the unity under what have made us, Equatoria. Great Equatoria is neither a region nor piece of land, but it is an immortal idea, an immortal spirit that was left to us by our immortal ancestors. If any foreigner or foreign and think that they can just define Great Equatoria as a region, many of inhabitant tribes alone, we believe they have done us an injustice because Great Equatoria is who we are. We are more than just a tribe. We are more just than tribes. The pure connection that ties us as Equatorian community because the spirit bond which we share is deeply rooted through our ancestral blood that is flowing through our veins. We all share this truth that binds us as great Equatorian people. Thus, the great Equatorian are not just a native inhabitant of Equatorian region, still we prove to all, um, especially our foes, that we are one people and one power against many aggressive adversaries, if it be domestic or foreign, who seek our disintegration and disunity, and also our demise from existence. Our fellow great Equatorian, non-Equatorian, we want to take this opportunity to give thanks to you and to take also personal time for us. And we want to say thank you for taking the personal time to watch us. And we wanted to welcome Mr. Uh, Mr. Frank. And please, Frank, introduce yourself. Welcome to Equatorial Freeform.
Thank you.
For the first time
Thank
you've been
you.
here. Thank you.
Thank you. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. And I didn't come acquainted with the situation in South Sudan and in Equatoria until my wife is from South Sudan. She's Equatorian, and that's how I'm acquainted with the situation. And she explained to me the atrocities that are going on, and as this is unfolding, and I'm watching this, and I mean, I'm a student of history, So I'm saying to myself, I've seen this before. This is an old story where they run the people off their land, and they come in and they take over the land, and the people are in the neighboring country in a refugee camp, and they just hope that they'll just assimilate into that society. I saw it done with with the with the Native American. It was actually a little different. They just rounded them all up and put them on reservations and just took their land. I mean, they had a genocide. The white Europeans, they had a genocide, and they came in. That's what I wanted to talk about tonight. That's what this whole thing reminds me of. And it's about land. It's about land and money. Anytime you see brother killing brother, it's about money. And I could see where the Dinka, who are, from what I understand, they're herders, they're cattle herders, and they need land. The land is important to them, and you know they're in power right now, from what I understand. That Salva Kiir is a Dinka, and I mean, democracy, and here in America, democracy. I can't even say that America is a true democracy, because to have a true democracy, a democracy has to work for everybody in it. Everybody, from the poorest to the richest. It has to work for everybody. It has to be all inclusive. Otherwise, it doesn't work. It's not a democracy. You understand? Everybody has
Yes, sir.
equal representation. And, you know, you can't even really say America is, a true democracy. My wife and I had an interesting conversation yesterday where she was telling me that, it's funny. She, when she was in Africa, she heard, she always heard that America was such a nice place, and so much opportunity. And now that she's here, she says, to they lied to her about America, and they lied to us about Africa. You understand? Most
Yes, sir.
Americans, and this is another thing I want to touch on. Most Americans form their opinions by what they see on TV. And what they see on TV in America about Africa is starving children with bloated bellies and savanna and jungle. That's what they see about Africa. You understand? They don't understand that there's big cities, that there's commerce, there's trade, there's natural resources. They don't see that, because they form their opinions by what they're fed on TV. And it's funny how she arrived at that parallel where they tell them in Africa how nice things are here, and they tell us here how horrible things are in Africa. You know, but
Exactly.
but and the thing is, most Americans never even heard of Ecuador. They have no idea. They never even heard of South Sudan. If you asked them to point it out on a map, they probably couldn't do it. You understand? Now, I'm a pretty educated person, so I knew right away where it was. I knew the whole. When I met her, I knew when she told me she was from South Sudan. Right away, I knew the whole story. So, but most Americans are ignorant. They're just not educated, and they don't. you tell them Equatoria, they couldn't. I tell you what, I did some research earlier this afternoon on Equatoria, and every time I typed in Equatoria, I kept getting redirected to Equatorial Guinea. So it's like most Americans don't even know about it, don't even know it exists. Couldn't even find it on a map. What needs to be done is, and I think me and you touched on this once before, celebrity support.
Exactly.
Celebrity
That's another way. Yeah.
contact.
And I wanted to ask you. Yeah, go ahead.
We got to get this out in the open. People have to be made aware of what's going on. The news media. It's important to document the atrocities. You got to get a hold of the news media, and hopefully through diplomatic channels, maybe even go in front of the UN and bring
And
this in
that's
front of the UN.
absolutely,
Because
absolutely. And this
this
is
is an
what we
atrocity
are
what's
in the
happening.
process of it. You're absolutely right. Sorry to interrupt you. I just said you're absolutely right on that point that we have to kind of like, progress, what do you call elevate this thing into a bigger voice, clear, so the world can know the condition,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly. Look at
because
look at the look at the Rohingya in Myanmar. Nobody ever heard of them until the media drew world attention to it. You
mhm,
understand that these
I
people
understand.
were being persecuted. They were being run off their land. It wasn't until the media brought it to the world's attention. Otherwise, nobody knew. Nobody ever heard of the Rohingya.
And
Nobody in
why do
America
you think?
anyway.
Why do you think? Why do you think those things are not brought in the media? Is it because they don't care, or do you think international community, even though they come up always to help Africa in any condition or situation, what do you think
They
that
because they don't. Well, it's not newsworthy. Nobody cares. It's not going to draw viewers.
unless we the people, right?
You
We
understand?
the people that that can speak.
You got to remember who's control. Well, I don't know about in other countries, but I know here in America, corporations control the news media. You know what
Absolutely.
I'm saying? And they control what's getting put out there.
Hmm.
And when you control the information, you control the dialogue. They make their money by sponsors, by companies that advertise through advertisement. You
Exactly.
understand? So they don't want to put anything out there that's not going to interest people, that's not going to hold people's attention. You understand? So you start talking about Equatoria, people don't even know where that is. Americans don't even know where that is.
Hmm.
You understand?
Because of
But
the reason,
you start
the reason.
talking about the Rohingya, which has been, it's been in the news. It's been brought to the attention of the world. People are going to, sit there and watch that, and they're going to sit through the commercial. And that's what in America, that's what it's all about. You know, I talk about democracy, and let me
Mhm.
tell you something. The equatorial people, they have a unique chance here. They have a very, very unique chance to build something, to make something that could be beautiful for all the people of Equatoria. Not one tribe or another, but for all Equatorians. All that tribal division has to be put aside because that only divides you. You need to unify
Mhm.
all the
And one
Equatorians.
thing I wanted to ask you about, like you said, for Equatoria to get their voices louder, we have to go to like those celebrities and like intermingle with those celebrities or find a way. And then also you said United Nations. We actually did some part of that, and it's going there. We're gonna host one of the journalists, Mr. Alan. I forgot his name. Um, I would remember. Yeah, Alan. He was one of the people who wrote a report about the genocide in Equatoria. He's actually the first Westerner who actually exposed the horror. And I
Uh-huh.
forgot to actually send you this letter. I will send you the copy of it, and it will be, you know, you'll be able to actually see through it a lot, because what happened is that this man went there and he kind of found out a lot of crime things. Alan Boswell, thank you. Yes,
It,
thank you.
it,
Alan
it,
Boswell.
it, it should even be taken in front of the World Court.
Yes, it is. It is coming. But what I'm
This-
saying is, like, for us now, for us Equatorian who are in the West, like you said, because you had a great idea earlier, and you said that we need to like mobilize. That's one of the thing that I
uh-huh.
agree. And also you mentioned in that mobilization, we need to kind of relate our case to what you also mentioned about the history, that similarity of United States during the marginalization of Native American in from their land, because even you talk about Palestine too, like how the
Yeah, yeah,
Palestinians are
yeah.
being
I mean,
treated.
this is an old game. This is
Hmm.
an
So
old
where
game.
yeah, hmm, go ahead.
They come in, they terrorize the people, run them off their land, and they move in. The Nazis did it in Eastern Europe.
Exactly.
They did it in Eastern Europe to the Poles and the Jews and whoever else was living there. That's what they called Lebensraum. That where
Yep.
they wanted living space. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is an old game. This is an old game. Many, many tyrants.
Good thing you mentioned the Laban round, because actually I'm very familiar. But for our audiences who are not understanding, can you a little bit explain what is the Laban round? Because I know the Nazis use it,
Lebensraum
and
was
that's what exactly the tribe of Dinka right now are doing by the same
the
method of the
yeah,
Nazis. Yeah,
yeah. The Nazis during the Second World War in the 1940s invaded Poland, and they confiscated land and Jewish businesses. You know, and this land, it was opened up for Germans to go and colonize, and that's what it was all about. And it was nothing more than thievery. I mean, the same thing with Israel and the Palestinians.
yeah, the conflict.
The Jewish people lived among the Palestinians for centuries. For centuries, they lived at peace next to each other. And then after the Holocaust, after the Second World War, the Zionists, with the advent of Zionism, which is a racist ideology, they came and they says, well, no, this is our land because our ancestors lived here during the time of the Temple of Solomon or whatever. And here they are now. Here we are. They lost their country. They basically lost most of their country. They were given a sliver of land on the West Bank and a sliver of land in the Gaza Strip, and here they are, and in these places they can't even move around. They're
Mhm.
prisoners in their own in the little bit of land that they were given. They're prisoners there.
Absolutely,
So
I understand you, and I know the Israeli conflict is a little bit a very sensitive and interesting issue that you could say, because the
and
Zionism
and,
is a
and
philosophy, and I understand exactly what you mean. People always
you know
said when they are marginalized, they will always look at Palestine or South Africa, the apartheid,
and, and,
and that's
and,
what's
and
happening in Equatoria. Yeah,
and what happened? Well, yeah, what happened? What happens is these people are ran off into other Arab countries, And the oppressors were saying, well, they'll assimilate into those Arab countries. They all speak the same language, and they'll just blend in, and they'll live there, and this is all land now. That's pretty much the way it went. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? And that's the same thing that's unfolding in Equatoria. You
I get
think
you.
it
And then,
in? They ran everybody off. Everybody's in refugee camps in Uganda and
mhm.
wherever. And they're saying, well, after a while they'll just, who'll go into diaspora and who'll settle in the Uganda, who'll settle in Tanzania, Kenya, wherever, and and that's how they steal your land. That's how they steal your country.
Absolutely, because what you said is assimilation. They want to chase out people, marginalize them from the land, to assimilate them in the other lands, which is the. I
Exactly.
want to explain. I want to.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And I want to ask you about, and I'm going to ask you a question, but I want to explain to our audiences about the Lebensraum, because there's one thing that they don't know. Lebensraum is it's a German Dutch word, right? Like it says.
Right.
Correct me if I'm
Right.
wrong.
And
It
it
says
what it
the
translates
living
to is
space. Yeah, living
it
space.
translates to living space.
Yes, sir. Exactly. The living space so they can expand their territorial power.
Right.
And that's the same thing. Like, and I agree with you. I similar. And then there is one person who said he don't agree, but we can look at it because he's from the other side, Upper Nile. What happening with the expansion, and just to clear to enlighten others who are not aware about what's going on in Equatoria, the area in Equatoria, the lands, the territories, all the tribe native, like the same thing when the Native American was in the United States. And what happened is that the more these people are chasing our people away, they send them to those borderland. And now our people are assimilated there by living there as a refugee. Tomorrow they have no choice to go back. And this regime is doing the same practice of the Nazis when they were doing the Lebensraum by they send their own people to live there
Uh-huh.
and our people will be out. So that's what I'm trying to explain to our people that Lebensraum, that's in Dutch mean living space. It was a theory based on one of the Nazi professors came up with it, and
Exactly.
then Hitler
Exactly.
implemented.
That
So
was
let me
their
ask you this. Mhm. Let me
that
ask
they
you this about.
their quest for living space.
Mhm.
That's what that
based
was.
on based on your understanding from the American system of government, like the Constitution and federalism. Right now, as you know, you already been aware of what's going on in Equatoria, the marginalization, the crime, the killing, the rape, all these things. What is your view based on that? Because some people are talking about federalism. They want to implement American federalism within South Sudan, and
Well,
they wanted it. Some people want to say 10 states, but we say 3 regions. Do you think this thing will work based on what you see the federalism compared to United States federalism? And uh, uh, by the country that we are tribal nation because we are
right.
tribes. Do you think it will
See,
work according
and
to your own analysis on this?
and this is what I'm talking about. Like you look at the United States, you can't really say that democracy really works here because it's not, like I said, it's not all inclusive. And what happened was democracy is a very, very fragile thing. And it's so fragile that it could slip right through your fingers. I'll tell you what, in America right now, this country has never we're on the verge of a civil war. I believe we're already in a civil war. It's just not a hot civil war. But democracy is a very fragile thing, and it's easy, very easy for men to be corrupted. And in a democracy, when men corrupt, the democracy ceases to function. That's why the people that are put in power, your elected officials, have to be without any controversy. They have to be the cream of your society. You understand? And you need to put in place checks and balances so that in the event that you do see there's corruption, you could get them out of office before they really damage the country. I mean, you just look at the chain of events here in the last 4 years in the United States. I mean, we have never been so divided, and you know what happened. What happened here was about 30 years ago. They allowed corporations and the ultra wealthy to donate as much money as they wanted to politicians, to campaign funds and political PACs and what have you. And wound up corrupting the government. These politicians became paid stooges for the powerful, for the wealthy and the powerful. So we don't live in America. We don't live. We haven't lived in a and we have the illusion of democracy, but it's not really a democracy. It's an oligarchy because you have the wealthy and the powerful. They really control who becomes president and what laws are made. They influence. They have such a sway over the legislature that basically they have a say over who makes the laws and what laws are made and how business is conducted, who pays the taxes. So
That means
to say that America is a democracy. Well, it was at one time. It hasn't been for a while, and that's because of greed, because of corruption, because we allowed our politicians to be influenced by money.
yes.
So that's something that needs to be looked at.
That
You
mean
know,
that you that mean that this kind of democracy that people are looking up from the outside view of United States mean that democracy, I mean the federalism and all these things that America have been living for century, it will not work. Basically, it will not work in our
well,
country that has already been fragile with tribalism.
it works to a degree. It works to a degree, but you got to remember this is a capitalist system. So what happened was because these politicians were influenced by corporate money and money from the ultra wealthy, the capitalism was allowed to go unbridled. And unbridled capitalism is never good because people are just exploited every way they can be. So and what happened was the politicians were at the will. They did the bidding for the large corporations and the ultra
Mhm.
wealthy. This is an oligarchy. You have 1% of the population has 98% of the wealth, and the other 98% the other 99% of the population has the other two
The
percent
low
of the wealth.
income, yeah,
Yeah,
the low income and the high income, and
yeah.
that's one thing actually I agree. If you don't mind, hello, you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because it reminds me because that's what one thing also I agree that was there's one thing I want to to clarify to our people who are listening to us, our Equatorian people specifically, that South Sudan that today they're coming up. There's a lot of these politicians who are coming up with the word let's try to kind of build federalism to kind of ease the condition or the situations going on. But there is one question in itself, and there's a question from our brother, and I will try to Julius Amisho, and I respectfully, I know you asked a question. I will give it to him, but before that, I just wanted to say that federalism based on what you're saying, even America, the most advanced nation in the world, the most productive country in the world, with all the wealth they have, it still have a challenge. But they do deal with the challenge in a very sophisticated way, that they are actually trying not to create a chaotic uh, chaos like what is happening in South Sudan. Based on what, if you look at what is happening in the country, when two leaders from two different tribes have a conflict, they created a conflict that now the whole country are dragged into, which mean that Equatorian were innocent of this conflict, and then they brought Equatorian into the conflict of two leaders who hail from two tribes, and those two tribes are the one who are, we can call them the 2% that you're mentioning, who are running the country based on power of authority. In America, is the rich who are running the country. Is the rich who have the power to rule and define what system they are building in this country. But in Africa, and especially in a place where there is a lot of tribes, there is two tribes who have been given weapons, money, a political prestige, and they're trying to dominate on the name of that they are the majority, which is now even we here in the United States. And then to build federalism in a nation that is already has a fragile case that is not yet solved, I think federalism will not be even possible unless there is another ultimatum or different way of system that can help to give the people the right. Because there's a lot of questions. These people are trying to copy some Westerners. They even try to similarize, and they wanted to say that we can even copy what is that? Switzerland. I know you know about Switzerland, how they are three regions, or
Right,
three. They have a
right,
confederation there, and this
right.
confederation is running. But those guys, the way how the mindset of they see themselves, some of them Italian, because you know how there is people who speak Italian fluently in that
Right.
land, and there is some people speak French, and some people speak German, but they all
German,
come as
right.
one people, as a Switzerland people. So they never look at
And and
themselves as
and
different.
and and this is
Hmm.
this is part of what I'm trying to say is that it, once you do form once you have a country and you do form a government and you do form a constitution, it has to be all you can't the tribalism has to be put aside. You have to look at
Thank
yourselves
you.
as Equatorians.
Thank you.
Otherwise, it's not going to work. And you have to root out whatever corruption there is, because the corruption. Let me tell you something. All you have to do is just have a little bit, and it's there's an old American saying. It's like a barrel of apples. If you
Hmm.
have one rotten apple, it could spoil the whole barrel. So corruption.
Yes.
Corruption is
Option is a
something
cancer.
it needs to be addressed because that could destroy everything. And
Exactly.
it has to be all inclusive. It has to include everybody, all tribes. Your elected officials have to they can't be in there to help just their tribe. They have to look at everybody as equatorial. You have to build what is called a non-secular government. Where
We
you
supposed to. We're supposed to
yeah,
be a secular government,
right.
but unfortunately, it's tribalist now. It's a tribalistic regime. Hmm.
Well, see, that's wrong. That's because that's a dictatorship. Come on,
Yes.
you know what I'm saying? That's
Okay, CJ, you wanted to interact? Sorry, interject or something? You have a question? And before that, I just want to alert our viewers who are watching us. Mr. Frank, he knows a little bit about the South Sudan issues, but does not mean that he's an expert. My friends who are here asking, do you know about East Equatoria, West Equatoria, and Central Equatoria? Because there's a question from a brother here. If you don't mind, Mr. Frank, I will bring it up in the screen for a second.
ahead.
He said, can you ask the guest, what do you know about West Equatoria, Central Equatoria, East Equatoria, or the history of South Sudan? Like, if you came in the earlier, for those who are not, who just came recently, if you came earlier, you will know Mr. Frank. He said he is married to one of our sisters from Equatoria region, and she's aware, and she informed him a lot. He's actually, and one, he knows about history, but the history that he knows about some specific areas, but not expert in South Sudan. But he's very interested to know about
I
South
did.
Sudan. That's why, you know. Go ahead. Yes.
I did a little research this
Yes, sir.
afternoon. Population of Equatoria is 3.4 million,
That
and
was
it's a
2019.
land area of 75,000.6 square miles. So I can understand, you know, South Sudan not wanting. That's almost half the country. That's a third of the population.
Okay. Let me. It is, and it is very much. I can agree with you. Uh, anyway, but let me tell you, I know people will not agree with us, but my fellow Equatorians who are listening and non-Equatorians, there is one thing you have to understand. We are speaking on the similarity of United States with South Sudan, because there is something people are talking about federalism. Even I have seen some of these academics of our communities, if it's Equatorian or other tribes in Upper Nile, or in the Upper Nile region, or in the Western Bahar Gaza, I mean Bahar Gaza region. They always talk about that, federalism, because right now, for me, like I've said it before in a previous video and audio, I said federalism is too late for it now. It is too late for it to be implemented in a country that has already been going to a bloodshed. And like you have heard from Mr. Frank here, he just spoke out that even in America, with the system they call democracy, and all these, by the people for the people, you will find the people are even neglected, because only 2% are running the country, and those 2% are the one who uses their influence, their power, to kind of like, create a mandate or create something that can help themselves to be in power. While in South Sudan, it's completely opposite. It's similar but opposite. How? In South Sudan, we see two tribes who hold the name of SPLM, the one that claim to be SPLM, are using that SPLM as their card to oppress the others, the non Dinka and non Nuer. Why? Because they see themselves, they are the one who are majority according to what they're saying. Even if we do the census, yet the census, even we question the census, like Mr. Frank just mentioned, the census of 2019 saying that Equatoria is 3 million point something. That is in itself is questionable, because there is a lot of things need to be delved into, and unfortunately there is insecurity in the country to even come up to the true census of the country and the population of Greater Equatorian, because Equatorian are millions more than those in Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal. But the problem is, because our people are marginalized, disenfranchised, to the point that we have no solution, no choice but to be abandoned from that country. So I will say this, that Equatorians know themselves, but what we want Equatorians to also understand from the viewpoint of Mr. Frank, that America has so much similarity, even though America is different from South Sudan based on the advanced nation. This country has been for centuries in the map of political arena in the history of the world, that they know what America have done since the revolution up to the Civil War, up to the time of the Cold War and World War II, World War One. So America have played a big role. But in Equatoria, what did we play? Or South Sudan, what did we play? But we were fighting for our survival, for our independence. First, as South Sudanese, according to what when they brought our lands, they combined our land with Sudan when we are not Sudanese, and we have our own culture is different, our languages are different, yet they forced us to be in another country, and we became part, and then they divided our countries into many. Like there is some lands of our Equatorian lands been taken to Uganda, Kenya, Congo, so they separated a lot of our Equatorians. That's why you see today Equatorian have only this small, even though it's not small by number, by size, but it's just that they divided us to become a small territory, that now Equatoria began to fight for their survival, because now the two tribes who are dominating in the name of their political party, they want us to be quiet and say that we are all South Sudanese, when there is nothing called South Sudan in the reality of what we're seeing, because in America, the same thing. The marginalized people here are known to be the African American and also the Native American, as Mr. Frank have told me about before, how the Native American have been, exterminated to the point they are now they're not even a million. They don't even make a million, right? They can't even make a million.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the number is on that. It's been probably more than a million, but
the Native American, you mean?
Yeah, Native Americans. Yeah, that's an interesting fact. I don't know. I got to look that up. But
yes, because it seems like they are not that much because they put them in
they
a
are
places like
definitely marginalized. I'll put it like this. I saw an interesting post on Facebook. We send 30 billion a year to Israel, yet the Navajo reservation doesn't have fit water to drink, clean water. They're without clean water. So
it is tough. That shows when others domination. Yeah, go ahead, CJ. CJ wanted to interject. Go ahead, Mr. CJ.
Frank, no. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the viewers, and Mr. Rachika and the others. Well, I would like to thank you guys, and Frank in particular, for coming in, to get some conversations and understand the issue of. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Well done. Great. Okay. Yeah, in comparison with what is going in US, the life in US with mostly the Native Americans, Indians, and the way they have gone through. Well, indeed, my main point is that, I believe your wife might have told you, as you have said, your wife have told you much more about Equatoria. So I wonder, what would be your answer if someone were to ask you that what is the current government or system in Equatoria? How do you define the current government in Equatoria? Is it an elected government or an unelected?
Yes. I looked on
South Sudan.
In South Sudan or Equatoria?
Yeah. In South Sudan. Generally in South Sudan.
In South Sudan.
Yeah.
I believe it's an elected government.
Well, okay. And then what else? Go ahead.
And Equatoria, I'm not sure. Because my information came off a Wikipedia page.
Well done. Okay. All right. As far as the population as well, you say in 2019, the population of Equatoria is
460 million. No, 3,460,000.
That is 3.5. Okay. Yeah, that's
close enough.
Well done. I doubt, at that particular time in 2019, if you were to go back to 2010, I would have agreed with that. To some extent that, covering the locals. I mean, Equatorians who are inside South Sudan. It's unfortunate. By 2016, there was an election, of course. Indeed, there was an election in 2010. That was when we are under one Sudan.
Right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, there wasn't any proper census. They didn't take any census properly. Other than, people went and voted in a referendum that brought about, the independence of the country. So based on those agreements, you might have been aware of CPA. That's a comprehensive peace agreement. That was a deal that was between Khartoum and the South Sudanese people.
Right.
At that particular deal, there was a term office, a preliminary term office, which was 6 years. It ends in 2011. So those people, but then people went on and vote. Their term office have ended. the current groups who are now holding the government, their current term office is over. So they are not any longer legal, legitimate. When we get the country, it was of course through voting. Indeed, there was a group that was elected, appointed to run the affairs, everything, including formation of supposedly a civil government. Civil government, that means civil governments which could have consist of the entire country populations and tribes and all that. It's unfortunate, it didn't happen. What happened is that there was a run up, there was some kind of like a coup. The same liberators, those who say they are liberators, those who are the volunteers, those who volunteer to fight, from their side, they came and took over the country. They ran up, they took over the country. So they start imposing it. They push out the people who vote for the independence, of course, in the referendums. It's unfortunate. So these complicate the situations and the legitimacy of the government. So you could find that the government is not any longer legitimate, because one thing is that they wouldn't lay down their guns. Other than they went on, the other two tribes, they decide to take over by not laying down their guns, but go after the others and start stripping them from their guns, okay, disarming them. So this, it's in itself is a conflict. This in itself as well shows it's give those people as if those are like a coup. When you make a coup, it's similar to a coup. So at this particular point, that's why the reason why we today, as was Equatorial civil associations who are calling for a self-autonomy, a independent, let's suppose.
Yeah, self-independent. Oh, yeah. Determination. Thank you.
Yeah. So at our positions, what we are saying is that this government is not legal. This is illegal government. In the first place, there were two tribes who went on hijacking the country because they wouldn't lay down their guns, having the entire country army. Supposedly, it's unfortunate, of course, it's only the warlords becomes the army of the country. They began to impose themselves as the army of the country. So it complicates the situation much more. The reason why they took all the forces. Then in 2013, they got into a conflict. You might have been aware of that. In 2013, they got into a conflict. The conflicts of two tribes. Then, of course, they start killing each other. Each of them, there were two leaders, Kir and Mashar. They went on mobilizing people to go and kill. Because the other guy says, okay, I'm here in the power. I'm the one holding the power. I should be the president. All right.
Yeah.
This is my position. I wouldn't give up my position. The other guy, Mashar, is also competing for the same position. When it was once asked by BBC that, do you want to become a president? He says yes. So both people seems to be fighting at the same time for power. By that time, there was already a corruption. Those people have smuggled more money offshore to countries, to countries like US, England, everywhere in the world, including the neighboring countries.
Yeah.
So that was those corruptions, and at the same time, with those fight, they are both tribes fighting. It created a havoc in the country. So in the state of African unions, IGAD went on step in to settle the issue. It is unfortunate. The way how they addressed the issue was totally wrong. First of all, the definition of the war that took place between Dinka and Nuer. Imagine, you have to go and mobilize your people because most of them are illiterate. Remember, illiteracy is higher in South Sudan. Right? This is one factor that is more effective. So in the state of settling the issue within those two tribes, they went on giving them the power that, okay, stay there, as if they are legitimate, without any question to what was going on. And there's no doubt that those people also have used the resources to silence those guys, or by means to draw them to their line so that they support them in their issues. Now
You mean
we
by
give them
bribery played a role there? Yes.
in 2015, there was a deal, there was an agreement being drawn. It was to some extent so good, but Equatoria got lost his positions here. Equatoria probably, if we were to take it from 1 to 10, Equatoria got almost none, 1%, for instance. So other than, they took the rest, which is 99%, they were the one because of their having guns. So this is the situations that I wanted to draw your attention about. Now, when we come to reality, now this is how things went developed to the situation where we are today. Now, they start, first of all, I remember John Kerry, by the time when he showed those people, when they took over the government, of course, when they come when they took our house in 2005, it wasn't that easy. They went on chasing out the entire officials who were in South Sudan, which is in Equatoria in particular, all right, in the Equatorial area. So they chased them out, calling them Arabs and all that. Then they took over. So Kerry went on describing the situation as if occupiers, like, those people are occupiers. They're not really voluntary volunteers who fought for liberation. So that's how, Kerry put it. Now the question is, here comes my question. The ongoing situation in the country, it is the same two tribes that then they went on turning the country, the war, they went on monopolizing the war as if it is a civil war in the country. So in order to do that, they went on, of course, transferring their war in 2016 to Equatoria. That is when Equatoria got affected terribly. They went on burning houses and all that for a reason that goes back to 1972, which is very, very effective too. So here, that is what the complication is. Today, Equatoria finds itself isolated, totally, having no anyone in the government other than puppets, people who just collaborators who can collaborate with them. Now the two guys have taken the government. So what do you expect we as Equatorian to do under that conditions when you find yourself marginalized or put aside without any power, where over 2 millions of your people have been displaced in the neighboring countries, and almost you're locked down. All these countries, imagine, they're dealing with those countries, the neighboring countries, they're dealing with them, so as not to give us any exit or outcome or any cooperations that we could have, because being our neighbors as Equatorian, we have no outlet to them. So they lock us down. So what do you think you can do here? What can you do if you are in all positions? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. This question direct to you, Mr. Frank. You heard his question, and what you have heard, the condition of what Equatoria is going through. What if you were Equatorian? What would you do in this case that he just elaborate to you on that point? Thank you.
What you need to do is, in my opinion, form a government in exile and mobilize.
But remember, I know some people have this kind of this aspect of wanting to form a government. That's why I've seen some of our brothers who actually, and this is why we disagree with them, because there's a lot to do behind the scene than just form a government. I can give an example. Mm-hmm.
No doubt. No, it's a monumental task.
Yes, I understand. Exactly. But it is possible. But the question is how.
Let me get in.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Cedar.
How about that? You don't have any army. Your people are dispersed all over. They're scattered all over those two guys, those two elements, the Dinka and Nuer warlords, your people have been discarded all over. Now you have no army, somebody whom you can support, who can support you. What will you do at that particular position? Supposedly, you form a government in exile, I understand. But you may need somebody to back you. What will be the outlet here?
You have to. The only thing I could think of would be to appeal to the people in diaspora.
I agree on that point. It is diaspora people have more power as long as they come together.
Yeah, and look for celebrity support for fundraising.
Well done. Yeah, the diaspora, as you have said, also in a country like U.S. today, as you have just described it,
Well, I know George Clooney.
Yeah,
he does a lot of charity work for impoverished, I think, Syrian refugees, and I believe another one is Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller does a lot of charity work with the Syrian refugees.
Also Angelina Jolie and also Tyler Perry. Perry, I had the privilege to kind of like met before. So also Ludacris too, the guy from Georgia, Atlanta. Yeah. They do some charities for things, and as long as it's humanitarian cases, yeah.
Now let's go to the refugee, all right, or refugee people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I've said, we have over 2 million refugee in the neighboring countries, irrespective of those who are scattered, who might have gone elsewhere, in Congo and all that, and some other countries. Yeah. So here, I wonder, with the ongoing government, the system, the regimes, the illegal regimes, or by means junta regimes, what do you expect us to do? Because they've been pushed out of their country. They don't want them even wherever these resources. They had to go after them. Then use it as an excuse of chasing them out, drawing them out. And remember that Equatorians are farmers. We are farmers. Also we do have cattle as well. We do have cattle. We do have some cattle herders as well. Yet, we have no any opportunity at this particular times to bring our people in, because they are fearing whatever. There are several. There's agreement after agreement. Of course, the last agreement was revitalization peace deal. That was the last one. Now, with this revitalization peace deal, as I've said, IGAD and the neighboring countries, because of their benefits and interest, they are so happy as things go. They don't care. Just look to what is coming to them, irrespective of the corruptions and the kind, all that kind of things. Now, how can we do it? How can we work it out with those neighboring countries when we have no any chances at all to get our people back? But then, we're expecting our people to come back and get their land. It's unfortunate. Most of those people are now in or running in and getting all our lands. So we have no chance. So what do you expect? How do you expect that, and United Nations also there? There are there are almost about 20,000. I mean,
just like the Palestinians. I mean, the Palestinians,
20,000 troops. Yeah,
they've been in those camps for 60, 70 years. And they stay in those camps, and they keep those camps open because they don't want anybody to forget what this is about. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
And it's the camps, I believe, and I believe they're funded by the United Nations.
That's correct.
Yeah. And it's
Now, it's not even, Frank, it is not even a proper, let's say camps, as you can say.
yeah.
Remember that, the neighboring country, the policy of Ugandan policy is that, okay, you come, you can have any land, you just come and stay. All right.
But
That
yeah,
means trying
you
to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me interject if you don't mind.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want make sure, CJ. I understand there is some things we can look at it this way. Sorry to interject, but you can answer CJ and what he's saying. But the bigger picture here that we are trying to see is that in what, like, because some people right now, especially the academics and those politicians, the opposition politicians, they're trying to look for another ultimatum. The ultimatum for them is like, we need to first discuss how to form a constitution, and then form what kind of system we're going to build in the country. But the question itself, like you have mentioned, it's about the ground, because the people are marginalized, the people are being in camps, and like you see, the United Nations is also part of it. And you have mentioned something important, CJ, that there is also a bribery from the regime, even though it looked complicated. But if you look at the real core of it, is the people can play the big role, not these politicians, not these in the regime. The regime is already a closed case. They are the tyrants. They are the massacre people. But for us, for Equatorian, we are looking for separation because our people have been um, murdered by thousands. That's a genocide. Let's put it this clear. And I hope, Mr. Frank, you share also with your friends there, those who are actually concerned in the social issues. I want this video to be circulating around them, so it can help us that our voices as Equatorian be heard. Because what we want is that voices of Equatoria must be known, that they are fed up with this atrocity of the two regions. Because right now there is two regions who are using their forces, because Dinka is everywhere. Dinka is in Upper Nile, Dinka is in Bahar Qatar. And Dinka are using other group to come and make more mess. Now, Nuer
Mhm.
came the second in this chaos, and I'm sorry to say, because this is the reality. When they fought each other, for power, and they fought for domination. Yet there was innocent people killed massacred in Juba, and we don't deny that this is a massacre, a genocide committed against the people of Nuer, and we sympathize with them in that. The same thing, we want to remind them they committed the same atrocity on the Murle during the time when we were becoming a nation. They murdered the Murle tribes by thousands of them. They armed their own tribe to kill
Uh-huh.
and maim these people. So in this kind of country that we are looking at, it looks hopeless for even to be able to run, to continue running. So for us Equatorian, we're trying to avoid us to be held hostage by the mistake that the Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal are committing. We want to separate ourselves for the safe interests of our people. But the question is, understanding our situation, do they understand, or they need to learn more about us? And we are able to come in any forum, because even I have been invited in some other places to talk. We will try to explain our voices out clearly. But I want you, from your side perspective, because you mentioned very important point yesterday to me about the Native American and how they were marginalized. Because we don't want to be this kind of victims where we will be isolated, be put in a small area, and then the people will claim our territory when this is an ancestral territory. Like we are
Well,
an African.
the
Yes,
way I see it going, you might not have an area at all. You might be pushed into Uganda and
That is
Kenya
true.
and the neighboring countries in the hopes that you just assimilate into those societies.
Exactly.
You might lose your country altogether.
Yeah.
and that's exactly why we are mobilizing our people not to surrender to something called South Sudan. The more we talk about South Sudan, the more our identity is being taken away from us. And this is the message that we are trying to tell to our Equatorian to understand. South Sudan is actually the end of Equatoria. The same as before when we were in the one Sudan. If you remember the history of Sudan, when we were one part of Sudan, Sudanese, they used to claim themselves to be Arab. They know that very well. Everybody know the history from South Sudan. Every tribe in South Sudan know it. So what happened is that they call us Arabs when we are not. We call ourselves, we are the indigenous. We are the original people of that land. But because of the atrocity, and then they brought Islam on top of it, So we decided that we better for us to separate. And the separation did not come because out of passion, as some people are defining it, that we are emotional for calling for separation. Our separation has a legitimate facts, legitimate case that our people are being killed, been maimed, been marginalized, and chased away from the land. So, and the land has been taken and renamed by somebody else. So we want to protect our identity because our identity belongs to the land. And I want to ask you this question, Mr. Uh, uh, Frank. If
Yes.
you are defining liberation or movement of revolution, do you believe there is a peaceful revolution and a violent revolution, or revolution is the same, in all combination of peaceful or violent? And because people mostly identify revolution as you have to take arm and fight. So
I don't always believe in a violent revolution. No, violent revolution is a last resort.
I agree.
But
I agree.
sometimes, but I'll be honest with you, in this situation, I don't see any other way. Because I really don't think that they're going to let you succeed without a fight. I don't know. It's
it is something
Well,
that we
what
know
we're
is
saying,
possible.
here's our philosophy. That we start peacefully. I mean, everything is on the table. That's how our language is. We will start in a peaceful manner, because our main point is to call for the three regions. Because by the time when South Sudan, which is actually supposed to be called Equatoria, that was annexed to Sudan, which is now North Sudan, in 1889, after the defeating of the Mahdi, if you're aware of history of
yeah.
Sudan.
No, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with that.
Well done. Okay, great. Then when it got annexed, we were three provinces. The way how the condominiums, the British condominiums, but that means when they divide the country, they went on putting it into three regions. Each region has its capital. For instance, like Equatoria, capital was Juba. And you have Upper Nile, capital is Balakal. And then you go to West Bahar Ghazal. That's Bahar Ghazal, capital is Wow. That was how English ran that country for a long period of time until 1955. Until 1955, when they went on giving up the country to Sudan. But then Sudan was also a part of Egypt under Farouk.
Right.
King Farouk. And then
Right.
later,
The Ottoman king.
yeah, they went on fighting. And then they say, of course, they joined in the World War II, I believe. When they joined in World War II, the Sudanese intellectuals came up writing a paper to British asking for independence. And British didn't doubt, of course. They considered their position. And then they gave them the country. They says, okay, take the country. It's unfortunate that the country got hijacked by what? By the Arab remnants. Remember that? By the time when the country became independent, of course, every foreign was supposed to go to his respective area or country. It's unfortunate. It didn't happen that way. They went on. Then comes the remnants. The remnants began to claim that they are Arabs. That is what happened. Now later, because they were the most intellectuals by the time, they were the most given chances, unlike the Equatorian and Southerners and the other blacks down there, the Four and the Nuba, and also the people of Eastern Sudan, which is Bija. So these people were being marginalized totally. So that was how the games went through. So they wanted to transform the country into an Arab country, backed by the Arab country. Of course, there are more many Arabs like Saudi Arabia. By the time when the contract finished, the U.S. contract of oil, when it finished between the Aramco, that was Aramco, of course. Remember that? Yeah. When they get the petrol, and then Arabs began, when they become rich, they turn now their next step, of course, is to get to Africa, try to mobilize Africa and turn it into an Islamic country like Egypt, for instance. So Sudan was one of their target. So step by step, they began to transfer the language, because our official language was English. The entire Sudan official language was English. We have what's so called Barclays Bank, if you are aware of that, in Juba. Barclays Bank was all over the country. It's unfortunate. Now they were on concentrating on getting out the Europeans, leaving the Arabs and the Egyptians. You could remember, with all their positions, including lands and all that, they stay there because, so as to support their move. So that's when the conflicts erupted. And then, there's also that kind of politically, there was racial segregations, and you have also the same way how we're now going through in South Sudan as Equatoria. We're not given positions. There's no, we don't have any speakers in the parliament, it's almost none. So that's what triggered all these issues that we brought to the separation of South Sudan. Remember, there was in slavery until the 80s. I remember, when a group of Americans went down to help get freed the slaves in Sudan. You heard of that. And also the religious issues. So that was exactly what caused all this havoc in that country. Now, when it comes to Sudan, of course, those people, for instance, the two tribes who are now fighting, mainly, their main region is actually Sudan. Because as you can see, and as we are now talking, they are building, they have so many buildings in North Sudan. They are building all this, they are having lands and all that they are given. There's no any objection. They have anything. They are now using our resources to go and build themselves, as well as neighboring countries. So all these fully give you give you an impression of what is going on in that country. So here we're now in hot water, if I can say it. It's like we're in hot water. We don't know what to do.
Yeah.
That's the situation in the country. So what we are saying is that, please let us come together. We give them some proposals. We say, let's come together as three regions. Upper Nile, Bahr al-Ghazal, let's sit down in the table, negotiation table, and negotiate our ways out. Whether we have to stand as one country or each has to go to his respective area, particularly the two north and south. They wouldn't accept it. They say, okay, let's get Kir out. Kir and Mashar, let's take them out. All right? Let them take them out. Now, it doesn't sound logic for us. We told them, no, that's not the way. It is not, the issue is not Kir and Mashar.
If the other side's willing to sit down and talk, you got to have dialogue.
Yeah.
That's without question.
That is true.
Not to go further, guys. I wanted to say this. Session. We get to the topic. I wanted to ask this to Mr. Frank. Can you tell us about the federalism that based on America and the Constitution? Because I will tell you why I asked this. Because can you elaborate your knowledge of the American Constitution? How was it made when it came to the foundation of the United States based on America chose to fight against England to become an independent nation? What was the Constitution built like, and what was the thing that made the Constitution to live to this moment? Thank you.
Yeah, the Constitution really wasn't written until after we already had independence from Great Britain, and basically it was agreed upon by representatives of all. At the time, there was only 13 colonies. There was only 13 states, and each representative ratified the Constitution. And like I was, I had reiterated to you yesterday, the Constitution, the American Constitution, is what they call a living Constitution. So it can be changed and added to and amended to change with the times. if you can understand what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Yeah, understand you clear.
But the Constitution, it doesn't mean nothing unless it includes everybody in the country. You
Exactly.
know,
And you know why I ask you this question? Because the same thing, we have a constitution. Some people say we have, because before, I remember when I came to these forums and I used to listen to those opposition in particular, they used to say that they are, kids supposed to do this and this according to constitution, while the constitution also was made by one side that is now uh, brutally abusing our people in Greater Equatoria.
no,
And
you have,
looking a constitution based on your understanding on the Western understanding to constitution supposed to be a cornerstone to unify the people, to edify the people for their right. Like you cannot, they do not let the people be undermined or marginalized, but instead to help the people to be equal. It's like what they call a
right,
social contract with the people. But in South
right.
Sudan, there is nothing like that. It's just a pen and a paper, but it's not a living constitution like United States, like you said earlier to me,
Yeah.
that they
See, well,
amended and all that. Yeah.
there needs to be checks and balances. In the United States, we have three branches of government. We have the executive, which is like the president, and then you have the judiciary, which are the courts and the justice system, and then you have the legislative, which is the Senate and the Congress, and each one watches each other. You have a system of checks and balances so that nobody grows in power. Nobody could do anything without the other one knowing, without the other one's approval. You understand what I'm saying? Checks and
Yes, sir.
balances are very important. Although
Hmm.
they
It
unfortunately
is true.
lately they haven't been working too good. But
And I'm telling you, even here in America, there's one thing I admire so much, and that I don't see it in the country. For us, we have, like earlier CJ mentioned, is a country of warlords. That
yeah,
means that you will carry a weapon to get to power. It
right,
is not
yeah,
about
exactly,
negotiation. It's not about intellect. It's not about, like, you mind boggle me with your ideas and I mind boggle you with ideas, and then we can come and change the country. Instead, they are coming there with force, and they use the tribal influence to create an illusion of that they are the dominant one, and they begin to claim that we are in power. And this is what brings the destruction of our country to the point that we Equatorian, we understand our position, that we have been built in a society that tolerate each other. We look at each
yes,
other as a family. Like earlier, you see me when I introduced our case in our introduction in giving this speech, that we are one people. We are family. It is not the region that unite us. It is not the language or the tribe that unite us. It's the bond, the blood, the bond that our ancestors have left it for us, and the DNA that have mixed with us based on their intermarriages, based on their harmony among each other. You know, but in the West, because I know that fact. In fact, um, you know, the social contract came because of the French Revolution, and the way how people have begun in the Great Enlightenment, where people have saw that there is something here, that people are seeing that they are marginalized, because it was a king and priest. It wasn't about the people until when the people revolted, and that time illiteracy was high in Europe and that dark ages.
right,
But they all evolved, where the Great
right,
Enlightenment evolved, and then America came to become the image of what is this Great Enlightenment. After the French Revolution failed, America became the symbolism. But of course, there is some mistakes, which is people now are talking about it historically. So for us in South Sudan, it's a complete opposite. We are giving power to the warlords and tribalism. But go ahead.
yeah. You got to look to the youth. The youth are the ones that'll lead the country, because the youth are the ones that have fresh ideas, and they're the only ones that they're the future.
That's true.
So you
That's true.
have to look towards the young people, just like in this country, the millennials, the young people, the people under 30 years old. They are such a force in this country, and because they see the bullshit and they're tired of it. They see the unfairness and the exploitation, and they're tired of it. And they're not gonna put up with it. And they're a very strong political force.
Absolutely.
Well, okay. Can I interpret? Okay.
Yes, yeah. We're gonna yeah.
Yeah,
To
in
give also
comparison
thank you
to,
so much again, Mr. Frank, for joining us and kind of like
It's
share with
my
you your
pleasure to be
ideas and
here.
thoughts.
Very interesting.
Thank
yeah,
you.
I wonder if Frank can answer me. Of course, countries like South Sudan today, where it's a multicultural kind of country,
Mhm.
where you have almost 64 tribes, which each has got his own language.
Right.
Now, having been, for instance, illiteracy, as I've said, could be 85%, if I'm not mistaken. 85% of populations are illiterate. Now, they are looking to the American model of government. So, do you think, if at all we were to sit down and change this country, do you think there will be
Excuse me.
federal system will be the best method of, the best method for us to apply it so as to run that country? Or you have any suggestions?
Repeat that again. Sorry.
Yeah, it says, we are a multi-country,
Oh,
multicultural.
multicultural. Yeah, multicultural based on the
Yeah.
ethnicity within
Well,
the country. Yeah.
America is a multicultural country. I mean, unless you're a Native American, we're all immigrants here.
Mm.
You understand? We all have different ethnic and social backgrounds, and and
Understand. So, do you
but
think it will be suitable for us?
we're able to look at each other like Americans, not
Understand.
as a Choli or Kakwa or you understand what I'm
Yes,
saying?
Yeah.
understand.
So we don't see ourselves as a tribe. Like we don't see ourselves. I'm Italian. I'm British. I'm
No,
African. Yeah.
you identify with your
Your
ethnicity,
race.
So, can
right?
I say
Yes.
that, Frank?
Also
Can I say?
identify with the country as your home. Like if people ask me, what am I? I'm Italian. I'm Italian American.
Yes, sir.
I'm American. I was born in America of Italian descent.
Hmm.
If you could understand what I'm saying,
I
and
do.
Absolutely.
I
So,
mean, but like I was saying before, the democracy won't work unless it's all inclusive, unless everybody is included.
Absolutely. I hope South Sudanese are hearing this. Democracy only works when it's inclusive, not exclusive, but inclusive.
Exactly. It has to be for everybody. And you have to think of yourselves as Equatorians or South Sudanese, not Dinka and Choli.
yeah,
You understand? Because
I do.
Absolutely.
otherwise, you don't have a democracy anymore. You have an apartheid government. You know better than apartheid South Africa.
Exactly.
Back
And
30
this
years
is
better than
Mhm.
Israel.
So you say, and now you're saying, federal system will be the best way for us to implement it. If we can be inclusive.
So.
Mhm. Yeah, because there's one thing that there's mistrust now. Today, there's mistrust between us. One thing is that the constitutions, of course, those in power now, those who have hijacked the power as warlords, are now claiming that they are the shoulder of the country, they are the army of the country, and at the same time having the flag. The flag there are their owns. By the time when we were in fighting each side by side, the Khartoum government, and you have the money, the currency also. They are holding one of their own, rather than collectively as well. And you have the currency, and then it goes to the entire ministers from top to the bottom, executive, judiciary. They are almost this. Well, we do have a parliament. You might have heard of that. Recently, we have MP members,
Yeah, they created a new
555 MP
regime.
members, which is actually, in our analysis, they just wanted to build a classes. That means rich and poor within a short period of time. In 5 years' time, Equatoria will find itself at the bottom. Because having Dinka and Nuer holding the 99, let's say 85% of the MPs members. So of course that is corrupt kind of things. And according to the United Nations envoy, the last envoy who was in South Sudan, David Shar, he says the country wouldn't hold itself. The country ever since the country is almost collapsed. That means it's not dependent. And instead, it's not independent but dependent. You get me on that?
Yes, sir.
So this put us into a jeopardy, because the money goes to what? To those MPs and those who are holding the government now. And then they began to go and just help their children, their families. Today, as we are talking, the structure of the government is a family now, is a two family members who are holding the country. So we are in dangerous situation. That's why there's no total trust. There's no trust between us and those people, which is really a critical situation. And they wouldn't accept to back up. They kept on going day after the other. Leave alone that they're naming places in Equatoria. They will go and occupy the area. If it has the resources, then they will take it and say, "Oh, okay, come on." This, they will name it there in their culture, in their language. When people have many languages, we didn't agree upon a language issues. Leave alone, there's no peace and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you again, Mr. Frank, for your, coming in and speaking on things of similarity with the U.S. I just want to remind our audiences who are listening, who still cannot comprehend what we're saying here. Mr. Frank is trying to kind of give us an example of what United States is as a system, as a government, on the position of democracy and the Constitution and federalism. Even though I would love to ask the question on your state that you are in, Mr. Frank. I know every state has a different, laws and system.
Right.
What makes them, because like United States is a states, that they even have the power to separate if they want to.
Well, you have in the judicial branch of government, you have a federal branch and you have a state branch. So the state branch makes the laws for the state. The federal makes the laws that govern the whole country. In other words, a federal law covers every state.
I love that. Can you repeat that again? Because I want our people to understand, because I think there is a lot of misunderstanding in the federalism. They sometimes they misinterpret federalism as if it's a self-autonomy in a base, but federalism is what forces the system, it empowers the Constitution to be in its place. Yes. So repeat that to them so they can understand, because even our academics are not yet comprehending the understanding of what federalism is. Thank you.
You have three branches of government. You have executive, judiciary, and the legislative. Now, in the judiciary, you have a federal judiciary, which is the federal court system, and they implement the laws that are federal laws that supersede state law. In other words, when they pass a federal law, it's law in every state. It's federal. Then the states have their own judiciary system, their own state courts, and they passed laws for that state.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I made myself clear.
You made it clear. You made it perfect clear, because some people they think that federal is that mean that your state comes and create their own uh you know system or something like that, which is really kind of like does not get to the hand. I
Well,
understand federal.
each state would govern itself
Yes, it gives them the
under,
freedom to do that. Yes,
under a
under the state.
federal umbrella.
Again.
Under a federal umbrella. In other words, the federal system would govern all of it, and each region, each state would have a representative in the legislative body to create these laws.
All right, you're okay. Can I ask?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's so funny. There's one guy here. He's arrogant enough to say that it is you who doesn't understand Odysseus Etica about federalism. Why do I need to talk to Teresa for God's sake? First of all, I mean, if you are very satisfied with her, go ahead and be in her forum or her show, but please, respectfully. And I'm again, these are the people who are, we call them hecklers, and those are the intimate, coming here to make an agitation. If you don't like my forum, please go to another place, because I'm not here to talk nonsense. I'm here to actually speak with Mr. Frank on points and topic, because we understand, like, if really those guys who call themselves intellectual in Equatoria or in South Sudan, they would not be running around calling themselves position for years, and yet they can't even come to a position that they can stand. Instead, they want to go and negotiate with a regime that we don't even call it a legitimate regime that is already been known to be coming there. They're coming there, that they are forcing themselves, and yet you call yourself opposition, shamefully wanted to negotiate with a tyrant. That's even ridiculous. And that's why the international community are not respecting your voices, because your voices look like clowns who want to get a job. You're not getting there for anything that really talk about the people. We the people understand that. I live in America, my friend, and I understand what Mr. Frank have said it. Mr. Frank had clarified clearly. I understand what these people are trying. Federalism, even in South Sudan, is not going to work at this moment. Equatoria need to separate. You who believe in NAS, that's your political party, but don't come up here and talk intimidation and nonsense, because I'm not into the mood to talk about these things, because this is ridiculous. But I respect everybody's. They can speak their opinion, but you got to also respect yourself. In our forum, we have, open mind to listen to every side. But when you're coming to act like you know better than me, I want you to prove it by going there and fix that issues in South Sudan, because you guys are gonna stay another 10 years without any solution. Only just gonna dilly-dally around and got no anything but talk about federalism for 20 years until you die and next generation will come in. So thank you. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. CJ?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to ask you, Frank, as far as the federalism, the American federalism system of government, which is federal, of course, concerning the constitution, I wonder if at all, you come across a term that means self-determination term in the constitutions. Is there any mention of it or no? Thank you.
No.
If not, why?
I really couldn't answer that. I really can't answer that.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think there's any. When you mean self-determination,
that means yeah. What I mean here, you get me? Go ahead.
You mean it's self-determination as far as
for instance, I understand America consists of 50 states. Is that right?
Right.
And it starts as 13 colony. If at all, one colony were to say that, I'm not interested to stay in a bureaucracy kind of system or oligarch, do they have any opportunity to get out or no? That's what I'm saying.
No, they tried it in the mid 1800s. There was a
1800.
civil war for 4 years. The southern states tried to break away and form their own country.
Okay, Texas. Was it Texas or?
There's a movement in Texas called the United States of Texas or something like that. And they believe
Yeah, I
that
heard of that. I heard of that. That's right.
they're just a bunch of freaks. You know, trust me, you wouldn't want to break away from the federal government because the federal government gives aid to the states. You understand?
Well, you know, yeah, there's some, of course, there are some, let's say, mistakes, and also in the federal government. For instance, today, as we're talking, it looks
Mistakes
like,
in the federal government?
yeah, the federal government, yeah,
Well,
irrespective of the inclusivity, inclusivity, we could find out that, you know, there's one individual race who are now
one mistake that's being challenged right now is what they call the filibuster. And I
filibuster.
don't know.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know if you know what that is.
I do.
You do.
Filibuster.
Okay. So that's
I got-
being challenged right now because it's a antiquated law to help that was used back during the time of slavery to
Okay.
anybody who wanted to take issue with slavery. They would get up
Okay.
and they would filibuster and run the Senate out of time, Congress out of time. So they're looking to get away. They're looking to do away with that because it's a tool that's used to stop progress in some respect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say before, because I know we've been here for hours and I know your time is different, my time is different. I just want to say thank you a lot for your time. And we're definitely going to have another time next time. We'll invite you again. And I will send you that paper that I told you, I promised you
Yes,
to send you
please
about
do.
Equatoria, the conflict in Equatoria that was defined by Mr. Alan Boswell, which I will invite him here. Actually, he was waiting for my response to bring him here as soon as possible. We didn't even finish the analysis on the last 2 pages with one of our colleague and friend, and also from the team of EPA. I represent Equatorial Civil Council and Diaspora, and Mr. Hakim represent what do you call EPA, Equatorial People Alliance. We will have our final point because last time we did, analyze the points that he was mentioning in Arabic. I know most of you guys who are watching us, some of you guys are English speakers. And what I want to do is we will try to bring in English, but once Mr. Alan Boswell comes here live, we will schedule it. We will bring him. He will elaborate more about the Equatoria. He actually understood the condition of Equatoria, and he is 100% with Equatoria to stand up for themselves. And that report actually it exposes that Equatorian in leadership they lack. We lack a lot of our leaders because our leaders are. And remember, he even reminded that those leaders were used to be part of the regime, and they failed even to kind of recognize the people right by just claiming leadership based on their former historical background, based on their names. You know, it's all about titles, not about the action, not about the facts, not about even connecting with the people. And that's why they failed to even get anywhere. And that's why you see them today, they're going to what they call negotiation table in Rome or negotiation table in Khartoum or Navasha, whatever the other areas they go to. So they are in a limbo, and all they do is they just repeat the same people, recycling. That's why IO failed. IO is the group that plays what's his name plays it represents where, and now they try to say no, they represent a case that for the people, but actually IO was created because of the murder or the massacre of Nuer in Juba. It wasn't about political issues. Salva Kiir first accused that Riek Machar committed genocide. Tried to make a coup, tried to commit a coup, against the regime, against Kiir. So he then reacted by killing innocent Nuer in Juba. That was the crime that Salva Kiir commit, and not only Salva Kiir, but his own people. Because when the murder happened, they did not even voice an outrage against that murder that they commit against the Nuer. Instead, they were quiet. Instead, they began to bring an old grudge that happened during their conflict in Sudan, the warlord conflict, which I would say because the SPLM really did not help South Sudan to progress. Instead, it destroyed South Sudan and especially Equatoria region, because even it brought a huge amount of illiteracy. Like I would say that illiteracy is now extreme. And that's why you see even right now as we talk, Mr. Um, Frank, some of them, they don't even comprehend and they don't want to even understand why we're talking about this, because this thing is trying to put an image of why United States is advanced based on their way of political thinking compared to those over there who are always using weapons to murder and deprive people from their right. Not even like today, we don't even have the basic foundation of the country. Like you could say schools, hospitals, those infrastructure is not there. Those things are only created by United Nations, and it's a shameful thing. And imagine they wasted about billions or $1 trillion in that country, and this country is already in debt. Imagine we are only 10 years, I would say 16 years, because before independent, because they gave them money, but now 10 years officially known as a nation, and we failed to even have any advancement. I remember, and I know you can remember that in history, when Israel became a nation, it took them 10 years and they really became very powerful nation. Not because the American they helped them, but they also were very brilliant on building their infrastructure. They fought the enemy while they are building their country. But in South Sudan, they are not building. Like CJ mentioned, they are using corruption. You mentioned earlier, corruption is the cancer to destruction of a nation. For these kind of elements to come and speak for us today, I feel sad. And I see a lot of our people, followers, they're always cheerleaders. They like to be cheerleaders than be leaders. You know, they don't want to be taking action by saying no, criticize the wrong, but they wanted to criticize somebody who was trying to speak to them and start to tell them, wake up, my brother, wake up so you can find your place, instead of coming up and just, like you like the word that, they only like what it makes it sound to them good. But when it comes to the point of, I'm trying to put a critical thinking, if they understand the meaning of critical thinking is to give you an open mind, to expand your thinking, to expand your thoughts, where you can go far in challenging what is wrong and what is sometimes seems very complicated, but when you find it, it's not that complicated as some people see it. Today, the conflict of South Sudan is complicated because of ignorance. It's not complicated because people are wise, because if people are wise, we will never go to this situation. So there is a lot of things that South Sudan is lacking, and for us as Equatorian, we look the best solution for us. Separation of Equatoria is our salvation, and I would say why? Because first of all, we are not going to be in the debt that is now created by two tribal regime, and it's not our issue because this oil was a contract for the country to be independent. When the independence of this country came up, it was a contract based on this resource that the international community supported South Sudan to be a nation. Even they gave us the will to go and vote for independence, but it wasn't based on real issue that has only the Christian communities and others say, yeah, we are fighting Muslims. But today we have seen who's committing the atrocity against their own native, against their own people. Is the regime, is the same SPLM that committed the atrocity behind the scene when they were in the jungle, when they were fighting behind the scene quietly. Only Red Cross and other organizations reporting the atrocity, the same atrocity like the regime of Khartoum used to do to South Sudanese. The SPLM did it, but in a tribal name. And today they proved it. North Sudan used to do their abuse in Islamic name and an Arabic name. But when it came to South Sudan today, there is two tribes, fighting each other for power. And one tribe is trying to dominate everyone in that country. And this is the tribe of Dinka. Now they try to deny it. And they tried, but the world are watching. And we Equatorian are not going to be silent, because like brother Mr. Frank and others, we continue to speak out. We will continue to talk. Those people who don't comprehend what we're trying to do, they will always try to act like devil advocate and fools. They will try to talk nonsense, say we don't know. It's not about knowledge, my friend. When it comes to your freedom is what you have or don't have. Freedom is something that you feel, you touch, you know. Okay? Even that knowledge of being not free, that's supposed to be more knowledge than knowledge that you try to bring from history. This is not a history lesson here. We're here to talk about the similarity of things that is wrong and negative and positive. And federalism, it seems like from what is going on in South Sudan, is not going to work. From my analysis to what Mr. Frank have just mentioned, because federalism looks like it's a dead case when it comes to a country that is already a nation that is founded. I mean, it's a tribal by combination or by roots, and it's very hard when two tribe or one tribe is now committing atrocity and genocide against the people or the tribes of Equatoria, and that will push Equatoria to separate. They like it or not, our case is already in the Senate. We're waiting for the time being, and our case will be soon in the United Nations once America approve it. You can laugh today because you think we are talking here nonsense. You can say we are fighting, because it doesn't have to be always carrying a weapon to get your liberty. It's about what you have in your mind and what you can do, because there's nothing impossible. Only it's impossible if you think it's impossible. But for us, there's nothing impossible. We will make it happen. We don't want to be with South Sudan. We want to be a nation of our own, because we are already a nation of our own. Our region of Greater Equatoria was always a free region. We just combined by the interests of the colonialists. Remember, we were a former colonialist nations. We were not a part, because if we were part of Sudan, why they took some of our land to Uganda? Why they took some of our land to Congo? Why they took some of our land to Central Africa and Kenya? If we were really part of Sudan, they're supposed to take us all to Sudan. So you guys need to wake up those Equatorians who still try to play a devil advocate and try to play like, fools in a tune. I'm sorry to say that language, because they are playing like those monkeys. When they say dance, they dance. We are not monkeys. We're not clowns. We are human beings who need our right. Our people are dying down there. Our people are suffering, massacred. And I thank Mr. Frank. He understood our issue. Regardless, he don't know much about our history, but I will give him that paper to read more about our case. But he is trying to give us a glimpse of what the United States Constitution played a role, and how the natives have lost their land, and what, as a marginalized people, when they are oppressed, what they need to do. Even he gave an idea. If people have followed earlier, he gave an idea of what a nation supposed, like how to really raise our case. For us Equatorian, we already have the case. We are not afraid of anyone. We are building our voices louder. We need the international community, and we need brothers like Frank, from American side, Italian side, European side, Westerners to listen to our message. And I thank you so much, Mr. Frank. And I want you please to share with your friends this message, and please also let them support us, because we are trying to mobilize the voice of Equatoria so loud that they will know who is Equatoria. Like you said, our voices are not heard because we are not speaking out. Some people, they think you can speak through a barrel of a gun, but over there, the power breakers is United States and other countries like United States. They can actually, even if you took over power, they can actually overthrow you. Like you could see, I can give an example. What country was it that I wanted to remember, CJ, if you can refresh my memory? There is something that happened that these people were complaining about the abuse that happened to them. And then suddenly, when they took over, they came and they overthrew them. I don't know what country, but there is something like that happened.
Well, most of it might have been in Africa. Most of some
yes,
areas.
yes. I forgot what country was it that they sent something to do to overthrow them, so they cannot even speak out. I will remember. I will try to refresh my memory. Because there's a lot of countries, but these things happen. Even like, example, I'll give you the Iraq. Iraq, the Sunni used to run the country, right? But today the Shia is taking over,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like when you see the Sunni and the Shia is claiming to be majority, the same like what today Dinka are claiming to be majority. And Sunni also felt like they were the owners and the majority of the land, but then they felt when they took over, there was a brutality, dictatorship by Saddam Hussein. But when Saddam Hussein was overthrown, guess who came into power? It was the Shia,
Right.
by the approval of the United States. So once United States give that ultimatum green light, it doesn't matter how weapon you have, they can overthrow you. Even Taliban, they once were overthrown. But what made Taliban became stronger today, Taliban had a support from other group that helped them, like the Gulf area, which is the Emirate, Dubai, the Qatar. They supported these people financially. They supported them even to the point when they took over. Today, America is not talking. Why? Because America look at its interest among Dubai. So you got to
and
understand.
yeah,
Mhm,
and they got a lot of support from Saudi Arabia too.
mhm.
So Saudi Arabia, I think, has a lot to do with what went
Yeah,
on
that's true.
in South Sudan and what goes on in the Gulf, what goes on in Afghanistan. I think they have a lot to do with that.
That's
What
Exactly.
goes on in Syria? I think they're a big influence in that part of the world.
I know.
that.
Even to be honest, the independent of South Sudan. I just want to remind our people. I think our people sometimes, I don't know what's going on. They are trying to come up and just talk nonsense, especially for those who are not comprehending what I'm saying right now. But one day you will know what I'm talking is true, because there's nothing I said here wrong, and I'm gonna stick with my word. If I was wrong, I would not have spoke about Equatorial separation. Let me tell you. When we spoke this thing, we had to sit down and think carefully of what is the consequence, what is the outcome, and what is the object. I mean, what is the result going
Yeah,
to be like? Okay, this thing that we talk about is not something out of the limbo. We here with Mr. Frank because we spoke in a blunt way that we are trying to explain. We're trying to simplify things. We're trying to expand our mind, my brothers and sisters, so we can get to the point that when we become a nation, people know their rights, people know what is in effect to do and who the leader would represent. We can pick any leader from our people. We don't have to pick a leader who only once used to be a mistake, who committed mistake and never apologize for the mistake they commit. I never hold an office in SPLM, and I will never hold an office in SPLM, and I don't even care about holding an office because I wanted to be a farmer. That's one thing when I get to my homeland. But what I want to see is that I will be respected in my land. I'll be respected as a human being. I will have the constitution will give me my right if I'm from what tribe I am inside Equatoria or as a citizen of Greater Equatoria, I must be respected. Today, we don't see that in South Sudan. We only see two tribes are trying to dominate. And even in other countries in the West, there might be some abuse in the other people, minorities, but they don't abuse them to the point of killing them, raping them. They might do it in a political manner by using a systematic force to make them deprived from their right, even though they say yes, the constitution say this, like what we see in our brothers in African American who are going to rough times sometimes, like the Black Lives Matter. Why it came up? Because the police are abusing them, and now they are reforming the police. But at least in this country, you could speak out. But in our land, can we speak out as Equatorian in South Sudan? We will be murdered. Can anybody come up there? Even the rally that they tried to make as a scam there, they were trying to use our Equatorian to join in and to fall as a victim. What happened? This game was played already to set up to find those ringleaders of Equatorian, those who want to overthrow the regime, to be captured. And even the Jin Council was in it. All these, even the opposition was in it. And those opposition who were in it were only opportunistic because they want to go back. They were not even thinking that about the people, how people are feeling. And I thank God the people rejected them by showing, and that was the will of the people. The first time, and I'm proud, that was the first time the people of Greater Equatoria spoke out bluntly. It doesn't matter because we said it even publicly in the forum of that's called the Voice of Kush, South Kush, that we Equatorian, warn them, do not go out, do not even join this PCCA, which is People Coalition Alliance, whatever they call themselves there. They try to kind of like play a scam of like leadership that they are for the people, but they never. And I'm telling you, these people are unrepented sinners or unrepented violators of our human rights in Equatoria, especially as Equatorian. I speak for my people, and I'm not out of topic as some people they say I'm out of topic. I'm speaking this because I am talking about the thing that is concerning us, because this thing is not just a thing that you can talk in one word. You have to go on one line. There is a lot of parallel, many parallel lines that it crosses each other, and we need to also kind of connect it to what is going on. So once we understand the roots, we will find the solution. And that's what I'm trying to get there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I don't know if we can have one question for brother.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
Okay.
yes, Frank. One more time, another question, please. Yeah. As we can see, we have just discovered that the all neighboring countries, particularly AU, that's African unions, and you have EGATS, and the neighboring countries around us, around Equatoria. Those people are all seems to be, working toward and including the United Nations itself, those who are over there, there are some kind of organizations, non-governmental, there seems to be encouraging the ongoing government to strengthen them. That means giving them all that assistance, heavy money to go and invest on it and do everything. Yeah. So I wonder, what will be what do you think we should do? I mean, how should we address those kind of people? How should we address the neighboring countries, or those all who are now working with this government, when the governments are legal and committing genocides, terrorizing people, throwing people out, displacing, and all that? So I don't know. I mean, if I can take your perspective on that, please. Thank you.
The only thing I could think of is to open up a case in the World Court, in The Hague.
Yeah.
I mean, document the atrocities that are happening, and open a case in The Hague.
That's great. Because it looks like they're just squeezing us, giving us no chance at all.
Yeah.
Now the two tribes, let's say the two tribes community do have they are free. They can travel everywhere, and we have also this nationality. We will
ask for UN peacekeepers.
Oh, okay.
But then for UN peacekeepers, you need to have well, although if you document the violence that's taken place, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't send peacekeepers.
Yeah, I know the peacekeepers are there, but they're working with the regimes, trying to ease the regime, imagine. Because whatever they do, the regime may tell them, get out. Yeah, that's the situations. We have experienced that. I remember, they're now using even food as a means.
Tell me something. Is South Sudan recognized by the United Nations?
It does, yes.
Yeah, they're recognized. They have a seat on the.
It is recognized, but as long as it's recognized, yet it's a failed nation, because it was recognized 2011, but it never went too far with their failure. I mean, you can see today there's a civil war. The civil war started only 2012. I mean, it's not a civil war, sorry. It's a tribal war that now they're trying to define it in the public eyes that it's a civil war. But the two tribes have also played a smart trick to combine the other tribes to join them in the fight, which is the Nuer brought Equatorian, some Equatorian, SPLM, Dinka, they also brought their own Equatorians. So to join this conflict, and this conflict expanded, especially after 2016 peace agreement, the failed peace agreement, then the conflict shifted from Upper Nile to Equatoria. Now Equatorians and then the Dinka began to execute their plan that they already had in the beginning. They were doing it slowly during the time of, still at the beginning, because they were afraid what is the reaction of Equatorian. But once they found out that now Equatorian are joining the Nuer, automatically they use this as an opportunity for them to take advantage and go fast. And that's when they begin to go extreme in creating this chaotic movement by land occupation, by sending their cattle herders as a what do you call scouts, or as a reconnaissance, if because militarily we call it reconnaissance. They go and check areas, and then they settle there. They bring, and even they use now also another humanitarian situation by saying they have a flood, so they move all as a mass to Equatorial region. Now it's in there is a place called Mangala, and there is also other places in Madi area called Namole, those areas. So they did occupy a territory. Even they're renaming cities in their names. And like CJ mentioned also, they talked about even the currency. And look at this, the funny thing. When they came to power, they did not even acknowledge other heroes of Equatoria during the time of the revolution. They just put John Garang, their founding father, the father of the Dinka tribe I'll be honest, he is from Dinka, and he's been highly respected in Dinka community as the man who actually represent, lifted up the name of Dinka up to the point that now Dinka, they're looking up to him as the leader of movement. But in reality, he was just a second comer. You know, there was before him was Agri Yadeng, there was Joseph Lago is still alive. God prolong his life. Those men are there. Even there's a lot of heroes like Joseph Aduho. They were murdered, you know, under Garang. And those guys are not even put in the currency, but they put the man who committed atrocity. Because of him, a lot of tribes suffered. Even the massacre of 1991 that they think are crying, there was a case for it, you know. So these people have been showing us their tribalism, and yet they're trying to deny that we are against the tribe, one tribe, because it's not about, we are not into those tribalistic mindset. We Equatorian, we live in our own harmony. But the sad thing is when they are using, you know, their tribe influence their tribe in this political arena, it began to be a dangerous thing because it began to deprive others from their right, which is now the tribes in Equatoria, the tribe in Bahar Ghazal. There is some people in West Bahar Ghazal, they are deprived, and some of them in the other side of Bahar Ghazal, they are suffering too under the tyranny of the Dinka regime. And Dinka also, they are always expanding to occupy. And that's why I said Lebensraum in the Germanic, it's similar to the Nazi. That's why I say, because the Nazi, they were more advanced and I would say advanced where they were more, I could say, very sophisticated intellectually, you know, academically, they were very sophisticated. Now the academic of Dinka is called the Jin Council. They are using themselves as the one who's going to be the think tank where they can come up with an idea what to do. And those guys are using this game, you know, to manipulate. Hold on a second. I see somebody here. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
You know, welcome, brothers. Sorry. So they wanted to play a think tank that they wanted to use this tactic, you know, to kind of like, you know, expand their power, their influence. That's why you see them. They're always thinking. Can you mute yourself, guys? Just because I'm hearing, yeah, I'm hearing echoes. So they are playing this system to control, and that's what they did. And everything's been exposed now. For us, we already know it. But what problem is, what bothers me with Equatorians, our people, is that some of us, who are few, I will call them, who still want to stick with this the title of South Sudan, and they want to stick with the name that they are. You know, we are one people. What is the one people? Last time we had a topic about identity. Our identity is completely, we are different from these people. Even we brought Mr. Hakim explained and others that identification wise, we are not similar because even the Upper Nile, they call themselves Nilotic. We call ourselves Equatorian. You know, so why are they trying to force themselves in our community, in our life, in our way of, you know, a culture? So it's really ridiculous to the point that they are trying to force. And before, when we used to talk to them, they say, no, we are cousins. Nuer, Dinka, Shuluk, we are cousins. But when it comes to Equatoria, we are foreigners. Even they have a name for us. They call us Jur, they call us Dausa. They have a lot of things that is there. But I'm saddened when I see some Equatorian, they still want to hold them as their friends or their brothers, and yet they call him a slave. They laugh at them, and it's making me just sick to my stomach. But I'll leave it here. I will welcome the guests who are here. Thank you. Welcome, brother Jason Joseph.
Excuse me. Can we have half an hour,
Yes,
please? So
yeah.
we leave for our guests to go. Yeah.
Yeah. I will give a guest. Our main guest is Mr. Um, Frank. So, you want to say what again, CJ? Can you repeat? I can't hear
Oh,
you.
okay.
Your phone cut off. Yeah.
What I'm saying, let's keep time. Remember, let's give
Yes. We already almost done. We are not gonna put any
half an
more
hour
anybody. But yeah.
with the new customers. I mean, these new guys.
Yes. Go ahead. Okay. Let me give Joseph. He wanted to ask something. Go ahead. Quick question, or
Welcome,
maybe.
guys. Welcome. It's great to see you guys.
Yeah,
Welcome, Mr. Joseph.
I have a question for Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, thanks for coming to this forum. My question to you is, sorry, let me put my windows up. You did mention about documenting all the atrocities and the crimes that are committed in the country or in Equatoria and forwarding them to an international body. But a lot of international non-governmental organizations that are operating in South Sudan, including the UN, have documented a lot of atrocities, genocides, rapes, house burning, killings in South Sudan and forwarded with some concrete evidence all this to the UN, and even including corruption of the money to the UN. But so far, nothing is done. Even the soldiers of the government happen to rape some UN workers. And I remember in 2016, even the soldiers sprayed some bullets onto the American soldiers. And all these were documented and forwarded. But nothing so far has happened. So, with such kind of government, what do you think, or how do you think the international legal bodies will solve this issue? Because it's on and on and on and on, and nothing, and it's getting worse and worse, and nothing so far has been done. Um, Especially with neighbors who are also siding with the government, of course, because it is a government. So, do you think anything can be done? The international bodies, like especially the UN, can do anything to bring this government into the books or take this government to court? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joseph. Mr. Frank, you heard the question, I believe. So, what's your response to him, to the question?
I'm kind of misunderstood him for a minute. Could you repeat that?
Okay, Mr. Joseph, repeat
here it
the
is.
question again.
Here it is. It says,
Okay.
The question
Okay.
is, you did say that all what is happening needs to be documented,
Right.
forwarded to international bodies, but the international non-governmental organizations that are operating in South Sudan have documented a lot of atrocities, crimes such as looting, raping, heart burnings, killings, and even including corruption of the money, embezzling of the money. And there was an instance where in 2015 where some international NGOs workers were raped by the government soldiers, including even American soldiers were sprayed by bullets by the government. And all these were documented and forwarded, some to the UN, some to the international organizations, but nothing so far has been done. Do you think this government with such mentality and behavior will get away, will be brought into books? Thank you.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully they will be brought to account. Are the lawyers working on this? Is there a legal team that's following this up?
Yes, but I cannot disclose it right now. I don't want to disclose some things at this moment. Yeah, but I understand exactly, because we already know exactly that question is going to be, because that's a legitimate question. What Brother Joseph mentioned is a legitimate question. And that's why I want to remind, just because if you have anything to answer him beside that, or you have any idea, I mean, I understand, you can go ahead, and then I will come up to you, interject in your point.
Yeah, the wheel, like they have a saying, the wheels of justice turn slow. So
absolutely.
But,
and it doesn't mean that it's not gonna come to reality. It's just gonna take time.
It's gonna take time. I mean.
Thank you.
So my point here.
Sorry, Etika. In addition to that, I know that, as you said, it is going to take time. But until that time comes, which means what? Equatorians will all be wiped out.
That's right.
So do are we going to put our faith into these international justice organizations to help us bring these people into books, or is going to be our descendants, or maybe the third generation, um, to see the outcome of all these atrocities committed? Thank you.
Okay, can I answer that? If it's
Well,
okay, I can, yeah, elaborate on that.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, brother Joseph. One thing, and I will give chance to our brother Emmanuel.
Yeah.
What I want to say here in this matter, and let me just mute, please. Hold on, let me mute just a second because I hear some echo. Um, yeah, what I wanted to say here to you, my fellow brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria. Yeah, the point was Mr. Frank have said that that is true. The will of justice is slow, but does not mean it's always slow. Okay. Why I say that? Because there is some situation that, remember, we are dealing with the West when it comes to any cases coming from Africa. Remember what happened to Rwanda? It took 6 million to die, and then later, international community came and started speaking out. But it was after millions. But what happened during that time? It was Paul Kagame who actually did some action, right? But do we have Paul Kagame in Equatoria today? That is the big question for us, the Equatorians, to speak ourselves. Because if we have Paul Kagame, they're supposed to speak for themselves. Paul Kagame did not talk about only that he saw what is going on for his people. He defended his people, and the will change. You know, the wheels have turned, or whatever they call it. It just changed automatically. So now you see Paul Kagame today is a dictator, even though some people are not happy. But what happened is that he did something. Okay? Equatorians, we have people in the ground, but are they fighting for Equatoria? That is the question that every Equatorian is supposed to ask, especially those Equatorians who stick themselves in political parties. Okay? Because when you stick on yourself on political parties and not sticking on the issue of Equatoria, the land grabbing and the abuse of Equatorian, then you are losing the land and the people. For us, what we're doing, we are here, the outsiders. We came with a clear mission to do. This is our dedicated mission objective. Our objective is to go and take it in a very intelligent way, regardless how it look impossible to others, because not everybody see the same thing. I can give you example of whatever, like I forgot there is an example, but I will not even bring it here. But you know, there's sometimes you see things like somebody said. I mean, they can see something crooked, say no, it's a straight, but sometimes it's not straight. And somebody said that sees the straight things, some people will say it's crooked. No, it's not. It's not accurate. So what I'm trying to say, there is a line there that we are going through, but does not mean, like CJ mentioned, every option in the table. It does not mean that I don't. I myself, I'm a radical believer that we need to take whatever they said, whatever necessary need to be done. You know, whatever is necessary to be done need to be done. That means we cannot just stick in one side. We have to go extreme. And when I say extreme, that means we have to dedicate our time, our mind, our soul, our objective, our bodies for this cause. Because there is a war here. They committed a war against. We did not do the war. They did the war on us. So now what we need to do is we need to also strengthen ourselves and stand up. So what I'm saying is that the case of Equatoria is there in the table, but does not mean that it's going to be a century or 10 years. It's only a matter of how we speak or how we represent ourselves to the international community. Because remember, the Palestinians, like brother Mr. Frank have mentioned, the case of Palestinian and Israel. The Palestinians lost their case because they did not represent themselves right. They went there and sold their own land, and then they said, oh, Israel took our land. And now they are being marginalized because of mistake in the past. They did not represent themselves in the right way. The Israelians were minority. It did dominate on that land by using all what is necessary to be done, calling that this the land belonged to our ancestors, or all that. And yet the history said they used to live together in harmony. Whatever it is, they live together in that territory. So they have a share, equal share. But the Palestinians, they messed up because they listened to the other Arab side saying that you guys join, the revolution against Israel. Let's wipe them out from the earth. And that's when they lost their case. But I don't want to talk about Palestine or Israel. I'm talking about Equatoria. In our case of Equatoria, we have a big case. Our people have been killed, murdered, raped, and this is a clear evidence to it. But how can we raise our case up? Because even Frank mentioned they don't hear about us. So we need to speak louder. If people are fighting in the ground for Equatoria, let's us outsider promote the issue of Equatoria in the public, into our senators, into those who are around us, even to our friends. The more we speak out, the more people begin to hear who's Equatorian. You know, people will not hear you if you're quiet.
Thank you.
You're suffering. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me interject, please. Can I get in?
Yeah.
I'm here waiting, guys. From
yeah, I
so
will give you a chance, Mr. Emmanuel. I will give you a chance. Don't worry. Don't be impatient.
my battery is dying. This one.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead
Then, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Laila, and I'm from Equatorian and South
You're welcome,
Sudanese. And now I'm become Canadians, like I have another nationality. Okay. There are a lot of games there. So thanks for the free format, Equatoria format, free Equatoria form. And thanks for frankly, he's actually talking the truth. But here, I just want to mention some. I have 2 points I want to say. It's simple. Frankly, you say it's right, but what understand? It's America have a two system. Yes, democracy is there, but if you see, because we're living in North America, we have something called communism. Communism in North America and Canada. Communism that you don't see it, but because of system of government, because of the other world out to see that they have a democracy, to accept their policies and then using them for democracy. But if you're living here in Canada, not America, here is more like communism. Like today, if I'm not Chinese, I go to Chinese companies, they will not hire me. If I go to India companies, East Indians, they cannot hire me if you don't like me. So country is governed by what? By people who organize, Ukrainians, Israelis, Jews, Arab, who actually have a businesses in North America. He's the one controlled. So it's a communism as a action that we're doing in life, inside life of North America and America. It's a communism. But democracy name just for the other countries to see, oh, democracy, or like, it's about the games. We need to understand that. This, I want to answer frankly to understand about what is a democracy and what is the communism. People not talk about that, but I'm talking about it now. Just go sit down, frankly, and see carefully. You can see most is more communism, like communities. Chinese communities, Indian communities, Ukrainian communities, Russian communities, German communities, like people are divided into communities. But government know how to control them because based on that. And then if your community is weak, you can never do anything in America, never even show up, like come to White House that I have a problem in my country and you should support me, because you're not organized. You're not doing some business that government getting from you, some tax, getting money behind you, your community. So government is not going to believe you. It's not going to support you even. So this just for the, frankly, this is what I just giving this point to him to understand that kind of two system in America and Canada and in Australia. But come to Equatoria, frankly, don't know about Equatorians well, but he talked mostly about system, about a federal system, and that is good. We need to learn from him. But I'm sure most people understand about what is the federalism and what is the state system. Like America, United States of America. This is a state system that where now Sudan is doing it now. South Sudan is doing it. They go with the states. He didn't take the really federalism that what America, what Canada using it. That's something. So my question here for the free, for the Equatorian format free, you talk about Equatorians. Who are we as Equatorians? This is the question to you guys. You have to understand, because what my understanding, I've been living in Juba for a long time ago. When I go to my place, like my village, when I talk about Equatoria, I say, what's Equatoria? We are not Equatorians. What's Equatoria coming from? What is Equatoria? So the word Equatoria is just in our tongue, but in physically world, we are not Equatorians, because Equatorians come from the way when the one fight and then people was outside of country, like in Uganda, Kenya, Khartoum, where when they make agreement in Addis Ababa, and then all Equatoria came back. So most Equatorians, even Shuluk Denka was in Juba. Small numbers who got education, they study outside. They come to Juba, and then they grow up there, and then they marry there, the kids there. So this is where the Equatoria start from Juba, not from where the other places. So the word Equatoria is the people who live in Juba, grow in Juba. This is the people who know about Equatorians. They call Greater Equatoria. But originally, no. They are not something called Equatoria for all Equatorians. This is why we are weak. We can do nothing about what Denka do. The third things I want to let you know, Denka was a rebels and fight until they get what we have now in South Sudan. But now become a party of Silva Kiir Denka. So this party is a party now going on SPLA. And then you have Riek Machar, also he creating his party, IO, to be part of system to rule South Sudan. So we're Equatoria. How can you talk with the government? You're not organized as someone, a party, have a power, have a military, have a soldier like Nuer have, like Denka have. How can you talk to Denka? Okay, there are a lot of things we don't, because I see like we're talking now here, I can hear people talking a lot of things, but we need to focus on exactly what we need to touch, what we need to touch now today. If you want to talk about the federal system, it's too far away from us. We want to talk about educating Equatorians to understand today the war in South Sudan is not it's not about you talk to UN. No, it's about you have to organize yourself to be a party, to have a soldier. It's about have a power. Why Denka? Why Nuer in time of in time of SPLA when it didn't have any peace with the government? No. Riek came to Khartoum, and then he fell with the Northern. He went back. The same things in Juba. He fought with Silva. He ran to Jangwal as a rebel, and then again he came back. Do agreement with the Silva. Do you think what he have in his mind? Do you know what he's doing? Why he running up? Because he understand that one thing's defeat Denka, you have to be what? Inside Juba with the Denka. To be a party, to be organized. Like Nuer organized, Denka organized, only people not organized. Wow, people. Balanda, Kresh, those people not organized like Denka or like Nuer. Equatoria also not organized. Equatoria organized now as a tribe, by the way. If you come now, go to America, see here, registered communities. Bari community, Fajul community, they are registered individual as a tribes. So don't bring the words of Equatoria. If you want to bring the words of Equatoria, be sure you have to fight for it first. Fight with Equatorians to be sure nothing's called Fajul community registered or Bari Fajul community like we're not registered. In Lanya, I'm from Fajulu. There was fighting in Lanya. Okay, they were killing people in Lanya. People all now refugees in Uganda, which Equatorians came up as Equatorians to support what is happening in Lanya is wrong. Denka kick everyone out from the village. This is right. Numule, Denka say I'm a Denka Numule because I was born here, I was raised here. Did Equatoria talk about that? Okay, guys.
Yes, they did.
Don't be proud. I don't pride about the name of Equatoria because we are not doing action actually in Equatoria. And I'm sorry if I cut because we are talking a lot. I can talk in a lot of corners if you want to come.
I appreciate.
Yeah, but I'm just giving you these points just for you, and then we have to focus. You guys, moderator, you have to be working on single area and just take some topic and just focus on it, and we talk about it.
Thank you, brother.
And thank you guys for giving me this chance. And thank to Frankly, it's not from us, but he is someone actually need to support and help us and give us ideas. And
do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, Roman?
Thank you.
He had a question. He said, "Can you define what is Equatoria mean to us, or what is the meaning?"
No, that's for us. That's for us.
No, I can answer this.
Oh, no. You asked the question to us. That's the question to us, directed to us.
No. My question to you guys: why is talking Equatoria? Do we are Equatorians or we are tribes?
We'll give you the answer. We're not really here.
Don't lie. Don't lie to yourself, guys. I'm just telling you the truth because I live in the world.
Who's lying here? I mean, I'm trying to tell you, if you think I'm lying, why do I waste my time in lying? Because if I'm lying, I will be getting a job from lying, but I don't get anything from this. What we're talking about here, we're talking about Equatoria, my brother. Because I don't know if you see the. I want to ask you something. Okay, let's not into argument or one-on-one talk. We just want to say this. And you have any question to Mr. Frank or anything before I can get to my answer, or CJ?
Yeah, I will ask Frank a question.
Yeah,
Frank, thank you for coming to the program, and I see that you actually have a good heart to support us with ideas and this kind of stuff. So sometimes I know some questions doesn't make sense even, But my question is just simple for you. First of all, we South Sudanese people, we don't have a history. Okay, the history we have is the northern history about Al-Mahdiya, about those stuff all. But South Sudan don't have a history. And I remember the words of Jimmy Carter. They say, let the Sudan be like, South Sudan be like close like that until will come time when they know themselves, and then they can be a country. We also already were a country, but because we don't know ourselves in that country. So for,
do you have a document?
Frank, I have documents.
Okay, yeah. I need that document. If you can send it to me in my
I
yes,
I cannot send to you.
No, put it out there publicly.
No, yes. No, I want to see question.
Because I will
okay,
also
we'll get it. It's okay. I understand.
Okay, let me help you. For a question, I can help you on that one. When the referendum come to Sudan, it's not about Sudan agree for that, but they sent Hosni Mubarak from Egypt. They went to.
We're not about Egypt right now, brother.
I'm telling you, Hosni Mubarak sent America sent Hosni Mubarak. Who bring the peace? America bring the peace through Hosni Mubarak to show Hosni Umar Bashir the papers of South Sudan. And then when the Umar Bashir saw that, he agreed for that. This is why the peace, we have referendum in South Sudan. It's not about getting fighting, have a gun. No, it's American. He's the one bring the peace to South Sudan.
Thank you.
Yeah, but this is my question to frankly, just we are tribes there, but this is why my question was, even it disturbed me. My question was just simple, like we Equatorians, to understand Equatorians is the people living in Equator line, Equator line, in tribes where from western to eastern. But we are not, this word of Equatorian just only in town Juba. But if you go to the towns out there, Torit, you go to Lanya, Yei, those people don't know what's Equatorians. And for you, do you think Equatorians won't talk about Equatorian? They are organized?
Are you focusing Equatoria identity on organization? Or are you focusing on Equatoria? Because now you just mentioned something. You said Equatoria is in the equator. Then you are confusing yourself here, my brother. When you're talking about that, like, okay, why they call the other people Upper Nile? Because this is even a question that even it's just like mind-boggling. Not even mind-boggling. It's just like really you need to kind of check your history. You said South Sudan don't have a history. My God,
yes.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Tell me. No, tell me the history of South Sudan one day. Not now. This is something between me and you. We'll talk about that.
My brother, if South Sudan don't know their history, they will not fight the so-called Arab in North Sudan. Are you coming from different rules?
No
history.
Know
our history, we know identity, we know what we have. Even the Arab, when they were colonialists, remnants of the Ottoman Turk and those Caucasians or the Caucasians of Russia were brought by the Turkish Ottomans to come and abuse our people in the name of Islam, and then they overcame Khartoum and Sudan, and then later the British used the game by divide and conquer, and especially like we have a history, my friend. We have a documentation.
This is
even our
history.
People left it. That's not Sudan.
History. Not South Sudan history. No South Sudan. Not about talking about. I'll send a book, by the way. If I will send a book. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay.
I don't know who wrote the book. Who wrote the book? Can I ask you who wrote the book?
One of the from the Middle East wrote the book. This is 1837.
That's it.
About the tribe in South Sudan. Okay, about the tribes, not about the history.
When you say Middle Eastern, who is the greatest enemy of Africans? Those who call for independence of South Sudan from the start.
We'll call him next time.
The Arab used to refuse.
Listen to me.
Let the South Sudanese compete for their rights.
I'm sure you go to high school. Did you read something about people tribe in South Sudan in history of Sudan?
Tell me. I know my tribe. Listen, brother. I know.
Tell me, what did you read? What did you read about South Sudan in the history of Sudan?
To know? Listen, I'm from South Sudan. Are you trying to challenge my identity? I am from South Sudan, and I know my tribe. You don't even have to teach me. I know who I am. If you tell, like Mr. Frank is not from there, I can give him explanation. But thank you for your point. Let me listen. We don't want to be distracted, okay,
brother?
Yeah, we don't want to be distracted.
We'll extend our hand to you guys. We'll extend our hands to you if you can make it next time to us, please. All right?
No problem. Thank you.
It will be a great conversation, okay?
We will answer you. Trust me. We're not afraid. We're not afraid to. We're not afraid to answer.
It's not about a prayer. But listen, last things, just because I'm gonna cut out from you guys because you have to continue your program. And my name is Emmanuel Laila, and I do visual art, I do graphic design, I do theater. So I have a foundation. I have a foundation about history of all over the world. If you want to talk about anything in history, I'm there, number one. So this, so I'm just give you talking to one someone I have a good information about
Thank
it.
you.
Shukran,
Yeah,
Awid,
you're
shukran.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meshi
Just
Habib.
yeah.
Meshi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Meshi.
Yes, I will call you Mr. Wani Soka. You wanted to Shoka. I will. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Okay. And I know Mr. Frank is here. Is our guest, our main guest. So please, Joseph, you want to answer something to him quick, so I can give Mr. Joseph. I mean, Mr. Frank. Go ahead.
No, I just want to make a comment here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, we invited a guest
Yes,
who,
sir.
who volunteers his own time to come and talk to us. And then we are proving to him that we are even disorganized and arguing, contradicting ourselves like this brother was saying. How at the end will the guest analyze us? I mean, yes, he may be an artist, he may be what, but does he know geography? Does he know history?
Yeah, yeah.
No. Equatoria. When we talked about Equatoria, that is from the geographical point of view that's where Equatoria lies. But Equatoria, as Equatoria, has got tribes. If he understands that, has got tribes
and culture,
people, and culture, and people from Equatoria. All right, the three reasons of Equatoria. They know someone from West know that I'm Equatorian, but because my area lies in the west of Equatoria, someone from the central knows he or she is an Equatorian, but his or her region lies in the center of Equatoria, as well as someone from the east. It doesn't mean that they don't know they are Equatorians, but from the geographical point of view, that is where their location lies. I don't know why this brother is denying this fact. And two,
can I clarify?
Yes?
Yeah, no, TJ, give him a chance. He's talking, so we can give Mr. Frank.
Let me just clarify. Our brother
we
is
will answer him.
challenging
We
us.
have all the time to answer, but let's remember.
Hold it, Tetika. Our brother is challenging us. He's saying that, our main focus would have been on unity of Equatoria or coming together so that we stand. That's what I understand from what he said, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
You can answer him later, but let us.
It's not necessarily that the equator. He knows that, of course, definitely. But it's just only telling us that we should always come together and stand. And then before we
what
proceed,
are we doing now? What are we doing now? Are we not coming together to speak for Equatorial issues?
Anyhow, from his perspective, that's the way how he look at it. No, not everyone can look to Equatorial way how we're looking to. The reason why we have to, make ourselves, tell ourselves, engage in discussions so that we don't understand more. So the reason why I've said, I extend my hand and say, okay, come to us next time, and we'll have to discuss this issue, which is something open. So it's not any obstructions. There's no any obstructions. That's the way how we look at it. So it's point of view, and we respect it. Thank you.
All right. No problem. Mr. Wani Shoka, I send you the link. If you want to come in through the link, because I can't call you. I don't have a phone with me. I'm using iPod. So just go ahead through the link, please. That'll be great, because I cannot be able to call you and I'm in the iPod. So just go ahead there. Continue, Mr. Joseph, and then I can give Mr. Frank. Thank you so much, Mr. Frank. I know we took your time. I really appreciate you for coming in, because it's a great honor to bring you, and you can speak on some points that we need to hear and our people need to hear. Go ahead, Mr. Joseph, and then we give it next to Mr. Frank. And welcome, Auntie Patricia, for joining us also. Thank you.
Yeah. What I'm going to conclude is that if we have this kind of discussion, we need to take it away from any guest that we bring to talk to us, rather than kind of contradicting things in front of a guest. Makes things a bit confused and disorganized and not knowing exactly what we're talking about. This is my conclusion here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. At the end, I want to say thank you, Mr. Frank. I know Mr. Frank, he's not a stranger. He's one of us now based on knowing a lot about us. And when I say one of us, because at the end he respect the humanity. Mr. Frank might be Italian, might be American, but
No,
at the
he's not
end he looks at
brother-in-law. Brother-in-law.
yes, but I know, but I'm saying he so much admire our community of Equatoria. He have heard a lot, and he was even interested to talk about Equatoria based on his knowledge and also similarizing the condition. Let me mute. Hold on a second. There is a echo. I don't know where. Just a second. Please, hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Excuse
yes,
me.
just
Don't
yeah,
forget
yeah, yeah,
time.
yeah. I just want to
Time.
finish my point.
Time.
CJ, just yeah, I know. I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Frank, again from the bottom of my heart for coming up and being with us here for these 2 hours, and we will finalize our points sooner. But what I want to say is that Mr. Frank is not a stranger from us. He's been really looking deep into the case of South Sudan and Equatoria in particular because he saw the agony of our people. So for us, Equatorian, even when we come up here in this forum, we're not afraid to come and talk, open mind. I know, heart to heart and open mind, just to listen to each other. Yes, we have a guest, I understand, and you have a point, my brother Joseph. But remember also, we are not in terror of somebody to come and challenge this, put such a challenging question, because we are aware of such people will come up and say some things like that, because we have never seen, this is not the new thing to hear. The only thing that bothers me is people repeat when you talk to the same person and you repeat to him the same thing, and they don't get it. That's when you really get irritated. Like yesterday, I was irritated with some people, but I don't want to talk about that because it was just irritating to the point that they're getting nowhere to comprehend what I'm trying to say. But for what I'm saying here, there is issue going on in Equatoria, and we talk about Equatoria, and you have explained it perfectly, my brother Joseph. You explained it perfectly that what Equatoria is not defined just because because of the lack of unity today. Like earlier, if he followed us in the start when I put my speech out there, I said Equatoria is a culture, it's an identity, it's an idea that was built by our ancestors. Equatoria was not built today. We are historically lived side by side as a community of Greater Equatorian in the peninsula or in the region, the line that we call as Equatorian. We never went against each other. If we did a fight or something happened, we come together in a very diplomatic, political way. Even the British, you talk about the Arab who wrote that. And you know what the Arab used to call us? They call us Abid. Abid au Zunji, means slave, au Negro. That's what they used to call us. So yeah, the way how they.
The point is unity, please. Talk about unity.
I know, but I'm talking like he's trying to bring a writer from the Middle Eastern, the same writers that they used to demonize South Sudanese as ungodly people. They are heathens. Did you remember how they create the jihad on our people?
This is irrelevant point at the
No,
meantime.
but I'm saying, is that if you don't understand, then because he's trying to denounce that South Sudan don't have a history. Where you come from? What is history to you? Your understanding? Because it's really a very infantile remark to come and say a question like that. But I will give my brother, Mr. James. Mr. Frank, because I'm trying. And sometimes, please, guys, don't. I'm not saying that you have to be interrupted, but I'm just saying because I have to explain something. Because sometimes I feel like some people they don't get it until you have to explain it to them in a full way, like a teacher or like whatever. But I know I don't have patience on that. But I'll give chance to Mr. Frank to answer to some of the questions Mr. Joseph have said, and if he have a comment. Thank you. Yes, I hope you understand me, guys, because he was going out of topic saying we don't have history, which is ridiculous. We have a history.
Yeah, I mean, and a rich history at that. I mean, my wife's grandfather fought against the English, and she's Equatorian, and there's history there. To say they don't have history, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, continue, sir. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah, that's
What
great.
was the other question?
Mr. Joseph, if you're there, please. What is the question, Joseph? Again, I will have to ask you. You asked something about
No,
to Mr. Frank.
I don't have a question for Frank. I was just correcting that brother who said earlier that there is a rich history, as Frank said, of Equatoria, because who started the first struggle? Equatorians, Joseph Lagu, as you mentioned earlier, and who were the people who identify that, look, we cannot live together with you guys, the Arabs. We need our own autonomy. Are the Equatorians. Now, we should not be denying the fact that all this happened and initiated by Equatorians. This is a history. And even coming to this,
I hope I'm inside.
Coming into this,
Yeah, go ahead.
this SPLA struggle, the one that led to the independence of the country. If it is not because of the Equatorians, there will be no South Sudan as a country today, because it were the Equatorians in the SPLA who remain as loyal to the movement when all those people defected from the main SPLA movement. So what is this? This is a history by itself, although it is being denied by those who are currently sitting in J1. But this is a history by itself.
That's great. Yeah.
And Equatorians have got a history, and history of being together, solving their problems in a way that doesn't lead to conflict or fighting. This is how Equatorians are. This is a history by itself. So why are we denying all this? I don't know. But just to mention this.
Can the brothers give me a chance? I want to answer that guy before he leave. Because Malish.
You mean the guy who what's his name? The Equatorian brother who left? I think he left.
Yes.
He left. But go ahead. You can speak. Yeah, you can speak in English because we have a guest who speak English.
I'm going to have to bid you good night.
Wallahi, he lucky.
Okay, hold on. You say what, Mr. Frank? Sorry.
I'm going to have to bid you good night.
Yes. Okay, then put your final word, sir, and then please, because I don't want you to kind of like go without your speech. Well, Mr. Wani.
Final word, final word. To have a democracy has to be all inclusive. It has to work for everybody.
I agree.
That's my final word. And on that note, I'll bid you all a good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frank, and thank you for your sportsmanship, for listening and getting to this. And I hope we'll get another time, and please share it with your friends and tell them about Equatoria, because we need our voices to be heard by every American citizen.
Yes, definitely. The message needs to be put out there.
Frank,
yes, sir.
If we can cut it short. Patricia is here. Did you give her the chance to talk?
Who?
Patricia? You say Patricia's here?
Oh yeah. No, she is gonna speak. But he's going. Mr. Frank has his own time. He's out because he's been here for. Thank you so much, Mr. Frank, and I bid you good night and thank you again for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Have a blessed night. Yes, thank you. We look forward to talk again. All right. God bless.
Bye. It's wonderful. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Good night.
All right. Bye. All right, guys. Mr. Wani, go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Wani, and then welcome. I'm sorry, Patricia, أنا بديك فرصة بعد واني بس. طبعا واني قال ده respond, so we can speak in Arabic هسه كان داير أو بإنجليزي، المهم بأي لغة بتاعنا بنحكي فوقه. It's be easy for people because we had a guest, we had to speak in English, but now we can go back in Arabic, be easier for our people to listen. Go ahead. Thank you for those who are watching.
brother Bonik Ajere, go ahead. أنا ما عندي مشكلة. Yeah.
لا أنا أول حاجة دي نجي لفرصة لأختي باتريسا ده is هو أبو هوا لكن له حاجة كده حاجات اللي كده بيطلعوا برا. أنا سميت اسمه تونا جونجو.
She's a warrior. She's a warrior. She's a warrior.
طبعا سودان في بالنا طبعا زمان كان في بالنا كان حاجه كده في غير بتاعك زول طلع برا ولا دي كويس يا اخي زول دي كويس لانه طلع بعد طلع برا ده نوني انت ما في ده بونس
ويلكم
انا كنت كان دير الراجل ده اللي بيتكلم كلام ويش
اسمه ايمانويل
قال اسمه تو لا من فجلو
قال ايمانويل لا ايوه
okay yet when the time those people still arrested وبعدين اجري اسمه تو منوتا اdrada arrested اسمه تو اجري what's his name
Abdullah
the one go over there اسمه تو اجري ياتا
okay
I'm the one go over there انا كان زمان شغال في الحكومه هو كان وين وجماعه ده كان زمان ما في زغور انا كتبوا انا مهم بطريقه بتاعتها انا بمشي بساعد الجماعه دي بيستنوا بديهم يعني في محل ثاني بتاع عذاب ده جنبه بنك سيتي بانك I was there everything حتى سالاغوزي وكي جابوا رايت انا كنت انا اول زول ضربت سالاغوزي هم ضربوه في ايران جابونا بقى تنفيذ التدريب مع واحد بيقولوا مركزه اول دفعه انا ضربنا يا فوق واحد بيقولوا جوليوس من اولازاندي طيب لا دي كان هو وين قال لنا ما عندنا وحده انا كنت بعرف ده انا كنت بنعرف كلام ده انا نمشي جوبا انا بشيل الناس بكنت في كارغو بسافروا انا ما اجي من جوبا جاي بشيل ما بعرف لا امه لا ابوه ما بعرف اي زول كله كان في واحد من الاولادين كان اسمه مكر بعدين في عز الدين وبعدين في فوزي انا كنت بتعامل مع بعض كده قبليه دي جابوا شنو قال لك ايكواتوريا ما عنده ويدا يو ار ستوبيد انت ولا بس انت يو ميك ا ميستيك انه ده سبب انا ما داخل في حاجاتك كنا نوتي بكتوني ليه when I was supposed انا عمري بقى كم 50 كم 60 لانه somebody say like that push us to as an worry انه what is going on what going on before يا اخي كده شوف انا ده اقول لك حاجه واحد كالتاي وما تايوغا في دار انتو ديفيد انا بعدين فوق بيقولوا على حاجه كوموينجي بعدين فوق بيقولوا انري مينغا الناس دي بيقولوا اسمع دين 10 بلاك يال دي كله كاتول دي كله بلاك بتقولوا بدو في كليه تاع سجون ولا لاجئ هم كله انا بمشي بيتر سيريلو ده بيتر سيريلو جابنا توت جارن الحس هنا عقيد ده قال جابوا من الدينكا او الدينكا ده كله شنو كاتول قال بيقى الناس بطالين يا اخوانا انتم ما طلعوا بنار no nas jede and when we lock in gal please call me put not why direct to answer them and nar benar and be sin besin ajana ngal the bible the normal bible jadid ya akhi that is wrong
انا معك
that is wrong الان بان السين بسين
ما يجري كم في موجود
لقد 200
who's
انت عليك الان اقول لك حاجه واحد انت نوتو مامارا بتاعي كلنا انت نوتو مامارا ما بيني بتاعي كلنا بيني جابوا جانا يلا بيني قاعد في بيت ده قال دوقت الارض يلا زول قاعد معنا في بيتين قال مصالحه يا قانا سي انتوا انا ده في سي ولا ما في انا دي واحد انتوا يا سكر ولا انتوا بنا سكر سي يلا جانا ده بسميه منو مره بيني ده جاتو وقدامي قدام امته yake يكون يتعرفوا يا قانا انتوا جيبوا دي النار جي انا زوت الامني تو ما صار كويس اي زول كويس حق المعرفه انا ساعد جنبين كله لكن انا ما عندي قبيله لكن انا بكرهني ما انا بارياوي انا ما قبلي لكن اهلي باري بكرهني لانه ليه انا ما قبلي كان جيبوا ايس انا بقسم ايس زي كده ما عندي حاجه واحده خالص دي الحاجه ربنا خلاني لك يوم انا عايش ما بقرا انجليزي ما بقرا عربي ما بقرا لكن انا عندي شهاده امريكيه وانا عندي رخصه تراك وانا هسه ماشي كويس
شكرا قوي
وانا قاعد بساعد ناس وانا قاعد بساعد يعني انا قاعد اي حاجه انا بنعمل لكن بيسنو اول طلب بقلقان ابوه شو تعرف زي دافع باباك ما تحبسه
حقيقة
بإيكاتوريا كانت بيت امشي على كانت ولد امشي على لكن سنو اول طلب بقفش تا باباتك تا بيتك اللي هو في عندنا بيقولوا قفش في طبعا في حاجات كوداجير هناك في حاجات في ربانجين في حاجات كده في حاجات كده اول ما تحبسه enjoy yourself over there and finish over there كانت بنيه ولا كانت ولد لكن اول تغلط لو انت قلت لو حاجات دي ما جاك هيجي لعيالك ويجي عيال امك ابوك هسه في عندنا بيوت هسه في كاتولا قفلوا بيوتهم كتفوا وكشف لانه اكلوا قسمتين
عندنا سبر يعني
انا
إيكاتوريا
ما ادري زياده بس عفوني انا لو مشيت زياده انتوا عفوني بس
No, it's okay. Thank you.
شكرا كثير.
I appreciate you, Kulwani. This is the first time I see you talking to us in this forum. It's really great to hear you, to hear your perspective. خليك معنا بس شوية ما مشكلة كان أنت ما عندك anything to do بس خليك معنا شوية. ده نسمع أنتي باتريشيا. Go ahead أنتي باتريشيا كنت قصدك the comment. I think the same guy that طبعا في حاجات زي ده قاعد يفور دمنا ما نسمع من الأخوان لكن شنو في النهاية أنا بس قلت له عندنا هيستوري ما في زول يقول لنا ما عندنا هيستوري ده موجود اجدادنا ده خلوه هسه دينكا قاعد يشيل مقابر بتاع اجدادنا ده عشان eliminate our history
كده ندين هنا بسيط شويه فترة دي سيلو جادتكم في بحر
اوكي
جابوا له مشاكل جابوا لهم اسم تو يا ابو حوا يا ناجونغو بيجيب له اسم ثاني جديد
لا انت بتريشا لازم يبيك her name انت بتريشا it hurt هلو اتفضل
yes hello etika
انا معك اتفضل يا
اخوي ده ما عارفني يعني هو قال انا اسم تاعنا جونجو او ابو حوا انا طبعا يعني اصلا كنت انا اسم ده يعني انا من قمت صغير لغايه ما انا قبل ما يزوجوني انا كنت فيري كوايت انا كنت في كونفنت انا كنت عايزه اطلع سيستر بمناسبه كويس لمعلومه بتاعه كده واعرف قال فيني اسم ناس جونجو ده كان زول در نادانا ناس جونجو يو ار موست ويلكم كان تدر نادانا كمان ابو حوا يو ار موست ويلكم انا جت على ابو حوا انا جت على ابو حوا ناس جونجو عشان ايكوتوريانز you know عشان
you're a warrior انت بتريشا I give you a warrior title
amen
yeah,
thank you
because I love Equatoria so much. I love my people, Equatorians so much. يا عشان كده انا طالع نجونجو انا طالع ابو هوا
اسمع ان ذاته اصلا ان ذاته في التايتل ده كمان ان ذاته عندنا هوا لانه قالنا بيس اوف مع كويك بيبل لما قال يا اخي كنترول يور تمبر لكن تعرف ليه تمبر بيجي سوري ما قاطعك انت بتريش لانه الناس القلادبين ده الناس ما بيحترم معنى ايكواتوريا they don't feel the pain تاع بناتنا قاعدين يغتصبوهم رجالنا قاعدين يقتلوهم ارض قاعدين يقلعوا قدامنا حتى مقابر تاع اجدادنا ناموا الاف السنين قاعدين يكبوا برا عشان يكتوا هوتيل عشان دينكا يجي يعملوا فوق الشرمطه بدون مؤاخذه ويعملوا فوق دعارات جوا ويلا بيجي بيشيلوا مكانات المساكين دي قال ده كجور قال حجه بتاعهم كجور ودعاره ده قاعد في جي 1 قاعد في حكومه هناك قال لهم حكومه ده هم قاعدين يعملوا دعاره ده حتى جوا مكتب قاعدين يعملوا دعاره بتاع مفترض كان يلطفونا نازل عشان تعرف الوسخ ده عايزين يجي تارجت our people المساكين اللي ما قاعدين يعيشوا so go ahead Patricia
انا اول فوق بسلم عليكم طبعا فرانك تعالى انه بونس بعدين بعربي انا بسلم عليكم يا اخواني يا اخواتي في الفيوز كله وانا بديكم تحيه قويه جدا يا شبابنا ايكوتوريانز انتوا بمناسبه انتوا رجال ونص كمان رجال من بعيد بالشاف لو قاعد بالشاف لو قاموا بيخافوا منهم فانتوا ايكوتوريانز بصراحه كده ما في حاجه تاني صعب بصراحه كده ما في حاجه صعب بالنسبه لكم شبابنا رجالنا وكده ما في حاجه صعب لكم بس في حاجه انه ايكوتوريانز دايما جي اكت سلولي ده بس حاجه انا مقتنع لكن ايكوتوريا لما يكفي راسه بالذات شبابنا بالذات رجالنا لما بيكفي راسه نظام one way traffic this is what I believe okay so انا داير اتكلم في موضوع بتاعت اخوي ده هسه جا قال ايكوتوريا ده اساسا ما في إيكواتوريا ده أصلا قاعد تصلوا إترو في بلد فجولين تصلوا فجولوا بكير قالوا إيكواتوريا ده شنو وإيكواتوريا ده إيكواتوريا أصلا ما في يلا زول بكلم نتا قالي أنا فجولو أنا نيانبرا أنا كده. يا أخوي أنا داير أقول لك حاجة، أنا ما أعرف إنت ما أعرف إنت بس داير تجي هنا عشان تتكلم، ولا أنت تجي هنا عشان تسهر في الشاشة، ولا أنت داير تجي هنا ده بس عشان داير تلعب في مخ ناس. أنا ببروف لقيت قال أن إحنا كلنا Equatorians from eastern to central to western، أنا greater Equatoria، أنا واقين في Equator. يعني إحنا أصلا من زمان معروف إيكواتوريا ده وكان كانتري، لو ما شالوا النص بتاعت جزء من الإيكواتوريا اللي دخلوه في يوغندا وفي كينيا وكده. إيكواتوريا ده أساسا كانتري، وإيكواتوريا إن شاء الله بيكون كانتري يا أخوي، إن شاء الله أنت بيكون في هناك قد تسمع. يلا إذا كان أنت هسي جاي تطلع لنا تقول قال أساسا إيكواتوريا ما في قبائل، خلاص زمن حصل مشكلة في لينتا فوجلو، زمن ترجو ناس بقى هومليس، ناس بقى هنا مش أنا بنادي واحد ده أنا طلعنا عملنا يومنتريان ورسلنا قروش لأبونا لبيشوب، بيشوب ماشي اشترى أكل، اشترى هنا مشامات، اشترى حاجات ده كله دي. أو هنا ده بوريك إنه إيكواتوريا ده فعلا يعني إحنا كلنا إيكواتوريانز ما قبائل. لأنه أنا من أشولي، أنا من إيسترن إيكواتوريا، أنا ما قلت أنا ما مسكت يدي كرمشت يدي إنه أنا ما بيساعدوا مثلا ناس فجلو ولا ناس أخوانتنا اللي كان حصل لهم مشاكل حتى في إيسترن إيكواتوريا، حتى لأهلتنا في باراجوك هناك كويس. أنا أصلا إيكواتوريانز. بعدين إيكواتوريا ده إيكواتوريا ده أصلا من زمان أسستنا. إيكواتوريا ده exist as Equatorians ومقسم على Eastern and Central and Western كويس، لغاية ما جاء زمان ناس أنينيوان كويس. ناس كان ما قسموا بعض تومن، ما بس كان توريت يا براو ناس لوتوكو يا براو حارب أنينيوان، ولا كان ناس وسترن إيكواتوريا بيجي قبيلة معينة يا كان حارب أنينيوان، من كله كان يتلموا كله مع بعض كإيكواتوريانز من حاربوا عرب كويس يا أخوي. فإذا أنت بيجابي ديستركشنز زي في داك الإيكواتوريا أو في داك في نص إيكواتوريانز، ولا أنا بقول لك shame on you shame on you. وإنت أنا خلاص كده في أنا تاي هسه أنا مناي نيتا قبلت جونس وأنا تاي قاسمة إنت خلاص إنت lose يالتك يودرو إنت ذات ودرو because you don't believe in Equatoria. إنت ما جي believe قال إنت واحد من ناس Equatorians، إنت خلاص ودرو. فزول الجونس زي ده أساسا زول خلاص ودرو، إنت عارف ده زول زي ده lose hope خلاص، إنت عارف عشان كده هو بيكرهوا بس. فانا دار اوريك يا اخوي، وانا دار اوريك يا انت اختي ايكواتوريا تاني هناك ولا كان اخوي تاني ايكواتوريا هناك ايكواتوري، انت كان قال تدير كهربو كويس وحده ايكواتوريانز، انت دير كهربو اسم ايكواتوريانز جريتا ايكواتوريا فدي عليتا انت هتبان. وبمناسبه زي ذاته تجي كرييت انيميتي مع ايكواتوريانز تانيين ديل ان شاء الله، ما قبيله تاكي ذاته تجي كرييت شنو، تجي كرييت عداوه انيميتي كويس، تجي كرييت كلام ده برا وريتا برا ورا عيالتك برا ورا عيالتك because at the moment أنا حاسة حاليا إيكواتوريانز أنا حاسة بالكلام ده في حاسة كم أخوانا تنا قاعد زبومن هناك، في كم أخوات تنا جه اغتسبومن، في كم حبوبات تنا جه اغتسبومن. يا أخي بالله ما بوجهته يا أخي، مرة إيكواتوريا مات ميت دي أنت لسه جي أجر جي ريبو تحت، ده ما بيكسر قلبك يا أخوي. أنا ما درست ميتا لأن أصلا أنا ما بعرف إيتا في يوم واحد ما طالع ذات ونص حاجة لانا، لكن because تعبت إيكواتوريانز ظروف الإيكواتوريانز جي مروا فوقه marginalisation الناس جي marginalised إيكواتوريانز humiliation الجهز الإيكواتوريانز جي جري في دوم تاي بطال عديل زره سخانة شديد. أنا ما بسيتي ميتا لكن در وري قالي إنت خلاص إنت خروف الودرو، وإنت كان بقى خروف الودرو يا أخوي عليك الله. سيب أنك إن لقت نيونغور إيكواتوريانز أنا تانين ديل لأن بيليمو كتلة أنا كمان لا دي عالم كله بعرف قال فين يا دي إيكواتوريانز كتلة تومن يا دي كويس. سيب أنا ما تجي هناك جا لقبت كلام ما كيف وكده يا أخي، يعني حاجة حيرني أنا ذاته حيرني. أنا جربت أطرش لما قال ما في حاجة اسمه إيكواتوريا. أو ماي جودنس This is so crazy يا جماعة. So يا أخواني Equatorians، يا شبابنا، يا أخواتي، عندنا نقول لكم أبقوا قوين، أبقوا قوين بمناسبة، لأن أنت بتلقوا إيكواتوريا أخوك ذاته بيجلي بيطعنك في ظهرك وبوديك. زمن بقى صعب، كان تجي دوره تلفت ورا وتاني يمين وشمال وتاني قدامك في شنو جاي، لأنه هسه بقى إيكواتوريا ذاته يا جي يعني قاعد يمسحوا بينا، قاعد يمسحوا بينا الوطا، وطا عديل كده. شفت تعرف وطا لما انت النمل ده لما تفجقوا كده ده ما خلاص، تو بيشوفوا التراب بس. في إيكواتوريا ذاته بقى قاموا للنزل كويس. فانا بوقف هنا في كلام اخوتي ده، انا فيري سوري له شديد، لانه خلاص يعني ضايع وضايع، وفي ما هو جزء من ايكواتوريا الثانيين ما في داعي ذاته زول يذكرهم. ديل خلاص ودروا، ديل ودروا ما معروف كيف ده بقى زي كانوا في تراب ثاني كده. كان جزاره مع زاره يترجع التراب تاع الشريف ده كله، يا تراب ده شكل تومن واحد، في ثاني بيقوم قصير ما نافي دي تبع موتو بيجادو هناك، في تاني كمان بيقوم تمام بولد الشريف تمام زي ما انت ذاته السيد ده بيكون مرتاح، في تاني كمان بيموتوا جوا هناك في جوا التراب ده، في تاني كمان بيقوم شكلته بيكون احمر كده. ده شاذ شديد. عشان كده في النص انا كايكوتوريس يا بقى الناس اللي في ايكواتوريا ده بقينا في تاني بقى زي التراب في النص لنا. دي المادر الحقيقه وما دير حاجه الكويس لايكواتوريانز، مول ما قاعد وجهت اهل تنا ومهات تنا قاموا لهم الريب، نسوان كبار عمر 80 سنه قاموا لهم الريب، جنازه تنا ايكواتوريا قاموا لهم الريب. ده حقاره داري وروكم يا رجالنا ايكواتوريانز، يا بناتنا ايكواتوريانز، داري وروكم انه شفت بنعمل فيكم زي ما احنا دارين نعمله. اوكي سو كده نروح في كلام تاع جبنا ناس ما فرانك ده قونسو كلام تاع ديمقراسي ده بالمناسبه يعني جيت وقف على الفهم بتاع الناس مختلف. ديمقراسي ده ما الناس اللي في بلد ده في امريكا ده ديمقراسي ده ماشي اسر جيران. يلا فيدراليزم دي انا نجي في فيدراليزم ذاته. فيدراليزم ده يا اسر يعني انا قاعد في نيفادا، انا عندي حقوق حقي في نيفادا، حقوق تام. حاسه انا شغاله عندي انشورنس كويس مع الشغل بتاعت اسم شنو ده، انا عندي انشورنس بتاعت مع الشغل، وانا عندي ميديكيت اوكي فول كفرج كمان كويس. يلا الفيدراليزم ده هو يا شفتها اللي بيخلي كل ولايه ولا كل ستيت بيكون عنده قانون بتاعه، وشفتها اي حاجه بوفروا لك هناك كويس. عشان كده جبنا من فرانك بونوس ده. يلا هسي حاليا يا ايكواتوريانز الفيدراليزم والديمقراسي في ذاك الجنوب السودان ده ما بينفع خالص. الانغاز حقنا يا هو بس سيبريشن ده، separation of 3 region يا ايكواتوريانز. قوموا تشخ بصوت عالي تشخ، فيدراليزم ولا سيبريشن؟ جماعه غصبا عنهم يقبلوا انه دارين. شفت ايكواتوريا تو بي ران باي ايكواتوريانز. عندنا اولادنا انتلكتشوالز، عندنا اولادنا ما شاء الله، عندنا دكاتره، عندنا انجينيرز، عندنا لويرز، عندنا ناس المتفوقين في السياسه. دارين ايكواتوريا تو بي ران باي ايكواتوريانز بس كويس. فما صعب يا جماعه، ما صعب كويس. احنا في القرن ال21 زمان الناس كان بيتراسلوا بجوابات وجري وسكوا بعجله وداك وده، لكن هسه في عالم بتاع الانترنت كويس. الكلام ده بيحصل. ايكواتوريانز كتير خايفين انه انفصال ايكواتوريا ما بيحصل. تاني يجي كفو قال فيني ايكواتوريا ما بيليد نفسه تومن، ما بيرول نفسه تومن باي نفسه تومن. في كتير قونوا الزرع خايفين كويس، خايفين. انت في القرن ال21 يا اخي جدودنا جدي حارب انجليز في زمان في القرن ال18 هناك كويس. حارب انجليز، طرد انجليز، ده ما خاف كويس. جانا سانيانيوان ما خافوا. جاء سرنا في القرن ال21 الخوف له شنو يا ايكواتوريانز؟ عشان كده انا قاعد نقول يا شبابنا اطلعوا اكتبوا بوست، طلع في قلبك كله، قول في جوا كله. شفت شنو؟ عشان العدو ذاته يسمع، وعشان العدو ذاته يعرف انه شفت شنو محل التركيز بتاع الناس شنو ذاته. تركيز حقنا دارين بس شفت separation or 3 region. ايكواتوريانز كده رول نفسه تومن بنفسه تومن ما على كيفهم كويس. قال قال اللي بيسأل ما بيروح. الناس قمنا بكام سيبريشن ده، لقطنا ناس بجاي قالوا ورونا انتوا ابداوا كده، امشوا كده وحبشوا كده، عملوا كده، لابد. اوكي يلا كده نتكلم في كلام ثاني. الناس اللي كاتب كومنتس زين، في كتير انا شفت كومنتس قبل ما كويس، فانا ما اعرف انتوا ناس زين، كان انت من مابان ولا كان انت من برغزال ولا انت من النيل، شين دخلك في موضوع بتاع ايكواتوريانز اللي بتجي هناك بس قلال ادب؟ لانه ليه ايكواتوريانز الكاوتس، رجال تنا الكاوتس البينا برا ده مون ياسي بشكل اوليك زي بيجا كاتب كومنتس زي يعني انت انه الناس بيجي بارا انه في اي محل بيكوز اوف ناس اللي جو نسو كاودلي في السوشيال ميديا اجنس ايكواتوريا، بيقول ايكواتوريا جيت على اجنس ايكواتوريا، عشان كده بيقول زول من برغزال بيجا بيدخل في الشوت ايكواتوريانز وبيكاتبوا النونسنس هناك. كويس يا ايكواتوريانز يا رجالنا ركبوا وش حديد، انتوا ركبوا وش الحديد للكلاب ديل. كويس ركبوا وش الحديد للكلاب ديل. سؤال واحد، انت من برغزال عندك مشكله هناك، امشي حل مشكلاتكم هناك. يعني الناس هم جي قاتلوا بعدين في جوجريال، ناس هم جي قاتلوا بعدين وين في ليك ستيت وكده، ما في كوتورة تاني فوت هناك دخل رونس نونسنس، لكن انت بتقوم بيجا دخل هنا. كويس وده من مابان ده جاي من مابان هناك، جاي هنا ده جاي شنو؟ جاي عشان يفرض رايه فينا. من يودي له فرصه ده؟ من يودي له سلطه ده؟ سلطه كامل انه يجي بدك يفرض رايه في ايكواتوريانز كيس، او يفرض رايه في موضوعنا بتاع ايكواتوريانز. من يودي له سلطه زي ده؟ ما في زول ودي له سلطه زي ده، المفروض يحترم نفسه. يا يجي كويس يكتب كلام كويس، يا كمان شفت شنو ما يجي خالص، ما يخش في كيس بتاع ايكواتوريانز. دي حاجه القي كونفيوز عن ايكواتوريانز كده، انا اوري لكم لانه نازل استعمروا ايكواتوريانز في جوالين بتاع ايكواتوريانز، وقاعدين دايرين يجوا يستعمرونا برا هنا، حتى في السوشيال ميديا ذاته دايرين يستعمرونا، حتى في فورم حقنا دايرين يجوا برضه يجوا بفوضى الادب بتاعهم ده يجوا يستعمرونا هنا. كويس لغايه 200 يا اخي انتوا اطلعوا بكميه بس اكتبوا كومنتس هناك، اكتبوا كومنتس. شفت شيكوزو زي يو شات هيم داون. بعدين انه ناس زي يا اتيكا، انا لو كان عندي مسؤوليه في الفورم ده زي انا ما اجي سيبوه، انا ببلوك هو لا كان شو انت انا بجد جيبه ورا عشان هو بيكاتب كومنت ده كيف.
That's right.
اوكي زول اي زول انت قاعد ناس ده اوريكم انتوا كوتورنس اديتوا فرصه للكلاب ديل، فرصه كامل. عشان كده اي كلب بيجي دير يجي ينبح جوا هنا في جوابتنا ايكواتوريا. حسب بس انت كنا اسم زوم تي في ديل منقوري فيري كلير، انت جاب النونسنس بتاعك بعمل لك ميوت، مش ميوت بعمل لك بلوك، يلا بجاب ام بلوك انت بعدين كان خلاص شو ده انتهى عشان انت بكاتبه كيف كان البلد بتاعك ما ظهر هناك. سو يا جماعه انا هنا الشباب والشابات، انا قايتوا الحمد لله، انا كويس، انا ما بقيت حبوبه لسه زي ما الناس كل قشتي ما انا يومين ده حبوبه، انا ما لسه بقى حبوبه، لكن انا بقول انا لسه دمي هار، كان ود لي انا سلاسل انا بحارب. كويس انا اقدر اقول لكم عندنا ناسنا كبار، عندنا ابوهاتنا كبار، عندنا خيلاننا اللي هربوا في اس بي ال، عندنا ابوهاتنا اللي كان هربوا في عنيوان، عندنا ناسنا في قيم في خرطوم، عندنا ناس عرب شمالين ذاته دارين يسمعوا الشو ده، قاعدين يسمعوا في الشو ده. كويس بيسمعوا. انا عشان بقيت مشهور انا بقى بتاع ناجونجو، انا بقى بتاع ابو كك، ولا انا بقى ما اعرف شنو ناس كتير قد يقول انا ممكن كان قال ليتوا بتخلوا فوضى زي يحصل.
ما تشتغل بوم
يا لا هم بيدوقوا، هم دارين يوروني انه انتوا كان زي ناس زي ما تخلي لهم يجوا يعمل ديستراكشن. اوكي فانا بس داير اتمنى انه اي زول هسه حاليا قاس معنا هنا انت ما ايكواتوريا بليز ريسبكت يور سيلف، ما تكتب اي كومنت. اوكي اي نو بتاعت كومنت الما يعني بيدي لمصلحه ايكواتوريا. don't waste your time because maybe we are going to change the system. The system is going to be a radical one. جراكون سيستم الاصلو يعني ديكتاتور اكثر من سلفاكير بتاعكم قاعد يعذبكم هناك ده. اي زول جاب كلام فارغ عمل له بلوك وانبلوكه، وبعدين كانوا دير بلوك تاعته كده فوتوا، لان هسه حاليا كيس سنه ايكواتوريا بقى خواجات قاسمه، كيس سنه ايكواتوريا شمالين قاسمه، كيس أن إيكوتوريانز في نفوسهم قاعدين يسمعوا كويس، وناس كان من برغزال ومن النيل ناس قاعدين يسمعوا. So الجيجا بكلام فارغ ده you just reduce them. Okay, reduce them. Just block them, let them go and calculate their LCM and let them find a solution out there. Okay. أنا خلاص أنا بوقف هنا كده، أنا أسيب فرصة لتكون أكون تاي. أنا I'm very proud. رجال تنا رجال كلمة، صوتهم قوية بهز الجبل. فأنا أعرف إيكوتوريانز كله كانت رفعت الطوبة، لقيت إيكوتوريا تحت الطوبة دي سألته سيبريشن ولا وحدة، بيقول لك سيبريشن، ما تكون كافر. أوكي سيبريشن. بعدين أنا بنعرف systematically slowly by slowly قال لك أجري جينا كولدو ما بيبرد طوال جيري، بيبرد ستيب باي ستيب. الناس اللي ماشيين ستيب باي ستيب ما تتفاجئوا، إنه بس بعدين ينزلوا صناديق، بس صناديق جروه في كل ستة ولايات أمريكا ولا كان في كندا ولا وين، صناديق جروه for voting، يا separation يا كده يا داك separation، بس صندوق واحد separation أو 3 region كده. إنت بيفوت غصبا عنك يا إيكوتوري، لأنه ده بيكون voting لإيكوتوريانز بس، كانوا دارين ولا ما دارين. اللعبة في يدنا يا إيكوتوريانز، الملعب في يدنا، الكرة في ميداننا. يلا لازم إحنا نلعبوه صح، لازم نلعبوه صح يا أخواني يا شباب يا رجالنا يا إيكوتوريانز. كان ما إنتو ما ساوث السودان، كان ما إنتو ما كان اس بي ال ذاته شفت شنو روما ده سي بي اي، كان ما إنتو ما كان ذاته يعني أنيا وانده عرب ما عرب ترجو عرب وما در عرب في زمن استعمارته عرب، وهسه حاليا ما دارين استعمارته نازل في راستنا اللي هم انتوا فهمتوا. فشكرا، انا بقوم بخليكم لغايه هنا.
ربنا يبارك فيك والله كثير كويس
كده نضيف حاجه before she leave.
Yeah.
Yes. Najongo, good news انه we get the website انه كان في اللي هو اسرائيل اتفقوا اتفاقيه مع جنوب السودان، كان عنده ويب سايت قلب لعبه مخابرات بيشيلوا تليفونات الناس بدون اذن اي حاجه ما نسي دبي. فالجماعه دي قبضوا اساس تشاجوا اسرائيل وتشاجوا دبي وتشاجوا دول OMRF، لانه ليه روسيا وامريكا دخل مشاكل في بترول ما بترول وشات داون بيستاب انه شنو. يلا في واحد من زماننا كان ضربني في امريكا تام في مع الشغل تاعي انا، طبعا انا ما انتوا عارفين انا كنت شغال معرض كان كبير من زمان ميرنا كان طلعوني برا انا جونجريت بيتي من. الحمد لله الجماعه دي هم شو زميلي في ايرفينج هو ساعدني شديد اي حاجه المهم ونسوا هناك ولما ونسوا اي حاجه كل مكتب الرئيس ومكتب كركور مسو تقول يجيبها قال اسمع are you ready؟ أنا قلت ready. قال how am you going to pay؟ I say man the deal I give it to him. فور بيجيب الريكورد دي كله بيجيبوا لنا. good. فدي حاجة إنه أقدر ورينه أنا متأكد ناس زي كان قاسم إننا في أجل مسو إننا ماشيين فوق خلاص إننا ما راجعين تحت. excellent. إننا ماشيين فوق إننا ماشيين تحت هنا ما قبلين. okay.
Thank you so much Uncle Wani. أنا بس أقول لك شكرا كثير.
أنا بتمنى لو أنت لقيت زول كويس ولا كويس كده كده أنا بسلم مهمة دي لأنه أنا قرأ موتو ما معروف سن بحصل أنا.
no بعد الشر الله يطول عمرك.
آمين.
أنا مين كان في الأمن يا ماما يا بنتي أنا مين كان في الأمن.
بس ما أنا قاطعك Uncle Wani ما أنا قاطعك. أنا بدل نقول لك أندر نستضيفك this week Sunday كيف بتندك فرصة تيجي في Sunday يا off day بتاعك 200 أنا عاوز أستضيفك تتكلم عن تاريخ نبذة التاريخ بتاعك. أنت قلت اشتغلت منازل كويس ذاته ده عشان تقدر توري للناس اللي لسه عاوزين undermine and doubt Equatoria unity. what is Equatoria؟ أنا عاوز تيجي تتكلم عن تاريخ وحتى كيف قضية ناس أنيانيا قاموا كويس تكلمت. أنا بشكرك كثير. I'm really proud of you and I'm so thankful to you being here. لأنه عاوزين صوت بتاع Equatoria يسمعوه لأنه أنيانيا لحد هسه ما في زول يتكلم عنه. أنيانيا only best become just a record by the European أو بس paragraph بسيط كده في فيديوهات يلا خلاص. you know. But I want you, the living legacy بتاع Equatorian اللي lived during Anyanya واللي شاف نيميري. أنا ما شفنا نيميري بعيننا. We were kids, but you seen him, you have known him, you have seen a lot of Sudanese leaders. And then Joseph Lago is still alive. ربنا يطول عمره ويطول عمرك. أنا عاوزين زيك تجي تتكلم في منبر ده أرجوك. فيك تدينا فرصة on Sunday أو whatever the time أنت تكون possibly free. حتى ذاته كان في طريقة بكرة لأنه يوم الفرايداي في أخواتنا جايين يتكلموا لايف بنفسهم. لكن on Thursday I can do that, you know. بس أنا باخد لي rest a little bit. يلا أنا بجي أعمل لك لأنه we need to hear your voice, we need to hear your history عشان تقدر يكون documentation لأهلنا ده. وأرجوكم أي زول قاعد يسمعنا make sure you save those videos لأنه بيبقى في ناس قاعدين يحاولوا delete our video. Now I begin to find out some of the videos أنا كنا عملناه is begin to be taken out. So you guys need to save it for this purpose of and save it and then send it to people. I'll be the اسم عشان خلي revolution تاني يقوم زي ده. Equatoria revolution is started from the time Equatoria starts speaking. فأنا بديك فرصة أنكل واني وشكرا كثير لك للمسج بتاعك. Thank you.
في ديكليا هنا أنا كمان عندي ليميت إنه أنا بونus 200 في 83 وكده أنا دخلت في الجهاز الأمني. Okay. Yes. I can be a war that day. Our Hajj, let me tell you this who I. My grandfather in my mom is into Loko Logun from Bilinyam. Who come fi high coast in that. Ma is into Muno. Loli Gladu. Then a certain Kobar City. But then Jidutai, Pineta Butai is into Soka. Bolo. Obulu de fi London na moktu asa jumade rasale kutu katir asa masimini ogore fi London na gala ki wani jiru take da amul haja ni hajar katir sedi. Okay. And then finata Abu Batai,
please share it with us, huh? Share with us this book can be possible. I'll talk to you later about it.
Right, masimini badum. Yala finata ta jiru tai finata grandmother tai isunto musa lo adom. Dena al harb Inglisi lakadi masha lakadi harabu lakadi fi mal begulo woro kena isunto what you call a bagger. Yao Abu Tai ma lori merito me cousin. Dena zal harabu Inglisi lakadi tardumu lakadi masha nak وقرضوا مع هديه لقد اخر حاجه جمال نقاز قال يا اخوان نقبل لازم نقاز طبعا تزارقي كان في كوندوكورو دي اول عاصمه في كوندوكورو اسمه تزارقي مع هديه قام
exactly I agree انا قريت ذاته كوندوكورو كان عاصمه إيكواتوريا
يس يلا بعد ده شنو جمال قام شنو قال اسمه نقلب انه جمال جابوني جامين تنزانيا جابوا سو جدا موليني جمال قال اسمه نقلب نسال انا محمد دي عثمان اساسا ما يشيل يلا مع هديه بقى انا قال لا دي مسلمه بيشيلوا Yala Shalu Gabay Lekulu. From here, I don't know from Eba, Anama Bedaka, like from 83, Dukuta de Jihas, Al Amni, Laka de Inglab, Laka de Katronas, Laka de Jumat, Bet Al Abia, Bet Al Abia, Laka de Nuswana Gabat Saatum, Laka Naza Gabruma Marisa, Ana Saduma P Matar. Yes, I can do that. Lakin over that, Anamabura Mahal, I didn't, I never touch it.
I appreciate it. Good. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of you, Uncle Wani. زميلتك قاعد تقول أنا عاوزين نسمع because we need and this message to every Equatorian قاعد يسمعنا هنا. What we're doing هنا قاعد do it because we love Equatoria regardless إنت كان من وين من أي قبيلة because Equatoria is not قبيلة واحد. Equatoria is قبائل Equatoria. That what makes us who we are and we are very proud to call ourselves Equatorian. الناس اللي يشككوا اللي يعملوا division how they want to doubt Equatorial unity, those people are going to be in the dustbin of history زي ما بيقولوا. هم حيكون في مزبلة التاريخ لأنه ده ناس ما عندهم كرامة ولا عندهم dignity that what our ancestors did. زي uncle بتاعنا هنا ده من الناس اللي صنعوا تاريخ. I wonder those are less going to challenge us. أنا بتمنى هم يكونوا في shoes بتاع uncle واني هنا ويقولوا هم كان دخلوا في التاريخ زي ده. لأنه today Uncle Wani لما قاعد يتكلم he's not talking out of pride but he's talking out of passion for Equatoria who lived the life who did his best وإنتوا هنا اللي أنت ناقدونا ده تيجي تهينوا Equatoria إنتوا فعلا أنتوا enemy تا Equatoria لأنه enemy تا Equatoria
أنا كلمت مرتين مع جنا واحد جادا ولا بس اثنين يلا
ربنا يباركهم.
يلا أنا في لسه كتلكيها حرامني لدونغلا فوا بيقولوا يوحنا جبيديو I don't know one of you they know أنا ما بعرف وكان ده بينام متى عشيرة لليبيا وتأكلت هاي Walter David Dada Sobek وكان في ليبيا هناك يا هو انا كده اشتغلت the best اجل bodyguard نسيت محمد قذافي وانا يفات مكه طبعا مين جابوا لهم اشاره يلا كنت كاتليه سنه ليبيا في نفرين انا بدون بعدين في زمن جاي
انا عندي انكل اسمه واني كمان هو كان قاعد في ليبيا كمان قاعد في ليبيا هو كان في ليبيا ده ناس الثمانينات التسعينات حتى هو اسوي في كندا
ناس زي كانوا بعرفوا انا اول زول الفتح هجره لمالطا الجنوبيين يقولوا
اذا كنت بتعرف انكل تايدا انا بتكلم معك بعدين خاص هو كانوا جا من طريق مالطا تو that's amazing
انا اسال هو بقول له انت بعرف ايش انتوا لينا وانا بقول له الامن اللي كان
اكيد هو بيعرف عندنا انت كان في ليبيا بيعرف
انا كنت بعمل كوبي تا باسبورات انا بودي مات ميجريشن
يلا you have to hustle
ما في الاسود
انت امن دوله ولا امن داخلي
يس
فيا you have to hustle
لو ماشي انا لو كده ما سمع قال لك الزول ليه لو جا لو تو جماعه قالوا انا اكون في السجن.
اوكي اسمع انت قاصد لكودو اللي جمعت في امريكا ده مرحوم لكودو اللي كان في العراق
لا اجل جرامه كبير يا برادا اجل
اوكي we will talk I love to hear from you عشان كده انا عاوزك تيجي تورينا نبذه history because it's important وانا بشكرك كثير for your
اجل عالمي
yes
thank you that's great شكرا
I want to give CJ كان فيك ندي فرصه لكمان لجوزيف كمان هو قاعد يتكلم كانوا داير يخط اي نقطه يلا بعد كده نديك فرصه
شكرا
يخليك معنا شويه كان في لكن please we need you to come up and to tell us a story about history لانه طبعا كلامات اللي قاعد تقوله ده is gonna be a documentation of history وانا بشكرك because that's what inspires us يعني انا بدل نقول قبل ما ادي فرصه لجوزيف انا قاعد نقول يعني الكلام بتاعك انكل واني it what makes us as people الجو وراكم يعني we are proud of you trust me we are ده ما كلام بتاع هنا that we are proud of you because انتوا عملتوا مجهود بتاعكم انتوا خطيتوا اسم بتاع إيكواتوريا in the top regardless how يحانونا نما عاوزين يمسحوا اسم بتاع إيكواتوريا من وجود نما بقى يقولوا كده يعني بقى 1983 بقى يا تاريخ جنوب السودان when in reality is not إيكواتوريا history بتاعه قديم.
انا اديك حاجه صغير
اتفضل.
وقت علي سرور وسامزو كواجي ديرغ بدومون كان في مكتب جامع حسن جنب كوردينيشن كلام مهم دي تم انه ساعه 3 انا شلت موتور ساي كورنا جونجريت بتراس ما ماشي بليز ماشي لابراباس ماشي كله بقول هناك انا ماشي هناك لقيت فوايد هنا بيقول له فولو تيو من اولاد بوجلو وكان شغال في اجر من المال ده قلت له فول بس عندكم بس 10 دقائق لو ما طلعتوا خلاص انتوا انتهيتوا هنا خلاص وانا كشف جامع حسن نازل يطلع برا ويتا دو يابا ادي واني نيونغرو نني تالاي وما منو ما سانتو كواني انا ما طلعوا لما كده ومن طلعوا يلا قفلوا اليابا في كبوت وقفلوا سانتو كواني في كبوت بوم اخذ سفاره امريكيه لكن يوم الليله ما شافوا منو ما ما يلي وبولو تيغا في معنا في امريكا هنا في دار سيدي who can do that information منو بعمل الكلام ده كله.
Thank you.
ممكن انا نقول سامسون انا بعد بقى في مالطا نقول يا باندا قال واني نورو ديو ايديو نكون ممكنين who can do that تكلم جمتا تجربين بيقولوا انا
that's why I'm proud of Equatoria man that's why I'm so proud every time انا بسمع لانه ان Equatorian we fight for each other it doesn't matter يا تو قبيله يا تو منطقه في النهايه لما تيجي تجينا Equatoria انت بتشوف انه اخوك ده كان في خطر تفايت for him. They are the beauty of Equatoria. إنما ما كان نشوف هنا قبيلة.
إذا يقول إنما موحدين بيقول كنا عايزين نسأل لكن شنو ما درينا من ترابشل.
I know. طبعا عندنا guest Mr. Frank وأنا بشكر Mr. Frank. I want to say thank you again Mr. Frank for watching the video and also. Yes.
Epica kalas kira natala.
Okay, thank you. أنا جاي نختم مسا ذاته. جاي نختم بعد شوية.
خليها أخواني ده نتكلم وادي فرصة لجوزيف و.
Yes.
جاي و. brother واني. Okay.
معلش ما زال من أنا كان كافيني على كلام معلش معلش
انا ما زعلان، انا ما زعلان. انت عارف امي ذاته قاعد يستغرب، امي قال لي ترى اكل شنو في امريكا، ترى ابو الاقرب ولا شنو؟ قال ده ما بقيت على انا ولده.
ما دنيا بقى الناس من عذاب.
exactly
بس
خلاص طيب،
عفيني
شكرا
عليك
شديد.
لو انا قلت عليك ما عليك انا
لا
معلش
لا
يعني.
لا ما في مشكله، انت عارف ده كده كويس ذاته، ده كده بيودي لنا حماس، بيودي لنا حماس زياده.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, thank you guys. Bye.
الأصيل أصيل أنت أصيل والله.
Okay.
ربي يكثر من أمثالك ويطول عمرك وكل الأهل. Thank you
Thank you
guys.
so much. أنا بدي فرصة لأخونا جوزيف and then بعد كده ندي كمان لأنكل واني another one and then from there CJ and then I finalize my point. أنا بشكركم كتير. Mr. Joseph أنا بشكرك كتير for coming in. Anytime you see something there you come on and speak. I'm really proud of you because هنا Equatorian we need to speak the truth to our people. Like عشان ما زول تاني يشوش أفكارنا Equatoria. I was to challenge Equatorial identity. Equatorial identity is already been rooted in our DNA, in our land, in our idea بتاعنا Equatoria. Equatoria ما جاء امبارح، Equatoria ما جاء في حركة شعبية، Equatoria ما جاء عشان جنوب السودان انفصل، Equatoria كان قبل انفصاله، قبل حتى ذاته وحدة السودان، وحدة جنوب السودان مع السودان. Okay? So please my brother speak. The forum, the platform is yours. In that 5 minutes to speak, whatever you want to say, go ahead. It's yours. Thank you.
شكرا آتيكا. أنا بس داري أزيد في بعد الكلام اللي قال أخوتنا وأخونا باتريشيا وأخونا كيني، من إنه نحن لو بدينا نادي الصخرة بيجيب لنا الضوف. كيف؟ نحن عارفين تماما في تاريخ السودان بيقول دخول العرب في السودان. طيب العرب ده الوقت شاف الكلام ده فيه خطورة، لأنه هم في مركز القوة. عمل شنو؟ دايرة غير التاريخ، مش دايرة غير التاريخ لدخول الناس في السودان. فنفس الموضوع هسه في جنوب السودان. هم في الناس اللي هسه موجودين في السلطة، لأنه هم شايفين نفوسهم في مركز القوة، دارين يمسح دارين يكتب تاريخ خاصة for them، دارين يمسح بعض الناس من تاريخ جنوب السودان. فنحن ك great Equatorians, if we start to doubt ourselves, this will give them more evidence that شوف الناس ديل. عشان كده قلنا الناس ديل اساسا هم يوغنديين او كونغوليز، لانه حسب بيقولوا ما عارفين نفسهم، بدهم مركز القوه الثاني. If I don't know anything, I better keep quiet, or I better ask one of my brothers or sisters. يا اختي يا اخوي انا ما بيعرف كلام كده انت عندك فكره اوريني له كويس، to let you know about what you don't know, so that you know it, rather than you don't know, you don't ask, and then you started to give your view denying your own self. يعني أنا ما أعرف أنت لما يالك يسألك and you don't know exactly هتقول لهم شنو يعني. You are going to lose to get them to make them get lost more because you already lost. شفت كيف؟
Yes.
فما نخلي الصخرة للناس دي اللي هم بيدارين يحاول يمسعنا من التاريخ عشان عندهم قوة يقدر يمسعنا. because ممكن they can point an example. تسميت كان فلان قالوا كده بمعنى الناس دي ما عارفين. لا ما كده. نحن شوف لغة لغارة بتاع تشولي ولا لغارة بتاع باري، والله اي زول بجي من ويسترن ايكواتوريا ولا من ايسترن ايكواتوريا ولد انا بعرف تمام. يعني لقينا في مصر كويس شخصيا انا بعرفه تمام. انا بعرفه من يلا. هو اذا قال هو من خجلو، why is he denying aggregated?
Good job.
This is a painful. أجري جدين ده مات فقير لأنه هو عنده قضية بتاعه لو ما حلوه ما بقدر ده من مات فقير. Why is he denying that history? Why is he denying Joseph Lago? Why is he denying Joseph Santrolino Rica? Okay. Na Samuel Abu John. شفت كيف؟ ناس ليا لوبي. Why is he going to deny all
hold
this?
on brother Joseph اديك second. انا بزر اي زول القاعد يتكلم القاعد في فورم خليه يميت themselves، عملوا ميوت until دور بتاعك بينتهي. لأن طبعا كمان ايمانويل هو قال داير يريسبوند. so انا قلت اوكي انكل واني قاعد هنا ما عندنا problem. we even we can back uncle Wani on his point. بس mute yourself guys please respectfully. لأنه طبعا this is our final words. وانا بشكرك brother Joseph. continue. انت عندك another extra minute for what you're saying. go ahead.
Look, we are Equatorians. كان فوق ولا تحت ولا في البحر ولا في المحيط. we are Equatorians. period. thank you.
I mean انت عندك extra minute لسه تكمل. او اذا تخلي تسمع زول تريسبوند تو هيم كان فيها شيء. let me hear. لانه طبعا هو جا.
انا بشكر الاخ واني واخت باتريشيا في كلام بتاعهم. really نحن دايرين نشجع نفوسنا لان عندنا قضيه. انا المره اللي فاتت قلت شوف الجنة لما يبكي في مشكله. شفت كيف؟ لكن انت كان ولا ابو you don't consider الجنة ده قاعد يبكي. you don't address why this child is crying. معناه انت ما عندك مسؤوليه بتاع ابو ولا بتاع ام. This is exactly our problem. احنا Equatorians. We are crying because there is a problem and we want our problem to be solved. ما في انا مره فاتت قلت ما في زول إيكواتوريا كان عنده في عقله ما قدرنا نعيش مع الجماعه دي. ليه جاك الكلام ده؟ لانه في مشكله. That's why we're crying. So and I cry soon. شفت كيف؟ الدموع ده بنمساو بزيت ان شاء الله. Thank you.
I mean, thank you. Quick question بتاعك انت to respond Mr. Emmanuel. انا ما عاوزين نعمل مجادله هنا، لكن هناخد كان عندك اي شيء next time احنا بنيجي live. If you have things just respond to me. send me message to Equatorial Free Forum and I will get you نعمل live معاك and then you can talk. وانا بتحداك في اي كلام تقدر تقوله. كان ده كتاب شاعر عربي ولا كاتب عربي انا بقول لك بوضوح العرب دين هم كان اعداء any African people. حتى في تجارة الرقيق في حاجات قصص كثير انا ما اقدر نتكلم عنه لان عندنا فورم انت قاعد تسمع. امشي في كلاب هاوس واسمع كثير من النقاد من المفكرين متعلمين. ده ما ناس عاديين. ده ناس بيقول لك academic. they're sitting down there they talk. احنا قاعد نتدخل في مرات في عدة مناقشات في تعليم بيتكلم بأكاديمية بتاعهم على المنهج العربي او اكاديميه بتاعنا المنهج الاوروبي. لكن في النهايه احنا لازم نلاحظ ان عندنا اكاديميه بتاعنا على المنهج الافريقي. بس عندنا تاريخ. اذا ما فيك تنكر تاريخ لانه ما في زول ولده في الدنيا من عدم الوجود. اوكي ممكن احنا قاعد نسال نفسنا كيف الانسان يتكون. ده في علوم وده في حاجات، لكن كان نرجع للتاريخ بتاع انسان. التاريخ مفترض ما بيتمحي. التاريخ بيتمحي only لو واحد تاني انتصر لابوك او امك او اجدادك. يلا تاريخ بقى بيكون تاريخ بتاع الناس اللي جاء انتصروا عليك. حتى التاريخ الاوروبي قدر يسيطر في افريقيا باللغات الانجليزيه واللغات الفرنسيه. the same thing التاريخ العربي لما هم جاء سيطروا على الافارقه جاء عملوا التكوين الاسلامي والتكوين العربي. احنا افارقه عايشين في صراع الهويه. في موضوع انت قاعد تتكلم عن هويه هو identity. we are fighting for identity. احنا Equatorian عندنا identity. our ancestors fought. حتى البريطانيين احترمونا عشان كده قسمونا لعده دوليات. يعني عندك كونغو، عندك سنترال افريكا، عندك يوغندا، وعندك كينيا. ده 4 دوليات. اوكي 4 دوليات ده ممكن تانيين بس انا بعرف 4 دوليات. ده معلومه انا بعرفه وده حاجه مؤكد. عندنا قبائل موجوده في اراضي ديل. القبائل الموجوده ديل لما يتاقلموا مع الطبيعه بتاع هؤلاء الناس وقدروا يتكلموا باسم بتاع الدول ديل. لكن احنا الإيكواتوريان في جنوب السودان نتكلم باسم بتاع شنو؟ احنا إيكواتوريان جنوبيين، لكن في النهايه لاحظنا الجنوبيه ده عنوان إهانة. You know, so now what we want Equatorian to understand, let us take pride in our identity. الظاهر ده سميت من كل اخواننا، وده سميت من انكل واني بالتفصيل، واني من ناس الشاهدوا ولا عاشوا التاريخ وكتبوا التاريخ بانفسهم. انت ده تقول ده تجادل، وانا مستعد اقيف مع انكل واني على اساس ان المعلومات اللي قاعد يقولوا ده مؤكد، وحاجه طبعا مع حاجه وثائق، عشان ياكدوا الوثائق لازم يكون في تاكيد. وهنا انا بقدر اجيب لك نبذه بتاع التاكيد ده وين. انت عايز تجي تقول لنا يا اخي احنا كمان عندنا هويه، ما عندنا تاريخ، ده ما جهل. يعني ده تقول لي زول افريقيا، انت قاعد تاكد للعنصري انه افريقيا ما عنده حضاره. افريقيا عنده حضاره. اجدادنا ده لبسوا قماش compared to دينكا. let's be clear. دينكا كان قاعد يلبس قماش في الثمانينات، لحد هسه دينكا اليوم قاعد يقول ده حضاره بتاعهم شغل عريان. تمشي في الفيلج بتاع دينكا لازم تقلع نفسك عريان تدور في حله. ده حضاره. ربنا حتى في انجيل ولا في القران كتبونا من ادم عمل خطيه وعرف حاله عريان عمل شنو؟ مش لبسوه قماش حيوان وقام شاف نفسه عريان. تيجي تقول لي انه حضاره بقى شغل عريان؟ يعني تقول انت بنيت اهرامات، تقول انا عملت كده. فالدينكا اليوم دايرين يعملوا دعايه على الفارق باسم بتاع 1983 عشان جونجارين بقى الليدر بتاعهم. لما حتى خاطين صوره جونجارين كان دينكا عندهم حضاره، هم كانوا يوروا حضارتهم من البدايه، لكن ايكواتوريا عنده حضاره. ايكواتوريا عندهم حتى اسامي تاع ناس اللي ذاته ما كتبوا كتاب لكن قاعدين يتكلموا شفهيا. احنا مستعدين، احنا جيل الهسه ده مستعدين نكتب حاجات واكده لسه في الفيديو ده حاجات حيكون مؤكد وحيكون حاجه. واي زول المؤرخ يعني somebody who write history a scholar a writer please فيديو ده share it and save it، لانه هسه بقى فيديوهات ثانيه قاعدين يعملوا لهم attack. So you keep this video and then make sure you write the points or make sure من people that live the history document those things.
I got you. Summarize.
Yes sir. No, hold on. This is my forum, my brother. You are here as a guest. Yeah, hold on. You cannot dictate me. I respect you. I gave you a chance to come. It's got to challenge me. أنا ما قلنا خليك فرصة.
أنا ما قلنا فرصة.
No, okay. Listen to me, my brother.
Please, I do.
I'm helping you, man.
Please.
I'm helping you.
يا أخي الكريم Mr. Emmanuel، أنا اديتك الفرصة تتكلم. أنا جاي أديك فرصة تتكلم. خلينا أوضح عشان أنا ما أقدر نجي أنا ما أقدر بروباغندا، لا أنت قاعد تجي ببروباغندا. Trust me, propaganda.
No matter حاجة. أنا بس I want to answer some small questions.
Okay, تجي. Hold on.
I say summarize means what?
يا أخواني
make a program.
اسمع، لما زول تيجي في بيته hold on please. لما زول في بيته بقول لك اسمع، كوباية يقعد في مكان ده وصحن يقعد في مكان ده وزول بيقعد في الكرسي ده تيجي تشالنج تقول لي لا يا اخي انا كده بس بسرعه وين مكان بيقعد فوقه. انا قاعد اوضح لك كل شيء قبل ما تدخل فوقه.
How Equatoria gonna be Equatoria؟ انت هنجيب ضرب الطريقه دي.
يا اخي الكريم ده ما Equatoria فورم ده. It's about voices of Equatorian. That's not the house of Equatoria على اساس تقعد فوقه بكرسي. انا قاعد اديك فرصه. انا كان رفضتك. Listen, if I refuse you I will not.
Let him talk يا اخي. نسمع منه يا اخي. Let him talk.
I don't talk too much. This is a program. You're supposed to listen.
أنا ما أعرف.
يا Emmanuel, don't say that you're going to talk too much. You need to listen yourself according to the law.
Exactly.
Because
Thank
he's
you.
the one.
This is my house. This is my house.
You talk.
No. Listen, maybe I'm your age. I know I'm your age.
Not you,
if you're talking stupid, you're talking between me and you.
Okay, yeah, Emmanuel, انت جاي هنا as a guest. I'm trying to give you a chance, okay? احترمني.
You're talking something.
اسمعني. انا فيني اتكلم. This is my house. I'm just giving you a chance. فيك متى unmute yourself. اديني فرصة. انا بديك فرصة. انا ما جاري. انت فيك تبدا كلامك حتى انا بديك 5 دقائق 7 دقائق تتكلم. Okay?
Mind the sober.
Yeah. That's why I told you calm down. Let me talk in my house. This is my house. That's why عشان كده قلني هنا Equatoria لأن Equatoria they don't want to speak for their house. I am an Equatorian who speak.
You not get paid with Lomuro. You not get paid with Lomuro.
Okay, let me just finalize my point and then
I'm sorry.
Emmanuel, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Please remember, and I welcome you as a brother.
Yeah.
I want to be free and speak your point. لكن كمان احترم قواعد بتاع الكلام بتاعي.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. ده ما موضوع. ده موضوع. اوكي
كده.
انا بس نقول شنو عشان نفهم، لازم عشان نديك فرصه. انت كنت تتكلم مع انكل واني، اوكي، بس انا نقول لك عندنا تاريخ وعندنا اساس. الكلامات الجاي من عرب كثير، حتى ذات السي جي بيقدر يواجهك، وجوزيف هنا فيه، وواني هنا فيه، وواني ليفد ده، ما زول قاعد يتكلم من حاجه جرى في كتاب، زول ده عاشه. وعشان كده قاعد يقول لنا احنا الجيل ده لازم نحافظ على التراث والتاريخ. انا بديك فرصه تجاوبوا على كلام انت قاعد تقول انه غلطان في الكلام ده، هو عاش حياه ده. تكلم، هو بيعرف نميري انت ما شفته بعينك، انا ما شفته بعيني. نميري ده بنشوفه في الفيديو، هو شافه.
Okay. So my turn now?
Yes.
Okay. معلش يا جماعة، أنا بس في حاجة واحدة أنا أعرف إنه مرات كلنا ما يكون ناس عندنا ايموشن، يعني كلنا ما يكون انفعال بالطريقة حالات نفسيا، حياة أجي مربو دخلك في مشاكل المرات في فرص سيرة برا السبت الناس هنا في ميديا هنا في العالم.
هنا
إذا زول زواني ده كبير زي أبوي بقى يتكلم كلام بطال يستمني ستم حاجات، كيف تقول تتأمني؟ أنت كان إذا بستم كده أبقى أنت أصلا كذاب. لأن الزول الواي هو بيندو ما بيستم أصلا كده ما بيستم.
اسمع بس سوري يا قاطع، انا في جيش كنا قاعدين نشتم.
احنا ما نستم مع بعض. انا عايزين لو في يعني فاجأ بقولوا سن disagreement between us in discussion بالانجليزي بالعربي، كان في ان ما اتفقنا في الاشياء مع بعض، دي ما قال انه بيدي انه خلاص عندنا خلاف اكوان، نو ده بس ده خلاف بيناتنا في وزارة فكره اننا نقصنا فيه ما يتحلت بشكل كويس، and have to take it with the good language and we have to use a good language. كان زول فعلا متعلم حتى ما دخل جامعه لكنه دخل في high school, I'm sure he will have a language Arabic or English. We have to have a language. أنا Equatorians ناس كتير قالنا we have to have a language, respect each one. أنا كده ما نزلنا في السوق satire. We don't have to have that. We don't have to push other brothers out. We have to convince them with the good words. That brother, what he's saying, I'm not agree with it, and please, I don't know where you get this from, but this is not a good. I don't like that. Just simple like that. And كنا ما ونس لمستوى أنا كي ونس بحرار من قلبه satime دي ماشي كلها كويس. Okay, I can take. أنا قدامك ده أنا بونس معك في أي محطة كان كنيسة كان. You want to talk about law, you want to talk about politics, you want to talk about Amni. أنا قدام السقطة في Amni سقطة في السودان. Okay, we don't have to talk about that. نمري ده عرس أكوت أبوي بيت هسا جاب مرة ده في لندن. What talk about نمري شو تماين أنا جاب بيت نزاته. So كنا مرس nonsense. ما في نجي بس في media. I want to show I'm there I used to be in Amni. We have to stop that. No, we have to stop that. No más sitima. We don't have to stop talking about nonsense. Let me talk. It's my chance, not a chance. I'm talking, not you, Wani. I'm talking. I'm talking, not you. انت قبل قاعد setting بيل انا بيل بترى تا cell phone مات. انا بقى مقدر داك الجوا. انا كان بانسى long time ago. So I don't talk about myself, about what I do in past. We're here to fix problem for Equatoria. When I talk about Equatoria geographian, yes, you're right. Geographians, we're Equatorians. From west to east, from central. Okay? Like when it comes to the physical things, no, we're not Equatorians. We're not in the same page. We have a problems. That's organized next to Monkef. I will tell you that. Bari in the community, Bari community, Fojulu community, Kakwa community, the Tua community. We are not never, Mafi Equatorial community is not there. Okay? We are not in the same page. So, I mean, this way, and then kind of organized. They have churches, then kind church. Okay? They organize, not like us. And even church, we don't have a church to Equatoria. Mafi. When I get Tisa Abunat, Alberta, we have 9 priests, like in Mafi church. We're not organized. As a people, actually, they're fighting for what they're doing. في Gabana, we'll talk about Junub de. Hal SPLA Allah Makta Silva Raymond Sunude. They're Hizbi. They're organized.
لخص كلامك please. لخص كلامك.
يا انا بلاكس ما دور لاكس ما انا زي الوز كتير انا دور ورطه مع
لا ما لانه احنا ما عايزين نوصل لمشارع، بس لخص كلامك. عندك
اي
سؤال
ما
له
مسار انا
واجب.
ورطه بس مثال. I'm giving example. I'm giving example. انا اعرف زول الثاني انت جيجي لاكس كلامك ده. I know you have a problem with me but this is something else.
نو
If you
يا
want
اخي الكريم، انا جبتك في بيت بتاع ضيف، تيجي تقول انا قاعد نشتم هسه؟ انا عندي مشكله
no
معاك.
no انا قلت عندك مشكله معايا. I don't know. انا ما انت عندك
انا ما
مشكله معايا
عندي
ده حاجه ثانيه برضه.
انا كان عندي مشكله معاك، انا كمان بجيبك هنا صح؟ انا جبتك عشان
No ما انا قاعد
تتكلم.
اتكلم انت كلامي ماله. انا ما سايبن
يا جماعه هولد
دقيقه واحد زاد دقيقه واحد ما سيلته انت طول دخلت والناس بيل بتتكلم. انت قلت لي 7 دقيقه. طيب 7 دقيقه زاد ولا دقيقتين انا ما عملتها. انما انت دخلت في كلامي مالك
يا الهي الكريم. اوكي اسمع، اتفضل اتكلم. جريده بتاعك افتحه وري لنا
بس جريده. انا واني انا كليت وصل ده ابوي يعني زي ابوي. انا سمعته مني مشكله وكان عند السنه انا غلط. يمكن انا الكلام بتاعي ده ما فهمه عشان كده هو كان ارتجال من جواه فهمني بطريقه غلط عشان كده اتكلم كلام ده. لكن انا برضه ما زعلان منه كابوي. انا ما زعلان منه. اوكي
ثانك يو.
اي زول ما فهم كلامي وارتجال بطريقه غلط انا بليف ما زعلان منه. لكن فهمتي لمشكله ايكواتوريان كان بسيط جدا لانه جغرافيا but we're not talking about geography now في جنوب السودان. we're talking about what بنتكلم about فعاليات الحقيقه بتاع Equatorians to act as a people united and fight the system بتاع SPLA كحزبي. حزبي تاعنا شنو؟ Do we have that? And how you gonna present yourself as Equatorians? How you gonna present yourself if you not organize yourself from here or from there? How are we gonna do that? I'm talking something already I see and I know it. And أنا بلا تايفو جلو ناس كله في مكيمات. أنا كله مهم برأس الجروس في Uganda and beside ناس في مكيمات. Do you think I'm happy from Denka? No, I'm not happy. هسه ده كان قالوا قدامي chance to do something. أنا ولا أول حاجة بدو أنا ما أقول رأس الدنكا. I'm gonna kill right away. But this is not me. أنا عندي مخ. I have to work on it. I have to feel. I have to see Denka. Vision Thomas سنو من درس سولين ذاته. We need to organize to defeat Denka. This is what I can tell you now. I'm not going to say الكلام بانفعال. When I say Equatoria is not Equatoria, no, I don't mean it's not Equatoria. Equatoria is a name. Geographian is there. Equatoria. But in action, we are not, people of Equatoria is not there, like united and fighting. كده يا جماعة مخنا كده يكون احنا كده نكون beyond that. We have to be understanding of how.
بس سؤال بسيط اخوي، خليني اسالك سؤال بسيط بس.
ماشي يا حبيبي. ماشي يا حبيبي.
ثانك يو.
يا ويلكم.
شكرا كثير. انا ما دار ديسريسبكت، بس انا بدي اسالك، انت قلت قاعد دونيت فور جلو كوميونتي لما قاعد يعمل لهم طرد بتاعهم. هل في قبائل ثانيين؟ ما ياهو انا بس ياهو نفس العربي ده طبعا بنختلف في النظريه بتاع العربي، لكن قاعد نقول انا ممكن انا ما بعرف عربي كويس. انا نسيت عربي anyway for a long time، لكن المهم انا قاعد نجازف. في حاجه بدنا نقول لك كلام هنا في دونيشن بتاع سبورت بتاع فجلو. هل كان فجلو براو قاعد يدفع قروش قاعد يساعد، ولا كان في كوميونتي ثاني من قبائل تاع ايكاتوريان الموجودين في سنترال في ايكاتوريا كله، ان كان سنترال ايسترن ويسترن كله، عملوا تجمعات تبرعات؟ انت سميت باخواتنا اللي كانوا في فيسبوك قاعدين يتكلموا بتبرعات لمناطق اللي كان قاعد يكون متضرره؟
نو الفيس تفجير ده كان فجير برا ما في اي قبيله
يعني انت قاعد تمشي بمنهج بتاع قبيله، انت ما قاعد تمشي بمنهج بتاع ايكاتوريا.
نو ده ما ده سؤال تاكي ما حسب سؤال تاكي اجانا شوف.
لا ما انا سالت السؤال ده ليه؟
Can I jump in? Atika?
Go ahead, CJ.
If you can listen to this gentleman very well. قصده شنو انه هو قاعد يدي مثل انه انا في كندا انا قاعد ارسل قروش تاعي لناس في مخيمات. انت فكرك شنو؟ انا مبسوط انا مبسوط. That's what he mean.
لا انا فهمت. انا قاعد نرجع لكلام الجبال انه شنو ما لانه
if I'm wrong please correct me. Thank you.
انا بكوركت وانا اسف. انا بديك فرصه اخوي ايمانويل، انا ما رافضك وانا بشكرك انت جيت. انا love your honesty. انا love your honesty because this is how we heal ourselves. عشان احنا ما نكون في misunderstanding وشكوك مع بعض، لاننا ما عاوزين نبني دوله ايكواتوريا based on doubt on each other انه ليه دول ده موقف معي. Today we have issue in Zande area. Okay, اخواننا في زاندي هناك is suffering. في ايكواتوريان قاعد يحاول يكوميونيكيت مع اخواننا في زاندي عشان يhelp to help in the refugee اللي طردوهم من اراضي زاندي في تمبورة هناك. the same thing. مشكله بتاع لما حصل، انا طبعا انا نسيت الاسامي المنطقه، طبعا انا ما مشيت جوبا ولا مشيت جنوب السودان، لكن لانيا. thank you شكرا. yeah لانيا you know انا لازم دي دمته في جلو anyway, but just to say that
ما مشكله
لانيا
يمكن انا كالك زاد who knows.
انت عمي ما خال، انت عم لانه انت من جهه الكيبيس.
okay
so anyway
okay.
but one thing I want to say is that يعني في موضوع بتاع إيكاتوريا ده الاسا قاعد يحصل لما الحاجات دي حصل في سنتك، لانه كان اول مشاكل لا سير. انا متذكر لما انا دخلنا في فيسبوك ده a lot of issues كان قاعد يحصل في سنتر إيكاتوريا جامد. طبعا a lot of assistance plan انت شفتهم يا ناس انتي باتريشيا هناك، ناس ناموغا، ناس منو هناك، all these sisters came والله. يعني انا شفتهم هم they working hard for helping Equatorian ان كان في ايست ويست او سنترال اي مكان فوق اتاك. حتى بيشتغلوا مع ابونا اللي اسمه منو ده، انا نسيت اسم ابونا ده، المهم ده بتعرفوه كويس. ابونا ده فيري ماتش حتى اسبوكن، حتى انا عندي صاحبي من بي بي سي يتكلم معاه زول ده.
انت زاد بعرفني زادو، انت زاد بعرفني، لكن كلام كمل الكلام تاعي and then you talk.
بس انا نقول شنو الكلام بتاعي ده، بدأ نقول يعني ده تقول لي انه ما في إيكواتوريان ساعد في مساعده قبائل بتاع فجلو.
يا بالضبط كده.
do you يعني انت قاعد تقول انه انت قاعد completely ما قاعد تبليف انه في قبائل تانيين ساعدوا في الدعم بتاع فجلو؟
اوكي اتس اوكي. طبعا انا ما اقدر
لا بس سؤالي لك يس او نو. لا انا بس سالت عشان
نوضح يس
يعني ما في قبيله. اوكي انت سميته كويس يا جماعه. هو قاعد يقول ما في قبيله ساعد فجلو في مشاكل بتاعهم ولا حتى ادى دونيشن. وانا دار اي إيكواتوريان عمل دعم ماديا في مشكله فجلو لما طردوهم، او حتى إيكواتوريان اللي قاعد يحاول يتكلم بموضوع فجلو طردوهم من ارضهم، بليز اكتب تحت هناك وانا تواجهوا وفي كلام ده. وشكرا. ده سؤال
مشكله. بس انت قطعتني في النص، حتى كلام ده اقول انا نسيته زاد. انا
ما عندك فرصه سوري، عندك فرصه
لا ما فرصه ما زول اصلا بيجي في راس مجهز نفسه. اوكي هو عايز انت حاجه في راسه عايز يقوله اوت، لكن انت قطعتني انا ما اعرف انا ابدا من وين. لكن حاجه انا عايز اوريك حاجه وحيد بس يعني بسيط. انت لو عايز تتكلم about مشاكل إيكواتوريا، انت عندنا تحليل في الشكليه حركه اس بي ال دنكا في الناحيه سنترال إيكواتوريا، مشاكل اصلا ما قاعده في اي منطقه وفي سنترال إيكواتوريا. انت معي؟ هو في سنترال إيكواتوريا مشكله كله. وانت لو سالتني تحليل سياسي وفكري I can give you that. If you guys, this is what your program is about, to talk and to analyze things.
I will bring you to another time to speak about that in more time.
If you want to analyze things, if you want to analyze things about the system, Denka system, hajede kulu politics, algora Jenkan sala, hajede kulu, I can give you a full information about what's going on based on my perspective to what's going on and then compare. But now when I enter in, because it's about the voice of Equatorians, and then when I went in, because I'm really jealous when you talk about Equatorians, and Equatorians is not united, by the way. If you're not out here. Not. And we're the power, but we're not united to come with one hand. We have disagreements. We have so many leadership. And they're fighting going on. But see us guessing, but us kulu sajil banundum kullu gabail. Kakwa sajilu, bari sajilu, fajilu sajilu, Aizal sajilu. So now people are struggling based on their tribes. And then once the Equatorial talk, this is why I'm asking you, this is why I'm asking you now, why you're talking about the Equatorial? Is the Gabal that's not united as come as Equatorians?
لا انت قاعد تشوف في ايشو، انا ما قاعد اشوف في ايشو. كده وريني سوي شنو؟
ده ما زمان talk. If you want to talk about that, and then you make a special one day, you're sure, talk about why Equatorians is not united. And then we all gonna discuss about that, and everyone gonna come out, talk about that. I don't say that we're not Equatorians, we're all Equatorians, but we're not united. We all believe in our tribes. But to have a power, we need to unite. To unite, so we need to talk about that. What's make us not come together and have organization, Equatorians community, and a strong society, and can organize themselves in the way of political way, in the law way, and in the come Dakatra, Equatorians. And then it comes Amam Kulu Dakatra. In the Talat Amam for UN, okay? They are not part of what we're talking about now. So how can you involve them in Pansakal Equatoria to be part of it, to have a voice? They can write a letter to UN can accept it. How can you do that? اي من فجلو كله
انت يقول قاعدين في يونس صح؟ انت قاعد تقول انه ما في زول وقع من فجلو، هسه فجلاوي زاده بنفسه ما قادر يجيب باسم تفجلو. واي؟ ذا سيم ذات وانيكا قاعد مدينكا ما قادر يتكلم باسم تباريا ولا قادر يتكلم باسم تكتوري.
اسمانيك ما انا قول سمعت كلام بسيط انت ولا سكير انا زول
نو اتس نوت اباوت ولا زول والله
ما عندك كبره انت ما عندك كبره. I'm just telling you. So naze kulu, how can you involve them to be part hata برنامج تاعك ذاته بدك ترى جيب زول تانا ساق بنت تجيب ده that is good. لكن كيف تبغى invite دكتور من دكاتره تا ايكواتوريانز في امريكا وفي لندن وفي جرمانيا وفي كندا.
Trust me, Dr. Hakim is a doctor. You don't even know what's my skills, but I don't have to tell you. But it's okay.
Excuse me. Can I get in, please?
ما
نعمل جدل يا
اخي. please خليه
يكمل عنده زمن يا
اوكي تفضل عندك 2 minutes brother هنا ده
ما مشكله
ما مشكله مثلا we need to answer him. قلت له حاجات كده and then from there we need to answer him.
Yeah, that's true. أنا مار برادة مالو لكن it's okay. أنا مار برادة مالو. You have something about me. That's okay. I'm not worried about it. But sometimes he will understand me.
Your words. Your words.
No, my words. He have to come down until I finish.
And then you need to answer it.
Ma na did not tutungi kwake kuneling and then lefeng bubulo jambo.
They were like between me and you, we can handle these things.
Ma muskila ke. Ma muskila ma tabi hil muskila ke.
Talk to me. And now
I'm not talking to you now. I'm telling something. Just ana guta misunderstandable zalam ina ben wani.
Because you are going too far. Because
you're
going too far. Give me the chance. Let me talk to you.
Okay.
Wani kalan kalas bes kalan kalas ke 2 minutes kalan kalaso. Wani
they want to care. They want to care.
Kalan kalas ke. Hey, kalan wani suke.
That before.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay.
Wani 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Wani isn't Emmanuel Bara. Okay. أنا من عوضة فجلو. وأنا زول بسيط. أنا زول كويس. أنا ما عندي مشكلة ما زال في دنيتي. I hate to have problem with the people. أنا بقدر disagree معها. لكن أنا في الشارع هناك أنا معها زي حبيب السلام عليكم. أنا أس عمري 49 سنة. Okay. 49 years old. Okay. history تاعي أنا جاي في كندا عندي 15 سنة. أنا قعدت في إيجيبت قريب 8 سنة. أنا كنت سكال في جامعة حلوان. أنا قدرت هناك كأستاذ. وأنا جا في كندا جا في السودان ورا نقدر. أنا من الناس اللي جنودنا في أمن السودان. أنا كنا أول ناس في أمن السودان. by the way.
I'm Sudan Duvayato.
I'll tell you that if you want to call me, I can give you the information. Now, أنا ما عندي مشكلة ما تسند. Come there, I will talk with you that privately. I will give you my information and then call me. ما مشكلة. Let me finish.
I do 2 minutes now, please.
What do you name is Marcozo?
Wani?
Emmanuel, attend the 2 minutes, don't worry. You got the 2 minutes, don't worry about it.
Wani? أنا أورتك يبين example.
وانا شغال مع
ده زمن تاكي تعمل دولة ده زمن تاكي.
طيب انتم نينا عملنا كويس لكن انتم عملتوا شنو؟
ما مشكلة ده ما مشكلة تاسري. ما let me just finish my topic and then
خليني finish على كلا أقول واني
هذا بالمحادثة.
أقول واني أديو فرصة عنده 2 minutes. أقول واني عنده 2 minutes.
كويس. ودي إنه أنت عملت شنو؟
أقول واني I apologize. أسمعني أرجوكم. أديو فرصة. أنا جاي mute everyone.
Hold it.
Okay, CJ. ما تقول خليه يتكلم 2 minutes بتاع إيمانويل.
أنا قاعد أتكلم مع واني. لو كان ده مثلا ده برلمان إكواتوريا يعني كان كوركرز ده بوصل لحاجة زي
الله يفتح
خلينا نضبط إذا بدنا 5 دقائق نتكلم أي كلام شيل ورقة وقلم.
I apologize.
So guys أنا صراحة كده أنا من داي مشكلة مع زول. أنا من مشكلة مع إكواتوريا بس أنا جبت نقول اسمه روتا جغرافيا ما جغرافيا تا Equatoria. This is Equator. أنا متفق معكم. لكن جينا في انفعالات القى حصل action تا Equatorians as a people in the field of the politics and then what's going in the country. رب زي كده منامنا جل مش زمان عملوا انفصال ده. في غابة زمان بالذات ما عملوا سلام ولا فدرالي ولا أجد ريفرندوم ناليجو ذاته. ده كده سكوتو منسونو. ما هنقول أنا في لاجا قات الرب نسوان. قرا وين جل رب نسوان وجد دوغو نسوان كامل حاجات ده كله. It's happening long time ago. Why didn't talk about that? Why are you talking now about this? Why are you talking about this now? حاجات ده حصل زمان من بدري حصلت. Okay, Denka is there. They have a plan. But do Equatoria have a plan? Nowhere in the plan. Do we Equatoria have a plan toward what's going on in South Sudan, Geneva, Sudan? Alamian, Denka already well known, nowhere well known, who's the people who actually function in South Sudan. But do we have a plan as Equatorians for what's going on? Don't say yes because I'm not Equatorian. I didn't know what's going on at Equatorian. Mana baro asala Equatorian tana fi shara. They'll tell that. But male musota Denka.
انت
خلي زول يكمل
خليه يكمل بليز يا جماعه بليز خليه يكمل يا هنا عندك 1 minute and a half كمل
كنا ما جام انه Equatorian going Central Equatorian Greater Equatorian blah blah وحاجات ده كله. Please guys, can we stop حاجات ده? Let we come to reality that إنه جغرافيا yes we are Equatorians. لكن كان جينا في فعاليات الأكشن الرياليتي that إنه مثلا عندنا ناس منو تنظيم فكري تنظيم سياسي تنظيم علمي. We are not that. We are organized as a tribes. This is what I can tell you. Okay, we're not organized as Equatorians, just one party and strong and doing it. Thomas says he's working on it as a movement. Yeah, Thomas now they're working on something as NAS, but he including everyone to be movement that the fight for Sunu for federal system. He didn't including Gale Equatorians, but against Tenzim the Kulum Equatorians, like in all over. So NAS have to support him. The Hajatani Barrow, the Thomas, who I go fight about the federalism. لكن هل Equatorian في North America كان في أمريكا في كندا أستراليا did we organize as على مستوى فكري مستوى سياسي مستوى هل we organize in that state or we just want to talk or to show that I know how to talk and I know how to create a program and we need guys to be realistic. خلينا نعيش في شكلية كويسة إنه فعلا في حقيقة عايزين نعمل حاجة. إحنا نتفق في أشياء وما نختلف في أشياء. في جهل مرات بيخش في بيناتنا. قالوا يا سنو بتجيب شكلية emotionally الزول توالي بدا حاول سنو become against other person. قالوا Equatorians ونس كلام تاني غلط. ليه زول ونس كلام ده غلط تجا against so? No, كتو فلتا أسألو. أنت مشكلتك سنو. بطريقة جميلة. Yeah. So ده حاجة لنا داير في نص Equatoria. I don't against anything about Equatorians. But when I talk about Equatorians unite, I don't mean Equatorians not Equatorians. When I talk about the history, انت كمان سيد درست تاريخ جنوب السودان السودان كله درسونا كله تاريخ عرب. انا ما قريت حاجه بعد جنوب السودان. انا كان قريت حاجه جنوب السودان قريت في اتجاه حاجات دينيه ده الكومبوني اصلا دخل في السودان وما عرفوا حاجات ده كله. لكن حقيقه كده ما اتكلم بعد جنوب السودان. لكن اتكلم بعد السودان. عباد محديه وحاجات ده كله ناس انصار السنه وده كله من اتجاه من ناس الفور ناس نوبه وحاجات ده كله تاريخ the history talk about I talk about North Sudan. It's not talk about South Sudan. This is a good question. We can. But this is why if you need this topic, we need to talk about that. We need to sit down and talk about.
30 minutes 30 seconds انتهى. أنا بس قاعد نقول له why كتبوا عن بس نارفور وحاجات دي ليه ما كتبوا عن السودان؟ وأنت من السودان.
I'm saying this is a different topic. Topic تنك تا Equatoria ما تا تاريخ.
No, I didn't put it علق. No, it's connected. It's connected. You cannot come up and say something you cannot even answer. You cannot come and just throw something.
I can answer you, but you say I have 30 seconds. You say I have a 30 seconds. You say I have a 30 seconds. How can I answer you now? If I answer you, I'm gonna answer you almost gonna take me 10 minutes.
To answer the history.
Would you please take a note?
I take a note already.
Okay.
To answer you. أنا بديت
تاريخ. In 1 minute كأنت فيك قلت لك why they don't bring about Equatorians. ليه بجابوا لنا فور نوبة وحتى اليوم في شمال السودان قاعدين يكروا الفور وقاعدين يكروا النوبة قاعدين يقول لهم انتوا ناس جايين من تحت. انت عرفت؟ احنا قعدنا في منبر فوق والشماليين ديل قاعدين يعملوا استفزاز للنوبه والفور. اليوم النوبه والفور انت فيك تضحك، انت فيك تضحك، لكن اقول لك ناس ديل ام تيلينج انا لما تكيفت منهم الشماليين ديل يعني عندهم نسبه الوعي ان كان هو فوراوي ولا نوباوي، لانه بيعرف اصله وين. هو ما قاعد يجي ينقد اهله النوبه ولا الفور، لكن انا قاعد نستغرب من ايكاتوريان اللي بيجي بيناقد اهله وتاريخه ويجي ياخذ تاريخ تازول.
بس انا اجيبك هنا، اسمعني بس اجيبك هنا، بس اسمع اجيبك هنا. انا جايبك انت لو كلامك فور جاي من وين؟ ده جاي من نورث افريكا. جاي من وين؟ جاي من نورث افريكا، من ليبيا. ها جاي من بان تاني براو ماس اوريجن ما من السودان.
اسمع
ما اسمعني كده انا اوريك التاريخ. انت لو كلامك بعد نوبه جاي من ماس
العربي يا زلمه.
انت مودف. they come from Egypt. Okay, when Pharaoh Abanga he fall down, Nuba انتهت. Nuba وين؟
انا بقول لك ابانجا ده كان فراوي، الملك بتاع فراوي.
نوباوي. I'm telling the history. If you want to talk about history, I will teach you about history by the way.
النوبه ده شنو معناته؟ انت فهمت النوبه ده شنو معناته؟
سيبوا معنى النوبه.
نو ما انت كان ما فيك تتكلم في حاجه انت ما بتعرف. انت قلت ايكاتوريا معناته احنا جايين من المنطقه الاستوائيه. النوبه ده معناته شنو؟ النوبه معناته شنو؟ لانه هم جوا قبائل عندهم روتان. انت بتعرف الكلام ده؟
انا اعرف كويس.
انت ما بتعرف، لا انت بتعرف.
انا اختي رسوم نوبه بعد وي، اختي رسوم نوبه.
والله انا ما قاصد في ذلك.
انا قاعد في جبال نوبه زار. انا ما صرت استقلت انا بعد وي. So don't talk about that. You want history? I say I will take you. I will teach you about history about Sudan ولا كانت العالم كله. I can give you a lesson for that if you want.
Trust me, you don't want to challenge me in history, but go ahead.
No challenge. I will teach you by the way.
Okay, انت قاعد تقول انا جاني صغير. I respect that. No problem.
No, I will teach you about the history by the way.
It's taken. I take it as a challenge. No problem. انا بنقعد انا بعمل لك حلقه خاص. I will make a special.
Yes, do that about the history and talk to me about the history. And then
we're gonna be. Trust me. We're gonna be in here. Even I've never been in South Sudan.
لو سألت بس حجر اسمع، لو سألتني سؤال بس قطع زول تاريخي بس اسألني سؤال واحد بس.
ما انا سألتك انا قلت لك الكلام التاريخ ده جا من وين؟
ما اسمعني بس لو سألتني سؤال بس قال 200 جنوبيين هاجروا لجنوب السودان ها I will know that you are someone know history.
يا اخي جنوبيين في حاجه اسمه جنوب السودان يا انت كمان مالك. احنا ما سودانيين.
ما ناس هاجروا ما حجرنا لجنوب السودان باي ذا واي. انا مثلا وجودنا ما هناك.
كده وريني في جنوب كان قاعد يود بشمال السودان عليك الله.
ما ده القصه هنا. ما this why we
ما انت قاعد تقول انت هم هاجرتوا. انت انا قاعد ارجع لكلامك.
كل الجنوبيين هاجروا. كل جنوبيين.
انا ما قلت جنوبيين بس وريني في جنوب هاجر من وين. انا ما قاعد جنوبيين. ما انت قلت
جنوبيين هاجروا.
اوكي let me خلي ادخل.
لا نقطة بس أسد رودو نقطة جنة سخير رودو كلمة قال فجرو حجر من وين؟
Thank you. Because ده سؤال أنا قاعد أسأل عنه. قاعد يقول جنوبين كله. جنوبين معناته أي قبيلة في جنوب السودان هاجر من شمال السودان. طب أنا سألته في جنوب هاجر من وين؟ وقالوا من جنوب.
Hold it my friend. أنت اديتني 5 دقائق. ما أنا أكمل الكلام بتاعه وتأخذ نقاط. تعال نتكلم معي. مش أوصل. مش كلام ده كده؟
Yes.
So why don't you hold your ليه تعمل نفسك؟ اخذ نفسك شويه يا اخي اتحمل.
لو ما الكلام ده مستفز شديد.
انا ما
بكل احترامي مستفز شديد على اساس ان احنا كانه ما عندنا ايدنتيتي. هو ده يجيب لنا مرجعيه عرب. قال يا اخي النوبه والشمالين ما قاعد يعترف بالنوبه. حتى اليوم شمالين قاعد يقول النوبه ده العبيد جاي من يوغندا مع الدينكا والنوبه.
لحظه في حاجه سؤال بسيط جدا فيما خصوصا الموضوع ده اساله عن شنو الكلام ده جاي من اللغه بتاعت الفراعنه اللغه الهيروغليفيه ولا ما في ولا هو جاي مؤلف من دول عربيه ولا اي حاجه ثانيه مصادر بتاعه ما في ريفرنسز انت لما تتكلم كلام ما بتتكلم كلام جاي من بدون عرضيه
ما that's what I'm asking him CJ انا that's what I'm asking him bring me the evidence. ما فيك تتكلم حاجه بدون مرجعيه. انا قلت لك انت قاعد تتكلم طب وريني انت قلت جنوبين
بيكون هيلو 200 لما انت تديه خليه يكمل خليه يعمل الاخطاء بتاعه كانوا قال ده كلام صح ولا غلط خليه يكمل في النهايه اساله النقطه الفلانيه ده قلت كذا.
I'm sorry انا قاعد على اللاين.
انت كده انت بتلفت نظر الناس كله بيفهموا انه انت قاعد تركز على الوقائع لكن انت لما تسمع لانه عنده كلام لسه قاعد يقوله انت ما تسمع الكثير احسن تسمع الكثير ولا تسمع البسيط. يلا تعلق لما تعرف القديم ما تعرف الجاي من راسه خليه يتكلم في راسه كله.
يعني انت في خلاص انا لقيت عتاب منه لقيت عتاب خليه زول يتكلم.
يا اخوانا ممكن
لما
ما تقاطع
الكواني
زول ممكن انا
خليه بس يتكلم 1 minute بتاعه ده وبعد كده نديك
لا
ضوء
لا
انت
لا لا
تدخل
لا
طوالي
لا
وراه.
لا انا ما ادري 1 minute ولا 1 second انا بدي
Go ahead.
اي برادا منو
ايمانويل
Emmanuel.
ايمانويل
Emmanuel Bara,
دانبورا.
Biros. It's me, Biros. I call Biros.
بيرو في فوجلوفي
Yeah.
في سبيل بيروس كمان.
Biros.
في سبيل بيروس.
البيرو يا كان معانا هنا وانا جيسا دو hata biga ma
No.
biga ma munu mule
No.
ما عسكري.
Dag Barao. No. Dag Barao. Ya tade Barao. Ana Biros Barao.
Ita kede malisa kede ya kwana besu ya bes adini pulsa bes let me talk to this de mungkin de wada akui wala okti wala cousin tai wala ya haja ita min fujuta wen brother
Ana fajul talanya.
good ana bareta kondo koro isum to gando koro
I know. Dennis Batai.
okay then nas awo ita jozu na
Ai.
ita jozu munu bina de munu bina ta munu
No, de ayat sirri ma bonusu kida online kida.
talliga to
Barnab
kana bitalla
Jones.
kulija
Huh?
شو
اسمع ايمانويل كده mute yourself خليه انكل لنا يتكلم. خليه انكل ايمانويل يتكلم. انكل واني يتكلم.
عندنا في اسره مسلم يعني في حاجه بيقول له لوري ده بيقولوا في امريكا بيقولوا لين لور يعني زول في رومان دي يعني رمله ولا I don't know دي جت بلد يعني سيدر وتا دي هو في امريكا قال لين لور دي طبعا دي سيدر الارض وسيدر الارض يعني في جنة بيقول لوري نينا في بانيجلو فوق ناس جدالة فوق أمة ناس توماس فوق ناس أجلس تومنو my grandfather bolo hero nasa harbu English kullu ya fogo na se isum to munu hila ogale dena sa harbu English la kadi jiru ta jato ala ta na ta umma ta ya zaman da de kan zaman de ma fogo de pojuru de ka kwa de lu tuko de su na zeka indu igir ide to mon wai de ka dul na loti
That's right.
na zeka zaman mind de pojuru bali pojuru ba de pojuru de wani ha abuto mon ke bir de pari de ya di meti biga biyo kuku ya di metata biga wani de ya tan pojuru ya di metata ya biga ka kwa jan dak ba ma ajira ma pantus aja biga no biga fate ya wala ni metata biga munu biga mondari ya akile be to munu biga nyambara de
اخر لمن يا جنبرة. اوكي ده بيت بتاعنا ما مشكله.
لا ليه asa italugo ay bariawi ma ay nyambara ma be shakalo le dugu bani o be
منا كله كارو anyway.
begini mo be kan binia wala kan mole hukuma da hasa patan bena mondari ubari
صح
ufatan bena mondari ufojulu.
Yep.
Lakini mafatan bena mondari unyambara ga ndinta ba ugai na osu kala de mande abu ude omi ude ma ugai osu ulakaji mande wotoi osu miskin do osu miskin chuta nyambara da de gabila babari italo abasto ita basto kuka tabari ita basto nyambara ita basto kuka tabari hata kama kina
وأنا لكن كمل يك ده من تايم
بهدلت ناس.
انت برادة عندك يقول لك حاجه واحده انت كان انا قلت لك لا امشي يا اخي انت جنا امي لك امشي ببيت تابع انا جنا امي كجوسي ما مش بيت كل ما انا كنت قايل مكرسيدا عربيه بيتي كربيتها كربيه سيرون عربيه لكاد جهاز الامن aku tay beji ba aku bashir kana ku mai ma bi jabe na gutar asma get out this house amshi asunduwa takun musul an nafsa amshi ajir garab ana gutar di mil zamare de karasi de siri de amshi ana jatana bella min sharen ana zo bata an der goyi kite gur goyi lakin inta nukira gapti di kan ta kanam ka jom jeren itu mar ana mar vertika bi jom kan bi jom no sa de garaki inta ay mushkil ka gapti what's your problem but inta da lo muro jabu ni kem jabu ko le kini lo kuran samjul yel du gukulu mai انت مكتوب في يعني هسه دي ما نقص عدد عنا تا إيكاتوريا يلي كله ماتوا واجد ونيجا قام الحاجات دي كله انا قلت ما قالوا ما يديك انا قلت ونيجا ما عندك انت كم جري ما قال ما انتوا دين تعملوا قلت no no that's not right hasa جاءت امارة دي ما تقرن ده we broke everything لكن شنو لما قال لك ارخي نرى اخينا اجرين we have a power here in America هنا we have a power by the way ما تصنع اننا المساكين دي ساكن ده انا زول الوحيد الجول مومنت ام توماس دي من اي بي سي لكن دي اول العالم كله توماس عرفني دي كويس وانا عندي حاجه تحت انا بعمل حاجات كل ما اي بي ام سي في كندا في استراليا في ابريل انا كل شيء هم اللي دربني في كان في عمليه السودان هم اللي دربني في اجري في ماتاشين دي دربني من زمن نميري لكن زمان بقى الجماعه دي لان دربناهم اخر حاجه ترانا بقى ترى كلام فارغ لكن الحمد لله ترى جينا بافكار دخلنا هنا اصلا اي حاجه ترى عملوا مصر بدو لنا تليفون you want to do this what's going to be do this ما تشوفنا هنا كده لكن تابو جلو انتم جاي ترى بنار لكن ما انتم بتاخد جلوس من لو مراسل رئيس تاكم تفجروا كوميونتي وانتوا كده نار يعني جوانا عندكم هنا في جواب يا شو كورة دي أنت كم كورة دون بعيد يا أخي منتو ليه تكورة دي أدوكم بعيد معكم أنت كورة دي بعيد يا أخي أنت في جونغولي ولا جوجوريال ولا أي وين ليه يكون في إكواتوريا هناك مين كورة بعات مولين أنت ما بدو كورة وأنت بتكلم قال أنت متعلم هو جاي في تكبتك ده تعلم وده بلاد يا بعدين أقول حاجة واحد قلت لك قلت لك أنا شتمت أنا ما شتمت زول أنا بشتم زول بعقل باللسان العاقل لكن ما بتخلي ترى بالك هنا دينك هنا امتي انا ده حاجه دي ستوبيد لكن انا زول لعاب انا بلعب قمار مين عمر ما بتي لكن الناس اكون الكاثولوجيا انا في راس الجنجوليه ده كاتولو عندي انا بيبقى لعبات انه هتيجي تقول لك انا بشتم زول لكن انا بلعب انا عندي لقد هنا بلعب وفي كارتوم بلعب اي ما انا بلعب ما بشتم زول لكن انا لعاب لكن كنت تقول انا شتمت ده كنت تقول انا جيب لك انا جيب لك اب بتاعك انا ممكن بجيب لك اب بتاعك لكن شو لو لعب انا ممكن بجيب لك اب بتاعك في ولايه بتاعك تجي في كندا انا بجيب لك بكره هو بملا ايه ده كله لكن فوات لكن اذا مثلا انت قلت ايه وانا شتمني وعمل لي كده اوكي you mean that is a deal I can انا بدل I can do my process لكن for what don't mention that never ever mention that I do you mention again I can go away. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Shukran, man. I don't know. Is Emmanuel there? Emmanuel, are you there? Yes. Hello? Atika? Emmanuel? Can you hear me, guys?
Maybe you mute yourself.
Emmanuel? Well, أنا مش شايف صورته. أنا شوفه.
Can I tell you to be if you touch something?
Well, it looks like.
ما بينك.
لا إيمانويل ما موجود. إيمانويل أنا ما أعرف إيمانويل وينه. انسحب ولا شنو؟ ولا هو قاعد بطاريته ما موجود.
What did you see in the screen?
Well, I could see the guy is not here. It's only me and you. Hello, Emmanuel?
Huh?
Emmanuel? Well, it looks like, he's out. He's not online. He's not with us. I think he's out. Hello, Antika, are you there?
Sorry, guys. I'm getting me some water. Yeah, I'm getting me some water. I told you guys. I send you the.
I think, Imam Imam Wajud,
Okay, it's okay. Sorry,
eh,
guys. I'm getting me some water. Yeah, I'm getting me some water.
so we can,
Emmanuel is here. Emmanuel is here.
okay,
I
great.
don't know
Okay,
what
then.
happened. Anyway, أنا بس ده نختم الموضوع ده. طبعا إيمانويل الظاهر عنده مشكلة في الشبكة. أنا ما شايفه. فإيمانويل أنت معي؟
He's on. He's on now again. Immanuel, can you hear us?
الظاهر صورة بتاع frozen.
Unmute yourself.
الظاهر frozen. So something wrong with his network. لكن بس نقول شيء سيجي أدي final word بتاعك الظاهر. أنكل واني أدى مسج بتاعه وبس ادينا مسج بتاعك بعد كده أنا بختمه. I don't want to go far. طبعا المهم احنا جبنا كان مستر فرانك today to explain some things similar زي ما قلنا بانجليزي كان we talked in English earlier.
Yeah.
Again, I will repeat to those who speak English. I know most of them are not here right now, but they will share the video. If you hear this message, just know that we were talking about the similarity between South Sudan and the United States in the basic of marginalization, because marginalization of the people of Equatoria based on what happened to us, our people are chased away so they can rename our territory, the demographic change and all that. It's familiar. It's similar to what happened to the Native American, and also even to our advanced age of the African American, how they've been chased away from, taken from Africa, and then also been like oppressed politically, oppressed socially, oppressed economically, to the point that Black Americans have been in so much conundrum and turmoil that the Blacks are becoming a recycle of failure, not a recycle of success, or even an image of success in the country that always believe that this is the land of the free, the land of all people who can make it happen. Today, even you could see a classes like earlier, Mr. Frank, and I really thank you so much, Mr. Frank, for being honest and sincere, talking about it, because you are an advocate for social justice, and you spoke about how you see the definition of government and power, of others who call themselves majority, and then you see now the 2% are ruling the country, which is the rich and the powerful, and those rich and powerful are serving a specific interest, a specific interest for the sake of keeping what need to be kept, which is the same thing. If we South Sudanese, if we become like, we are already South Sudan, but if we go back and accept that we are under South Sudan as Equatorians, with the way how they are treating us as Equatorians, and our say has always been ignored, and we are marginalized, we will never get our right. Our land will be occupied, because this is a question here, the question of the land of Equatorians in Juba, starting from Juba. The houses that have been taken away illegally. Some people even claiming that they bought it. Who buys a land of natives? No one. If you try to take a native land because you said you paid for it, you are mistaken. Those natives are not even returned back to their land. We, Greater Equatorian, this land belongs to us. Every tribe know their territory. The land to Baria, Kanjubada, the land to Baria. Why don't we say thank you to Baria, for Bari community, for they have been so generous that they allowed every tribe in South Sudan at that time to come together, to mingle together in the name and the identity of being an African before being South Sudanese. That's why they fought for Hajj Mukanshino, independent of South Sudan, because they were Pan-Africanists. But what happened? We were betrayed by Upper Nile. And I will say it again, we were betrayed by Upper Nile. إحنا خانونا بناستا على النيل, because Upper Nile have a different agenda to come and abuse our people. Today you see them, they don't want Equatoria to rise or even advance, because they want to keep Equatoria say, إحنا كلنا جنوبيين, and then I want to sit in your house by force. You don't even own an inch of that land. That land was given to you out of gesture. That land was just only as a rent, because the owner, the legitimate owner of that land in Juba is Equatorian and is from Baria. It is not your land. It will never be your land. That land belongs to Baria people. Equatoria, we know our territory and we respect Baria for giving us a chance. But what did you do to us? You abused us. You abused Equatorians. You made Equatorians look like fools because they were kind to you. They were kind to you because they let you come in to come and advance yourself in intellectually, academically, and to the point you go and advance your territory, advance your village, advance your home. But instead you want to occupy our territory. That is a violation against our human right. And that's why we, Great Equatorian, will separate, because we cannot trust even anything that comes from you. Because politically, it doesn't dominate. Let's be clear. أنا جاي أتكلم بعربي. أنتوا في السياسة عايزين تمسكوا أنتوا حالكم، أنتوا يا ناس المفكرين، أنتوا يا السيادة. You know؟ في الناحية بتاع الاقتصاد ذاته، الدينكا قدر يوزع قروش بتاعه في أهل بتاعه عشان يقدر يسيطروا على الباقيين. You know؟ أنتوا لما خليتوا بناتنا يكونوا رخيصات في جوبا، أنتوا خليتوا حتى أراضينا يكون رخيص. مقابر أجدادنا بقى ما عنده قيمه، لما تشتوا بنيتوا فوق هوتيل في راسه. وفي قبائل هنا تيجي يتكلم من باقي ناس على النيل وبحر غزال يتكلموا في ايكاتوريا انه يا اخي ايكاتوريا ما احنا جنوبيين يا اخي. كان نشيل مقبره بتاع جدك من ارضك، اجدادك اللي كان دفنوهم بالراحه بتاعهم بسلام. احنا ما في دوله عربيه زي لبنان. انا بقول لك في لبنان انا شفت بين انا صغير and I seen another Arab countries حتى ايجيبت. انت زول اسود ده يدفنوك بس شهر، كان زول تموت هناك دفنوك، بيشيلوا جثه بتاعك بيحطوا فوقه اسيد وبيكبوا برا، بيمشي بيبيعوا مقبره تاني لزول تاني. ده تجاره بتاع عرب لناس الاسود اللي في دول العربيه ده. وانا متاكد ناس اللي عاشوا في دول العربيه ده بيعرفوا الكلام ده. بيكبوا جثث الناس الاسود ده برا عشان يعملوا تجاره. في مقبره عندك اللي لقيناها في لبنان، مقبره ده فوق واحد دفنوه، جا لقوا تاني نفس المقبره ده ذاته جا دفنوه في واحد تاني كمان جنوبي. اوكي، ده كان اهانه. لكن طبعا احنا بنعمل شنو؟ ده ارخص مقبره عشان يدفنوا فوق جنوبي، لانه ما ناس ما قدروا يرحلوا الجثه لارض الارض بتاعه الاصلي او بيت بتاعه يعو في جنوب السودان هناك. سو دفنوه في لبنان، واحنا بنعرف النهايه بتاعه شنو، حيكونوا فوق اسيد ويكونوا في بحر. اليوم في ارض ايكاتوريا شالوا اجدادنا رماد بتاعهم، رفاتهم بيقولوا بالعربي رفاه which is their remains in English. They took the remain, threw it out so they can build a hotel so these people can fornicate بمعنى يعملوا فوقه دعارة وساخة، يعملوا فوقه حاجات اللي غير شرعي، غير يعني حاجة غير مقبولة. وناس بكروشهم وبكل عندهم عائلات، عندهم نساوين جايين يعملوا فوقه وساخة، وكمان قاعدين يعملوا مع بنات ايكاتوريان الصغار، بنات الفقيرات هناك في جوبا. الناس ديل عملوا لنا حاجة عشان يلا تقول لنا احنا مشاعريين، احنا عاطفيين. والله شفت قلت لك حتى ذات المجاهدين اللي في الدول العربيه ديل اللي بيفايت فور ذير لاند، كان ده افغانستان ولا ده عراقيين، شفت لما هم قاعدين يحاربوا قاعدين يفجروا حالهم ده. انا بقول ناس عندهم كرامه وشهامه، ناس زي المنطقيين اكثر منكم، كانوا ماشيين للجنه ولا ماشيين للجحيم. هم عارفين انه انا كان استشهدت، ده بدي عبره لباقين انه انتوا يا جماعه اقفوا لحقكم. مبادئنا اهم من اوهام بتاع امريكا وثقافته، من اهم من حاجات اللي قاعد يتكلم فوق. لكن عندنا كلام ده في جنوب السودان، عندنا سياسيين عايزين يتكلموا باسم سياسه واكثر ما يتكلم عن موضوع تاع الشعب، عايزين يتكلموا بان هم مثقفين اكثر ما يتكلموا من حقائق اللي الشعب قاعد يمر فوقه. حاولوا يستخدموا الشعب، لان يستخدمونا وين؟ في ناحيه بتاع مظاهرات. يا جماعه راحكم مظاهرات، نعمل مظاهرات. والحمد لله الشعب افاق من النوم اللي كان طويل ده، وقالوا اسمع يا مؤرسين، احنا ما ماشيين معاكم في المظاهرات، انتوا امشوا براكم، انتوا قاعدين في امريكا في اوروبا تيجي تتكلموا مظاهرات، ده اوهام. وفعلا ربنا اشر للناس والشعب كان عنده وعي، قال اسمع ده حلو زي الناس كله مشوا لمشاويرهم وعاشوا. لكن انتوا عملتوا شنو؟ انت تيجي تغنوا قالوا والله انه ما سجدنا لكن المشوار طويل، لانه هم ما واثقين فوقكم. انتوا قاعدين تقعدوا في توقيعات في روما في افغانستان وريفا، الله معاكم. لكن الشعب اليوم ده حيقيف. واحنا كايكاتوريان اوريدي اخذنا قرار واحد على النيل، قبائل المتضرره في على النيل وقبائل المتضرره في بحر غزال، انتوا اقيفوا لحقكم. اللي انا فخور بانه في قبائل في على النيل اليوم قاعد يطالب بانفصال، ما برفضون، عندهم حق، عندهم حق. ليه؟ لانه هم واقفين كرجال، لانه هم ما عاوزين يضيعوا وقتهم عشان يجي يوزعوا حالهم زي رياك مشار باع حاله زي آخرة عشان يرجع في فندق بتاع شنو كان ده، ياتو فندق حلال ولا فندق هوتيل بتاع اسمه شنو، فندق ثاني بتاعهم ده حياة ولا شنو اسمه، انه فندق كده معروف جنوبيين قاعدين يشوفوا فوقه. المهم وزراء ده كله قاعدين في فنادق ده، ما قاعدين يبنوا بمناطق بتاعهم في بحر الغزال ولا على الدين. اتخيل العقليه. يلا تلبس تلقاهم لما نيجي في يو ان زي مره ده، وانا هنتكلم عن مره ريبيكا جندين، لان ده طبعا ده الموضوع كنا عايزين نتكلم فوقه، وانا شفنا الفيديو هنعمل فوقه تحاليل very analytic because المره ده عاوزين نوريها. هي عاوزه تعمل انه راجله كان بطل، انا بقول راجله كان بصل لانه ما بطل. لانه ليه؟ وخليهم يزعلوا، انا بخليهم، انا دار زاد يزعلوا لانه شنو؟ انا بقول راجل كان بصل ليه؟ لانه هو وسخ المجتمع الجنوبي اليوم لما جنوب السودان اليوم انقسم. واي زول بيقول انه الحركه الشعبيه هو حشرات الشعبيه، انا بتفق. انا ما قاعد نكره قبيله، لكن حاجه اللي الحركه الشعبيه عملوا في جنوب السودان هو وزع القبليه، وهو بنى الروح القبلي. اليوم الاستوائيه اليوم عاوز يقرر مصيره. ما تقول لي انت عامل نفسك انت يا اخي احنا الجنوبيين كلنا تعبانين. كلنا تعبانين يس عند العرب، بقايا العرب، بقايا العرب ديل ما عرب. لانه كان مشى في السعوديه ولا مشى في سوريا ولا العراق ولا لبنان بيقول لهم يا عبيد يا زنوج. هم عارفين حالهم كويس، اللي بيرجع من هناك بيجي بيحترم حاله. لكن الناس قاعدين في السودان ديل مدروشين. لما قاعد يجوا بالتاريخ العربي قال دخول الناس في السودان، دخول الناس في السودان. احنا ما كنا الناس داخلين في السودان، احنا قبائل موجوده في ارض بتاع السودان. اوكي، انا بنعرف النوبه والقبائل الشلوك وقبائل بتاع الفور والفونج، ده كله كان قبائل موجود في اراضي بتاع الشمال. حتى الدنكا ديل، الدنكا طبعا هم ودروا هناك، ما معروف كانوا هم جايين من، هسه في ناس بيقولوا هم جايين من السنغال ولا فيريس. المهم ده مشكلتهم. دينكا لازم يفتش مكانه وين، لانه دينكا قاعد يوزع حاله عامل زي بدون مؤاخذه، يعني زي صرصور بيمشي في اي منطقه ده يقول ده مكانه. وكل ما تتوزع حلقه الصرصور كل ما الناس ما بيحترموك. عشان كده تلقى الصرصور ده بيدقوه بالجزمه في راس في النهايه، لانه الصرصور ما عنده كرامه، ما عنده كرامه، لانه هو ما قادر يسيطر مكانه. حتى الفار عنده كرامه اكثر من صرصور، لانه الفار عنده جحر بتاعه بيقعد فوقه، لكن صرصور عنده مكان. ده ما اهانه ولا ده كراهيه يا جماعه. زي ما في ناس قاعدين يقولوا اوه احنا قاعدين نكره الدينكا، لكن الوقايه لازم يقال. لانه احنا كيف نقعد نتكلم عن جنوب السودان واحنا ما عاوزين نواجه الحقائق اللي فوقنا. استواء قاعد يكورك اليوم لانه اراضينا قاعد يقلعوا بقوه، باسم بتاع دينكا، باسم بتاع جين كانسل، باسم بتاع الحركه الشعبيه. ثلاثه اشخاص ده هم نفس الشكل الواحد. مش انك نؤمن كانت مسيحي تؤمن بالثالوث الاقدس، كانت مسيحي بتؤمن بالثالوث الاقدس which is they call the Holy Trinity in English. Holy Trinity, what does it mean? Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Okay, انا اسف اقول الكلام ده في النموذج ده، لكن let's go back in this. انتوا عندكم جين كانسل، عندكم حركه شعبيه، اوكي، وعندكم الدينكا بنفسه. على اساس احنا لازم نسمي اراضي بتاع ناس باسم بتاع دينكا، لازم احنا نسيطر باسم بتاع دينكا، نزوج بناتنا باسم بتاع دينكا، ما نخلي اي شيء الا دينكا يكون مسؤول. حتى روتانا الدينكا لازم يحطوا هناك، مش انتوا قاعدين تتكلموا الكلام ده وانتوا الاغلبيه بالدينكا. سو انتوا يا الثالوث الاقدس اللي جمرتوا جنوب السودان نهائيا، واليوم عايزين تيجي تهينونا يقول ما نتكلم عن الحقائق ده. انتوا المثقفين قعدنا معاكم قعدنا نحاول نتكلم معاكم منطقيا، لما في ناس ثانيه ما عايزين يسمعونا نتكلم. كان شافونا طوال بيعمل لنا حج، انه في طبعا في كلاب هاوس قال لنا كان انت رفعت يدينا كده بيقفلوا طوال قاعدين يقفلوا لنا بنات بيكبوا برا ذات. لكن انا قاعد نضحك قلت يا جماعه عشان تعرف الشخصيات اللي بيقولوا هم ناس عندهم منطقيه، لكن كان لنا نواجه. انا ما خايف من زول يواجهني، لكن حاجه نواجه. انا ما قاعد نسب لك ولا لابوك ولا لامك ولا لاهلك، لكن بس بسالك سؤال على الكلام اللي قاعد تقوله. وكان حاجه ما عجبني سوري انا كان قاطعتك، انا بعتذر بقول لك. لكن في حاجه واحد ما بريده، انه الاستوائيين بتاعنا اللي بيبقوا معرسين هم قاعدين يبيعونا برا بطريقه شنو؟ لان يعملوا يعني قاعدين يتحدوا الاساس الاستوائي بطريقه بتاع سؤالات سخيفه. يا اخي الاستوائي ده كان كده، وانت كنت جاي من وين؟ التاريخ الاستوائي موجود، انت ذاته اساس التاريخ. كان ما في تاريخ في الاستوائي ما كنت موجود يا انسان. امريكا ده انا بقول لك كشاهد منه، انا قاعد في امريكا. كان تاريخ امريكا ده النيتف امريكان اللي لسه قاعدين نتكلم عنهم ده، التاريخ بتاعهم بقى محد. هم كانوا تاريخ عندهم لغات، اليوم هم وين؟ هم ما موجودين. بقى اسم بس على يافطه، على ده منطقه. لما بيسموه مناطق، في مناطق بيسموه شراهوتشي، بيسموه ريد انديانز، بيسموه منو هناك ناس نافاهو تاون. ده اسامي بيسموه لانه هم خلاص بقوا ما فيشين، انقرضوا يقردوا قبائلنا كده. احنا ايكاتوريان ده يا عنواننا. ويوم ده اتكلمنا معاه مع دكتور حكيم، اتكلمنا بوضوح انه العنوان اللي قد يمثل الاستوائيه هو ايكاتوريا، الاستوائيه الكبرى. هم في على النيل بيقولوا هم على النيل، لكن لما نيجي في حال تعريف بيعرفوا حالهم دينكا، انوير، شلوك، منو، انواك. اوكي خلاص انتوا عيشوا حياتكم، عرفوا حالكم بقبيله، لكن احنا استوائيين بنعرف حالنا باستوائيه. واللي زول قال يزعل قال انا نتكلم كان نتكلم كلام فارغ، انا بتحداه. زي بالك اخوي ده انا حجيبه هتكلم مع ايمانويل بكل احترامي لك، انت لا تناقض انه احنا كلامنا بتاع ايكاتوريا ده كلام مستحيل. يا اخي الكريم، ايكاتوريا هو اساسنا، هو وحدتنا، هو الفكره اللي جمع اجدادنا مع بعض، هو الدي ان اي اللي مزجنا مع بعض. نحن بقينا نسمي عنك اجتماعيات بتاعنا في التزاوج في الحضاره اللي بنيناه. حتى المقابر بيشهد، واليوم مقابر ده عاوزين يمحوه باسم بتاع دينكا جن كانسل، باسم بتاع اس بي ال ام، باسم بتاع كوميونتي دينكا، انه احنا جايين نمسك بلد ده، والبلد ده احنا ماجوريتي. لما شمونا قالنا يوغنديس، انتوا كنتوا وين امبارح؟ قاعدين يقول لنا يوغنديس، تقول لي يا اخي فجلوا قاعدين يقتلوا برا، ما كل القبائل قاعدين يقتلوهم، كاكوا قاعدين يقتلوا منو؟ منداري قاعد يموتوا، نوير امين مش هنا اسمه ده باريا قاعد يقتلوهم. عرفت باريا كله مش شالوه مع قبائل اخرى من على النيل في جوبا هناك ومناطق، حتى الشركات لما الناس جانا تاكير قتل حاله مع واحد كانوا مات، زي زول ما معروف كانوا مات ولا حي، المهم قتل عجايز بتاع دينكا تابور، يا اوتوماتيك اللي قام قالوا استشهد في وقت ذاك كمان، يعني عملوا شهيد لاسم تا دينكا بحر الغزال، قالوا مات. يلا المهم في النهايه دينكا تابور قاموا هناك عملوا مظاهرات، يسكت في النهايه مسكتوا، مش ضربوا اثنين الناس بتلقى الدينكا تابور، لان هم متفقين لبس كل الشو. في النهايه هسه شنو؟ مش الشركات ده ساكت، هم كل دينكا ماسكين اغلبيه الارض ده، وده ارض بتاع ايكاتوريا، ده ارض بتاع باريا كمان. والباريا هم استقبلوا اي قبيله الموجود في جنوب السودان كان على اساس انه هم عندهم الروح الوطني. وانا انا بختلف مع اخونا، وانا بقول له كانكل سيريلو، لكن في نفس الوقت انا بحترم رايه انه هو قد يؤمن بالوطنيه، لانه ده مبادئ كانت باريا. لكن احنا الناس اللي تحت هناك اللي في الجنوب، ناس الجنوبيين اللي استوائيين رافضين فكره الوحده مع هؤلاء الناس اللي قاعدين في اقليم بحر غزال وعلى النيل. لماذا؟ لانه في اسبابنا كان هم ما احترموا حتى القواعد بتاع المعايشه مع البعض، ذلونا، شتمونا، اهانونا، اغتصبوا، لما وزعوا حالهم في جو اراضينا. والدينكا هو الاساس الاول والاخير. ما تقول لي دينكا ما غلطان، كان لانه انا قلت يوم ذاك ووريتهم، قلت له كان في 5 حراميه، 5 نفر، 3 سرقوا واثنين جا شاركوا مع الثلاثه ده في السرقه، هم كلهم حراميه. الدينكا جو باسم بتاع اس بي ال ام، الدينكا جو باسم بتاع الحركه الشعبيه، وجو باسم بتاع كيرن. الحركه الشعبيه بنى حكومه باسم بتاع شنو؟ احنا الشعب الجنوبي، والعمله عمله بتاع الصوره بتاع واحد قرن، وقرن ده دينكا. اوكي، ودفنوا قرن في عاصمه ايكاتوريا، في عاصمه جوبا، ده كان عاصمه جنوبيه يس. لكن هل مسقط راسه هو جوبا ولا مسقط راسه في بور؟ قال حسب ما قاعدين يقولوا، ما معروف مولود وين ذات، كان مولود في الشمال. انا مولود في الشمال، حتى لو انا في نهايه الشمال انا بقول انا عندي حق ارجع ادفنه في الشمال او ادفنه في الارض بتاعي. لكن زول ما ولده ذاته في استوائيه، مولود في ما معروف وين، ده يجيبوه في استوائيه يبنوه هناك يعملوه هو كمتحف عشان الدنكا يكون عندهم رؤيه. ده مكه المكرمه بتاعنا، لازم نمشي ندخل فوق ونهاجم اراضي استوائيه وناخده. عشان كده قلنا جثه رفات بتاع زول ده لازم يتشال من هنا، يرجعوه لاراضي بتاعهم، وبورزته بتبع علينا، لكن ما عايزين نتكلم فوقه، احنا ما فاضيين بنخلي لهم هيك بس ادي لهم كهديه. لكن ارض بتاع ايكاتوريا ده غالي لنا، بنات بتاع ايكاتوريا غالي لنا، دم بتاع ايكاتوريا غالي لنا. اكره تقولنا حسودين، احنا كنا نعمل خطابات كراهيه، بس وريني الكراهيه ده وين؟ تغتصب اخت بتاعتك تقول انا قاعد نكرهك؟ عندي حق اكرهك 1000 مره كان ده تعرف، لكن انا ما بكرهك لان انا عندي منطق. انا بقول لك بس زيح، عندنا عداله، والعداله بتاعنا هو الانفصال. ما قلنا عايزين نمشي نعمل لكم انتقام زي ما القبائل اللي يعملوا انتقام مع بعض، احنا عايزين نزيح منكم لان انتوا وجع راس بقى لنا، جبتوا لنا مآسي والم وفشل وخجل للبلد اللي اسمه جنوب السودان. احنا وصلنا لمرحله عار اسمها جنوب السودان اليوم. انتوا بتعرفوا كويس الكلام ده، حتى الشمالي بقى بيهنوكم، تقولوا ده كيزان وكيزان. لكن نرجع للكيزان، الكيزان هم اعدائنا معروف، ما ده عدو واحد، دبيبه. لكن انت بنفسك بقيت اسوأ من دبيبه ده، انت بقيت الثعلب المكار، تيجي تاكل حق بتاع زول المسكين. واحنا كنا احترمناك، قعدنا في خنادق واحد، اخواننا ماتوا باسم بتاع اس بي ال ام، في نهايه حانتونا، اغتصبتوا بنات ايكاتوريا، بنات الناس اللي كانوا بيقعدوا معكم في خنادق، انتوا خنتوا النوبه. انا وقت ده كان سالت نفسي قلت ليه الناس خلوا النوبه والباقي قبائل اللي كانوا قاعد يقف مع الحركه الشعبيه عشان ينفصلوا جنوب السودان، مش ده كله كان معاهم في خندق؟ انا كنواب انا بزعل. اليوم انتوا خنتوا النوبه وشفت، وربنا قال يوري خيانه بتاعكم ده ترى ما جاي ينتهي من هناك. انت جيت عملتوا خيانه في استوائيه، انت قلت لنا حررناكم، انتم من هنا، انتوا يوغنديس، بيتونا برا بطريقه يوغنديس، قتلتوا واغتصبتوا وعملتوا. لما لقيتوا فرصه الدنكا ونوير شكلها بتاعكم، قمتوا طوالي بداتوا تعملوا شنو؟ 39 لو بتاعكم المو معروف ده. لكن انا ما مهم 39، طبعا في ناس مؤمنين بالكلام ده 39 لو. انا حقيقي بعرف انه الدنكا من كوكورا اوريدي عندهم بلان، أبل الير واحد من السلاطين الشياطين، هو الترابي اليوم بتاع جين كانسل في جنوب السودان، هو الترابي اليوم المنفذ. طبعا هو الترابي السكوتي، وما زي الترابي كان خطيب بيعرف يخطب، بيدي خطابات جهاديه، خطابات اسلاميه، بيوري انه الشعب السوداني لازم يقوم، احنا عرب، احنا المسلمين. لكن زول اسمه ابو العيار ده هو بس بيقعد تحت بيكتب الخطوات بتاعه، يلا بدي له جين كسر بينفذوه بشنو؟ بالجهله بتاعهم ديل، دراويش بتاعهم ديل، ودوهم وين؟ يدخلوا في اراضي ايكاتوريا. يا انتوا دخلتوا وزعتوا حالكم في نامولي، مناطق تانيين، مشيتوا سنترال ايكاتوريا، ويسترن ايكاتوريا، اليوم انتوا ترسلوا فراتيت هناك عشان تعمل فتنه. وده ما ذاته جين كاسل بيبراو، ده فوقه كمان نوير باسم تاع رياك مشهر. وانا قاعد نقول لرياك مشهر وسلفاكير خلينا نفهم الكلام ده، وقت تاعكم جاي. احنا قاعدين نتكلم، انتوا فيكم تضحكوا علينا، احنا ناس صغار ما بنعرف ردود، احنا عندنا عقول، واحنا ما واحد فكره بس، احنا كميه من افكار. اوكي، انا بتكلم لان انا مستعد، انا مواجه، انا بحب اواجه اي زول. لكن في ناس ورانا اللي انتوا بتخافوا يوم بتاعكم، يوم تجي ما حتخلوكم. شفت زي ما قبضوا ايكمان في اسرائيل، من بيقولوا شنو، ودوه من ارجنتين لاسرائيل عشان يحكموه باعدام. في ناس حيشيلوهم زي ده. اي ضابط عامل نفسه جنرال احسن لك كوب دبوره ده برك، لانه في وقت جاي انتوا لما يكون دوله استوائيه انتوا حيشيلوكم زي ده. وانا واحد من الناس، انا بكون وربنا لو اداني حياه نعيش اكثر، انا حكون من الناس اللي انا باخذ فرصه ده عشان نجي نحاكم ونعاقب الناس زيكم. اكول كور، سلفاكير، منو داك، في اسامي انا خدتناهم ليست عندنا له. انتوا حتلقوا تعب. ارض ايكاتوريا ده ما شفت الدم بتاع اي بنت واي ولد واي جنى واي عجوز قاعد يكورك لربنا بتاعه قبل ما يموت، انتوا هتدفعوا ثمن بتاعه، وانتوا هتعرفوا كيف بعدين. انا بنعرف مستقبلكم شنو، لانه ارجع حسب في ناس قاعدين يتكلموا على النيل وبحر غزال ممكن يرجع باك لشمال السودان. لكن لما نقول اخوانا في وست ايكاتوريا، امين وست بحر الغزال، يلقوا فرصه يكونوا معنا. لكن لازم نحن نحسم موضوع بتاع وست ان وست ايكاتوريا، وست بحر غزال وست ايكاتوريا، في موضوع بتاع شنو، فراتيت، امين مش فراتيت، بلاندا وزاندي، لان الموضوع ده جاي اكبر من كده. لكن انا هجيب الاخت بتاعنا اسمه منو ده، اخت بتاعنا ده منو بيسموه، اه انا نسيت اسم بتاعي يا اخي، الما. she will come here Saturday. هي هتورينا عن اوضاع المارين فوقه، ولازم في غرامات هيحصل فوقه، لانه في اجرام حصلت، والاجرام ده حصل. وانا بقول نفس سيم ثينج كمان مع منداري وباري، لانه في جرائم حصلت، والناس اللي عملوا الجرائم ده لازم يعاقبوا. وانتوا كان ابناء تبلندل في وست بحر غزال، انتوا لازم تعاتبوا الناس اللي في منطقه اسمها شنو ده، انا نسيت اسم تاسع كمان يا اخي، وطن الناس تنبوره. البلند اللي قاعدين في تنبوره هناك لازم تعاتبوهم على اساس ان هم شالوا سلاح لاخوانهم اللي كان استقبلهم كاخوان، لانه ده فتنه اللي انتوا ما انتوا حتتكونوا كراهيه لاجيال. احنا عارفين اعدائنا منه، لانه اعدائنا حتى بعد احنا ما اجدادنا عملوا اخطائهم ولا عملوا صلاحات بتاعهم، هم لسه رجعوا عملوا انتقام وابيوز لاهلنا لما اغتصبوا وقتلوا وطردوا. ديل ما بغفر لهم. لكن انتوا يا فرد عندكم فرصه، عندكم يا ناس بلد عندكم فرصه، حاولوا تغيروا الطريق ده قبل ما يوصل ما فوق النهايه. في دماء سفكت، في عقابات حيحصل، واي زول مسؤول في الحاجه دي لازم يعاقب. اهلي ده زاندي، عندي اهل ما زاندي، عندنا دم ما زاندي. اوكي، عندي اهل ما في سنترال ايكاتوريا وايست ايكاتوريا، والكلام ده انا ما قاعد نقوله كده. طبعا في ناس قاعدين يحاولوا يستهتروا فوقي، لما قاعدين يسموننا جنا دينكا، ما مشكله. ما الدينكا طبعا هم بيعملوا اي حركه عشان يلعبوا دور، حتى استفزازيات حصل لي كثير. لكن انا بقول ان انا فخور انا استوائي. لو انا ما استوائي انا ما بفايت في استوائي، اللي انا بفايت for what؟ because I'm proud to be Equatorian. لانه ايكاتوريا عنده تاريخ وعنده حضاره، وانا فخور به. لكن انا بتاسف لما بشوف في ايكاتوريا بيجي يبيعوا ايكاتوريا، وده اللي بيقولوا هم يا مور ايكاتوريان than me. الناس اللي بيجي يرقص مع الدينكا في جوا الشو، الناس اللي بيجي بيغني اغاني الدينكا في جوا، الناس اللي بيجي بيقول له يا قرن قدامك وانت بتضحك. what the hell is this؟ قال بكره عندهم شو، انا مستعد نسمع شو بتعمل دين كلام فوق وساخات تام. يلا دين يقول لنا الناس عايزين يتخبوا باسم بتاع حزب، ديل ما عندهم كرامه. انا استواء، انا بجيب باسم بتاع استواء، ما بتخبى من اي حزب، لانه ما مؤمن باحزاب جنوب السودان، لا كان معارضه لا كان حركه شعبيه، وما في حكومه في جنوب السودان بالمره. ما في حكومه في جنوب السودان، خلينا نكون واضحين. ايكاتوريان انتوا لازم تقولوا لاي زول اجنبي تبقى انت قابلوه ما عندنا حكومه في جنوب السودان واحنا ارض محتله. احنا عملنا تصويت دوله اسمه دوله جنوب السودان، لكن في النهايه جاء زلونا وجايين يغيروا تاريخنا وجغرافيا بتاعنا. عشان كده عاوزين نجيب للانفصال لمصلحه بتاعنا، لانه حتى ما مثلوا اصوات استوائيه. الاستوائيين اللي كانوا هناك ده كله كان ده دميه، ده بيقول لهم puppets، دميه لمجرد مصلحه عشان يجيب. عشان كده عندهم 5 نائب رئيس وانيقع اخر تيش. يا عشان كده شايف المنظر بتاعه هناك. شوف جابوا ربيكا نياندين، وانا هنتكلم عن مره ده على الخطاب اللي كلموا فوقه في يو ان عشان نوريكم المذله والاهانه. هي عاوزه تجيب سلاح ثاني لما هي بقت تدعي يا جماعه ليفت امبارجو، شيلوا عدم التسلح بتاعنا عشان نقدر نرجع شنو، نقدر نشتري سلاح عشان ندرب جيشنا. لكن تدريب ده جيش ولا جيش عشان يجهزوا دينكا ثاني عشان يجي يعمل بقى ده اباده للقبائل الاستوائيه اللي لسه ما لقى فرصه بتاع اباده اللي هم عاوزين يعملوها. الناس دخلوا في سنترال ايسترن وويسترن، واليوم هم قاعدين يشوفوا مناجم الموجوده. اراضي بتاعنا غنيه بثروات معدنيه، لكن احنا كايكوتوريان ما محتاجين ثروات معدنيه. كوريا الشماليه، كوريا الجنوبيه قدر يجيب بدون معدن، وقف بالشعب. واحنا كمؤمنين بالشعب احنا بنجيب بالشعب. عشان كده قاعد ندي القوه للشعب والامل للشعب والحق للشعب. This is what we believe in. احنا ما حزب سياسي، احنا مؤمنين كابناء استوائيه. وانا مواطن زيكم. انا ما شفت استوائيه، يس I admit I never seen it، لكن ما معناته انا ما بعرف بلدي وين. انا بعرف ارضي. شفت رماد الفوق جدي فوقه شالوه بنوا فوقه هوتيل معرسين ده، وانا قسمت باسم ربنا الحي نازل شالوا رماد اجدادنا. احنا ما دين كمان نقعد معهم بعض. رماد اللي شالوه من جد بتاعنا، جد اجدادي اللي دفنوهم في مناطق بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا هناك، وناس جابونا فوق هوتيلات عشان يتمتعوا ويعملوا فساد ويعملوا وساخات بتاعهم. انا اقسمت بربنا الحي احنا ما الدينكا ده ما مشاعر زي ما الناس بيقولوها. احنا لازم ناخد مبدا جدي. ده كان هو، او كان ما جدي انا ما كنت بكون هنا. اجدادي شالوا الرفاه بتاعهم كبوه ما معروف وين. نفس معامله العرب بقى يعملوا كان في افارقه بتاعنا، في لبنان، في سوريا، في العراق ومناطق ديل. قاعدين كبون برا في مصر، قاعدين كبون برا بخطوط اسيد فوقهم. الدنكا عملوا لنا بعد احنا صوتنا باسم بتاع جنوب السودان، جا كبوا الرفاه بتاع اجدادنا عشان يجي يبنوا فوقه هوتيل. ده ما بيوجعك يا استوائي؟ ده ما بيوجعك؟ شيم اون اني كتونا بيجي بيقول ده اسمه دنكاوي. الناس ديل ما تابوا. وانا قاعد نقول الكلام ده لانه انتوا عملتوه باسم بتاع دنكا، ما عملتوه باسم بتاع حركه شعبيه. انتوا قلتوا انتوا يا حضاره، جيتوا بفكره حتى تم تقول تغيير اللغه عربي استوائيه. زمان امبارح اتفقنا مع تشارلز عربي استوائي المفترض يقولوها، او عربي جيبه كنا بنقولوها عربي استوائي. قلت له لا، خليه يكون بقى روتان دينكا، لانه دينكا هي ماجورتي. 200 انتوا بقيتوا ماجورتي تيجي تفرضوا حالكم علينا. لكن لانه ده مخططات 39 لوز بتاع جين كونسل. لما نقول الكلام ده قال ده كراهيه، ده خطاب كراهي. انا بتحداهم خليهم يجوا هنا في الفورم ده. انا بفتح لهم الفورم ده ثاني. اي زول اللي هو مثقف الدنكاوي يجي ونقعد هنا نتكلم. كان انا عندنا خطاب كراهي، وانا كان فعلا انا ظهرت زول كراهيه. انا بعتذر، انا بتخلى عن الفورم ده نهائيا. وانا بتحدى اي زول يقول لي الكلام ده، انا مستعد. كان انا زول فعلا قاعد نبني كراهيه بين المجتمع الجنوبي، خليه يجوا لي هنا في الفورم ده. انا مستعد. اكثر المثقفين بتاع الدنكا اللي بيعرف يتكلم بكل منطق يجي لي هنا، وانا بديه فرصه يتكلم ويناقضني في كلام انا قاعد نقول. انا كراهي، كراهيه بتاعي كان بيقول انا قاعد نقول عن حقي، عن ارضي، عن اخواتي، عن ترابة الجديه اللي شالوه من ارضه. وانا ده كراهي، خليه يوريني يبرهن لي انا كراهيه بتاعي وين. وانا بقول له انا ما بكرهه. حتى هو عمل لي الكلام ده. ما الشماليين ده عملوا لنا كعب استيل استقبلونا. اوكي، خواجات عملوا لنا كعب استيل كانوا يستقبلونا. واحنا افارقه كان نمشي بس نمشي معهم، لكن في النهايه عاوزين بيتنا. قلنا حاجه، قلنا نفكر بنرجع في بيتنا، لكن قلنا نموت برا. عيب. احنا الجنوبيين اللي قاعدين نقول احنا الجنوبيين ده عندنا ارض اسمه استوائيه، ارض الاستوائيه لانه في قبائل موجوده في الخط الاستوائي ده. احنا عايزين نحمي التراث والتاريخ بتاعنا. احنا ما قاعد نتكلم عن سياسه ذاته، والسياسه اللي ما قاعد نتكلم فوقه سياسات فاشله، كله مفاوضات على اساس اننا نشارك الحكومه. احنا ما بنعترف بهم اولا انه هم حكومه شرعي. هم جو بقوه السلاح، بقوه التمرد، وعملوا بس استغلونا باصواتنا، وفي النهايه جه حمشونا وطردونا من اراضينا. ده اهانه للشعب الاستوائي، وده شتيمه، وده عنصريه، وده قبليه. فانا بخلي الكلام ده، انا بدي فرصه لسي جي. سي جي، انا بديك تختم كلامك وشكرا.
Oh, can you hear me?
ده اسمه بودو. شكرا.
سامعني؟
بوضوح جدا.
Okay, great. اوكي، انا عاوز انتهز الفرصه عشان اشكر الحضور، اشكر الناس الكل قالوا معنا اللحظه ومن لازم يتابعونا. كانوا يقول إيكاتوريا فوق الكل. هنا دائما بنكون قلوبنا على البعض. نعم، هناك في مثلا في حاجات بسيطة في الوسط، في حاجات اختلافات بسيطة، لكن ده لا يجب أن يخلينا نجمع الموضوع أساسا إيكاتوريا ما متحد. يعني من حال لآخر إحنا متحدين. إحنا عاوزين نكونوا عند وقوف. إن شاء الله نكون استفدنا من الأخ اللي كان فرانك دوي، أو ساعدنا وتكلم معه حسب وجهة نظره، الراجل متشوق. فإحنا مبسوطين جدا جدا من المواقف دي. إحنا عاوزين إيكاتوريا واصلوا النضال. إحنا هنوصل. طال الزمن قصر، لكن إحنا مؤمنين إنه الزمن متاح، زمن كفيل إنه نقدر نغير حالنا ونحاول نطلع الناس اللي هسي صاروا يجعلونا يحاولوا يخطونا تحت. فأنا بناشد إن الكل إنه ناخد قدامنا إنه شنو في المبادئ، ولا إنه وحدة الاستوائية هو أهم. إحنا مؤهدين، لكن في جوانب إحنا ما في قصور فوق، لكن إحنا لازم نشد هنا وننزل لقدام بقدر ما هو ممكن، بدل ما نحاول نجعل ونخلق وسط مثلا إشكالات. عارف كيف؟ فنرجو أن نكون استفدنا من هذه الفرصة، وأنا ما بكتر أقول أنا شكرا لكم الحضور، وأنا بناشد أن كل إنسان يدي صوت. يعني هذه الفيديو ما كافي، قدر ما هو أنت بتساعدنا، أنت اللي بتقدم الخدمة، أنت بتمشي تقول تجمعوا عشان تساعد الآخرين إنه كيف إنه نقدر نوصل لقدام. لأن أنت صوت بتاع إكواتوريا، فإكواتوريا للكل. إحنا أبناء إكواتوريا لا يجب أن نؤمن بأننا إحنا ناس براو. يعني كلنا شيء واحد. يلا ربنا يبارككم، ما أحاول أطول عليكم، لكن I would like to thank Frank for his coming and sharing us. Hopefully, we look forward, for more meetings to come, that we can share ideas, talk about Equatoria, and get to our destiny, which is, of course, the liberation of Equatoria. That is very important. Thank you guys, and have a good night. God bless each of you, and bless our people home, particularly in the refugee camps, wherever they are today. They are suffering, like Angelo. Hopefully, a day will come. Let's hope for the best. Till then, thank you. Shukran.
Mr. CJ, thank you so much for your time. And then I also wanted to give my greetings and shout out to Hadassah and Dikete Melo, our team members. And also I wanted to shout out to others who've been always loyal followers, like Auntie Patricia, Diana Lulik, and John Lutike, and all those others who really stand up for Equatoria. And I'm proud of you guys, and more. Not if I don't mention your name, it doesn't mean Hatta brother Equatoria's son, Equatoria, brother, and all these people who speak out for Equatoria, because I know you guys, you have the zealot for Equatoria, and that's the best thing ever. احنا لازم نكون نفتخر بالمبدأ بتاعنا وأساس، because إننا تاريخ. في ناس عارفين حالهم كويس إنه هم أبناء Equatoria. They are not hesitant to stand for it. هم ما قاعدين يقفوا لمصلحة حزب ولا مصلحة اسم تازول ولا عشان ده صاحبي. كان صاحبك ما بيقدر يجيب لمصلحة، ما بيتكلم الحقيقة لحقك، معناته ده ما صديق. واليوم احنا شايفين اصدقاء، اليوم اصدقاء دول كله ضدنا. في ناس انا شفتهم محترمين، وانا كمان بضيف شات اوت اوسو. انا ده نقوله بكل احترام الاخ يان مافي. يعني انا اتكلمت، انا شفته في عده محادثات. الشخص ده يان مافي طبعا هو تابع للحزب بتاع الناس او جبهه الخلاص، لكن الشخص ده عنده الوعي. يعني انا بتمنى كان في 10 زيه، كان الجنوب السودان اليوم ما وصل للمرحله احنا قاعد نطلب بانفصال من جنوب السودان كاستوائيين، لانه زول ده هو فعلا عنده مبدا، ما بس وعي. انا احترمته، عنده مبدا واضح. لما انا شفته في منابر كتير هو بيتكلم كانسان اكثر ما بيتكلم كمتعلم، وده زولنا عاوزينه، لانه قاعد يحس بالالم بتاع الناس. هو من ابناء نوير، وانا بحترم النوير. النوير عندهم فعلا في ناس انا سمعت كلام ده كتير في ابناء نوير كانوا واقف على مبدا وبيقف على ده في على النيل هناك. وفعلا هو كابناء النوير هو وقف كمان، حتى هو قال هو رفض حركات رياك مشهد وطلع منه واخذ مبدا على اساس جنوب السودان، لكن بيكون بطريقه اللي هو داير يشوف عنده رؤيه. يعني انا شايف زول عنده رؤيه كبير، بس انا اختلفت معاه في الرؤيه ده على اساس انا فقدت الثقه كابن استوائيه. جوزيف انت جيت. بديك فرصه. فانا بدنا نقول اخونا اسمه ده يان ماثيو. I want to say thank you also for friending me as your friend, and also we have talked and we will talk definitely. أنا ما تكلمت لكن كتبنا رسائل وأنا احترمته في مبادئ بتاعه وكلاماته في خطاباته لما أنا شفته في منابر. يعني أنا احترمت مبدأ بتاعه. أنا كنت عاوز أعرف عن فكره، وفعلا هو في كتير ما ورى أفكاره هنا، وأنا بقول له شكرا على أساس أنت عندك وطنية، لكن يا ريت أنت بدك توعي الشعب اللي في على النيل على أساس هم يغيروا المبادئ بتاعهم. النهايه انا ما عندي القوه، انا ابن استوائي، انا بتكلم باسم بتاع الناس المسجونين، لكن في النهايه انا حتى بتكلم بصوتهم. في النهايه هم يقرروا مصيرهم، لاننا عاوزين تقرير مصير بتاع استوائيه بتكون بتصويت، ما بشنو، ما بقوه، بالتصويت بتاع اساس اننا بناخذ ارضنا على اساس انه الشعب مقتنع انه يكون دوله بنفسه. وانا فخور وانا مؤمن انه ايكاتوريا كان بي نيشن، لكن at the end طبعا عندهم طيبه. لو في ناس زيك يا اخونا يان ماثيو، trust me, maybe there's something going to change. But at this moment, I don't have any trust. With all the respect, I look for Equatoria to be a nation. حتى لو انفصلنا ما معناته انا احنا ما بنستقبل اخواننا النوير يجوا في اراضينا، ولا حتى الدينكا ولا لكن يجوا باحترام. والنوير انا شايفينهم عندهم مبادئ، في نهاياتنا شفناهم حتى هم اليوم بيطلبوا بارضهم. وكمان الشيوخ the same thing، عندهم مبادئ. لكن الدينكا انتوا قاعدين تقيفوا مع حاجه باطله يا جماعه. انتوا ما عاوزين تقبلوا بالحقائق، انتوا عاوزين تقول لنا انه احنا نمشي على مبادئ بتاع جون جارينج، وجون جارينج ما عنده رؤيه. جون جارينج كان قاعد يغش الناس، حتى الشماليين بنفسهم عرفوا الحقائق ده هم رفضوكم. ده بقى يسموكم حشرات الشعبيه. ده ما كلام لانه جاب من كراهيه، ده كلام لانه جاب من انتوا رفضتم النوبه والفور خليتهم في زاويه، والاستوائيه خليتوا احنا يا ابناء اسويس قاعد نتذلى باسم الحركه الشعبيه في ارضنا، قاعد نتذلى. تيجي تقول لنا احنا بقى فرق تانا مع الشماليين اللي في هناك ده شنو؟ عندنا حق نتكلم اكثر منهم. فانا بس بقول انفصالنا هو افضل وسيله لانقاذ مصالحنا الخاصه، اراضينا وشعبنا وتاريخنا. انا بدي فرصه لاخونا جوزيف before I go. اتفضل اخي جوزيف، اعمل unmute yourself and then you can finalize. انا انت قبل كنت طلعت عندك ضيوف. شكرا.
جاني ضيوف مفاجئ كده. شكرا.
اتفضل.
انا بس داير انا داير يضيف لكلام انت قلت عن اخونا ين ميثيو، بانه طبعا انت عارف في الدنيا ده الناس الكويسين ما بيدوروهم. يعني ين ميثيو ده رجل وطني،
احترمته كثير، قابلته احترمته كثير شديد.
بعدين الراجل زول متعلم، يعني عنده خبره في عسكريه وفي حاجات كثيره، لكن بده كله مستر انه بيجيبوا زول ما متعلم ويخلي زول متعلم، لانه هو طبعا ما ده زول المتعلم. فده عن ين ماثيو. فين ماثيو نضال مستمر. يلا انا داير اقول كلام لاخوي ايمانويل. معلش هو ما في ولا هو في ما اعرف، لكن انا داير اقول كلام قبل المفروض
يا هو طلع
هو هيسمع. انت عارف denial ما كويس. ده بالنسبه لاخونا ايمانويل لو جاي يسمع بعدين. denial ما كويس. بعدين اللفظ بعد مرات بتكون كويس او بتكون مره. الكلام هو قالوا انه مشاكل اللي حصل في اللانيا ولا في اللوكا ده ما في اي قبيله من استوائيه contributed our help. He should withdraw that. Honestly, خليه يجي في الفورم وزي ما هو قالوا he should withdraw that. لأنه أنا داير أذكر له المنظمة بتاع إسكا ده ده ما منظمه بتاعت فجلو بس. كويس؟ ده واحد. اثنين، المنظمه بتاع فيكا ده اللي هنا في استراليا ده ما منظمه بتاع فجلو. فهي should withdraw this statement اللي هو قاله ده because it's gonna annoy people. طب ناس زينا كده الفاهمين ده will not get annoyed، لكن في ناس ما because في ناس اتضروا. So you should withdraw that. You should not deny it. الحاجة الثانية أنا داري يقوله لإيمانويل، إيكواتوريا لو بقى دولة أكيد الرئيس البيجي ما بيقولوا مدار قبائل. Equatoria will be as a country والمواطن الموجود داخل الدولة دي identity بتاعه is Equatorian. لكن ما بيمنع إنه ما يكون في قبيلة بتاع باري ولا بتاع لوتوكا ولا بتاع دينجا ولا بتاع مونداري. I don't think that is going to be wiped away. So Emmanuel also should be very, very careful in what he says about this. Yes, حتى الإيكواتوريانز الداخل مثلا لو بقينا دولة الإيكواتوريين الداخل إيكواتوريا they can form association مثلا مالك community Acholi community. This is there. حتى في مالك community بيكون في individual clans. حتى في individual clans بيكون في individual families. So this is not going to be denied and nobody is going to wipe them away. So Emmanuel should understand that. لكن لو حصل إنه في مشكلة جاي to face the country as Equatoria, that is where all this will come together as a block and stand against العدو الجاي ده. This is another thing. حاجة تاني, when Equatorians are outside the country, their country, they can form Equatorian community out there in an association. But ممكن لسه بكون في قبائل هناك, they can form their own Nyangwara community. This will not, they will not be denied that. This is a fact. لو حصل مشكلة هناك, they will say Equatorial community يجب. Even that particular person and حصل له مشكلة will be identified. And that particular tribe will be given an opportunity what they can do or what help they can be given. So Emmanuel should not deny this. And this is a fact that I don't think any other leader of Equatoria in the future, when we become a country, will say, no, I don't want this. It's only these people currently who are sitting in that J1 Alhumo Nyakamude that want to deny this our real identity. موضوع تاني الآخر أنا داير أقول بالنسبة لأخونا واني and Emmanuel وبعد الناس. Yes, مرة فاتت أنا قلت we as Equatorians, we've got wealth of knowledge, different fields, different specializations. أخوان بتوع الدكاترة شغالين مع UN, if they don't know, Emmanuel should know this. Africa, you are as just a trumpeta. You know trumpeta?
What is that?
You are a trumpeta. I'll be بسفر السفارة. Emmanuel who was Sima Safara there, he should be the one to inform those people. He should not blame you in Nazal Mabiarbo. Who was Sima Safara there, he should be the one to inform Gali Ahwana. Fu waledna hena ismu Atika, Safar Safara, Betaadna Beta Equatoria. So if you don't know, you should know it about now, and this is how you can get into him and continue with him. You should not just be blaming. You are just, in everything there is a starting point. Atika, you are the starting point. You are the trumpeta. That's it. It is our role, our duty to inform others al biarfu. So we should not say, it's only me, Etika Akwe al guide fi Bondo inak dema biarfu. So what are you talking about? No. Ana khalas irifta. It's my role to tell him. Ita you turmita data badatu you You are blowing it. You are going ahead. So it's me who are here to go on the other side and mobilize the other ones, not one person job. So this concept must be taken away. فده كلام انا داير اقول. انا المفروض جبال اقول الكلام ده هو قاعد، لكن بس انا يعني ضيوف. فتhank you. انا هيكون معك معاكم مرة أخرى.
Definitely أنا إن شاء الله هنجي next time هنجيب أختنا هنا ده اسمه ألما هتتكلم عن West Equatoria عن وضع بتاعهم هناك. وعاوزين please أنا قاعد remind people اللي أنت عندك connection مع أولاد بتاعنا بتاع West Equatoria وخاص زاندي كريك كلم معاهم قول لهم يا أخي كيف نقدر نعمل donation. This is the unity of Equatoria. Let's do it now. Support the people of West Equatoria. أخواننا زاندي في تمبورا بنات بتاعهم I know عيالهم قاعدين يغتصبوهم يقتلوهم بعنف violence. The same thing happened في Central Equatoria و West Equatoria. This is the time. أي قبيلة زي ما يوم لا قلنا هنا مع حكيم داريو في شارتر بتاعنا بتاع Equatorians Alliance as one people Equatorian Declaration. أي زول أي foreigner بيعتدي على قبيلة إيكواتوريا اعتدى لإيكواتوريا كله. So this is the moment we need to show our solidarity. لو عندنا قادة فاشلين في الجيش أو فاشلين في السياسة إحنا كإيكواتوريان we need to take action. The people of Equatoria إن كانت في برا ولا جوا. Let us support our people of Zande نوريهم إحنا أهل إحنا family because all of us we have blood. I have blood with Zande. عندنا أهل معهم من جهة ناسيبيز بهناك من جهة بتاعهم عندي فجلو فوق عندي فوق نيانبرا عندي فوق all these tribes تمرو everyone. So أنا ما عاوز أتكلم كثير عن where is my background لكن I'm proud to be an Equatorian لأنه أرض بتاع Equatoria is our Jerusalem. عشان كده ما قاعد نتكلم هنا كلام وهم قاعد نتكلم لأنه ده أساسنا لأنه كنت ما عندك identity ما عندك history. عشان كده أنا كنت عاوز أصلي أخونا إيمانويل بدل هو يعمل نقد للهيستوري بتاع إيكواتوريان هو قاعد يقرأ تاريخ الأجنبي اللي جاء استعمرنا. عشان كده أنا ما عاوز أتدخل فوقه هسه لكن أنا بشكر كل أخواننا اللي فهموا فكرة بتاع إيكواتوريا شنو معناته الرؤية بتاع إيكواتوريا شنو معناته وأهداف بتاع إيكواتوريا اللي قدام شنو. عشان كده أنا عاوزكم please إنتوا قاعد تسمعونا please help the people in Zande community by donating money to help those refugees اللي قاعدين يجروا في Central Africa ولا قاعدين يجروا وين وبعدين حتى شبابنا اللي قاعدين fight. وأنا بتمنى من الناس اللي قاعدين fight in the ground في Central Eastern join your hand with أخواننا بتاع Zande اللي قاموا بفورس and let's take Juba again. أنا repeat my message زي امبارح take Juba. Juba ده بتake for it take only 6 hours to 12 hours based on military tactic. إحنا كنا قعدنا مع أصحابي في الجيش الأمريكان ده like it was like a couple of months ago and we assessed how Juba can be taken. Juba ما عنده أي defense ولا كان دبابة لو helicopter بيشيلوا برا. That's nothing. It's all about the strategic places you need to take. الحركة الشعبية قاعد على عظام ده نازل مستعد بيقوا any time بيكولابس. حتى شمال السودان نفسها بانقلابات اللي قاعد يحصل ده كان رسلوا بس ناس اللي بيقولوا شنو جنجويد ده جنجويد بيقدر يشيل هنا ده مسيرية بيقدر يشيل جنوب جوبا ده في يوم واحد and then Juba will fall. حركة شعبية قاعدة على عظام ساكت. They are talking nonsense. أكل كور بتاعهم ده بطل بس لأنه قاعد يلقى إيكواتوريان are quiet. They are quiet. لكن كانوا وروا الرجولة بتاعكم. انتهوا من أكل كور انتهوا من نازل. I'm telling you these people will know who they are. بيرجعوا لبور زي ما هم كان رجعوا فوقه before. مش كوكارا ده كان نمن نازل جروا بزنكي ما تقول لي قال بيقى هم بيقدروا يجروا ده اللي بيجروا بالبدله بتاعهم اللي خطوا في جسمهم. So Equatorian كان عماره ده بيقدر يشيلوا من بعمارات هوتيلات اللي هم يفتخر بها ده ناس بيجروا بها. Equatoria we need to protect ourselves. At least I respect Nuer for one thing. Nuer عندهم objective بتاعهم كطلع أحلام they're standing for and I respect them because أنا بجيف لأهل تاعي and the same thing مع شلوك هم قاعدين يجيف لأرضهم. Because this is the people I can relate to them in a lot of points. حتى مرلي they defend إنت can attack me أنا بattack you. Equatoria we have a lot. We resemble many nations. The symbol of nationalism. لكن هم رفضوا يسمعونا. فإيكواتوريا now it's time for us to stand for ourselves. ما stand for South Sudan. عدل ما هم acknowledge us, respect us. You know who إحنا منو. حتى أصغر قبيلة زي القبيلة بتاعي في إيكواتوريا. أنا أصغر قبيلة ما محتاج. أنا ذاتي قلت ما فاضي كان بقى أنا آخر زول في قبيلة. I'll be proud because you know what? At least I'm an Equatorian. Because إحنا ما قاعدين نفكر منو يا majority. ما في قبيلة في إيكواتوريا بيقولوا majority للتاني. إحنا بقى بنجيب them. الماينورتي بدي title للماجوريتي. مرات الماجوريتي بيجي تايتل للماينورتي انه انت اخوي، we are equal, we are not majority minority. لكن في على النيل تلقى واحد انا دينكا وانا اعلى وسكن وان يا نوير، يعني بقى بيعملوا بقى تقسيم، وهم قاعدين يقولوا ما ده تقسيم، هم قاعدين يقسم بعضهم وهم قاعدين يعرفوا بعضهم بقبيله. لكن ايكواتوريا will never، واي ايكواتوريا يجي يكشنا هنا يقول لنا قال يا اخي ايكواتوريا قاعد يعرف حاله بقبيله، ده زول ولازم يراجع تاريخه. اجدادنا دول عملوا مناضله باسم تاع ايكواتوريا باسم تاع حاجه اسمه افريقيا. That's why the Pan African وقت ده في وقت 40 60 before the Cold War كان African they believe in themselves as African. حتى مالكوم اكس اتكلم عنه، كان ده راجعوا فيديوهات وراجعوا تواريخ وراجعوا اركايف المكتوبه بتوريك انه كيف افارقه كان قاعد يقفوا عن حقهم، وجنوب السودان لعب دور كبير، ايكواتوريان بالاخص. ايكواتوريا ما شالوهم في حرب عالميه، ودوهم في بورما، ودوهم في بريتن، ودوهم في جرماني عشان يدفيت the first ناس كايزر. بعد كده World War II جا شالوهم في بورما، يا واحد منهم ذاته الى يمين ما انه كان بتاع ايكواتوريا بتاع المنطقه ده. لكن ايكواتوريا في جنوب السودان they'll fought in the name of Sudan or in the name of Britain في ليبيا Egypt. يا كان في مكان اسمه شنو كده I forgot the name but I will get the detail. في a lot of heroes they died there. Those are Equatorian. كان كله عندهم رتبه تشاويش، ما بدهم they will never give them offices because they see them as black because they look at their skin color قالوا to inferior. طبعا ده وقت racism. لكن imagine these people have made a lot of impact to defeat those Nazis. Nazi اللي عندهم degree بتاع military background، عندهم degree بتاع science and technology. Equatorian قدر defeat them في مناطق بتاع هنا ده. That's why I say we got to take pride. عندنا history، بس عرب يجي يكتب لنا history بتاع 1956 خلاص بقى يقول لنا يا history بتاعنا بدا هنا. No، عندنا history اكتر من كده. فانا بشكر لكل اي زول اللي قاعد يسمعنا، وربنا يبارككم، وكونتينيو شير ذا فيديو. لانه هسه الفيديو بتاعنا قاعدين يعملوا فوقه ديليت، بقى في ناس قاعدين يعملوا blocking. I don't know how they do that, but just let's share it and save it كان فيكم and put it out there to our people in the ground, and let's inspire our people to fight for their land and for the truth. Because ما في revolution بيبدأ بكلام بتاع سياسة. revolution بيبدأ بكلام أرض والفكرة اللي موجودة في مجموعة، أو أن الفكرة الموجودة في جميع آراء بتاع الشعب المظلوم. إحنا كمظلومين حاسين بالظلم ونتكلم وقاعد نتشارع وحتى بنتفاكر. في النهاية وصلنا لمرحلة إيكواتوريا حتى ينفصل، وده حقنا وحقنا الشرعي. ما في زول بيقدر يوقفوا لنا حتى لو كان بقى منو، كان شيطان ولا كان بقى منو. المهم ربنا الوحيد إله إسرائيل، إله بتاعنا الحي، هو بينتصر. باسم ربنا أنا بخليكم، وربنا نشكركم وربنا يبارككم كلكم. Thank you guys for this moment, and thank you brother Joseph, and thank you CJ, and thank you Mr. Frank, and Auntie Patricia, also brother Emmanuel for coming in even though we don't agree on points. لكن بشكرك. Also for those who are writing حتى لو أنا من disagree, and I would say I would love to you guys حتى لو إحنا في disagreement, just know I fight for Equatoria. We fight for Equatoria, not me, because أنا قلت أنا معناته أنا قاعد نزنوا الباقين like brother Joseph, CJ, and all the people who came in the forum, you know, including even brother Frank, who came in from a foreign country, but he supported Equatorians. Those are the people who fight for Equatoria. I will say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. بشكر كل الناس اللي عندهم مبدأ وطني كمان زي أخونا يان ماثيو وباقي الناس اللي معارضين اللي بيفكروا لمصلحة جنوب السودان. بقول له شكرا، لكن في النهاية Equatoria must stand for themselves first, and then we see forward to the next chapter. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Na sawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatoria, Teresia samagesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina guluwahi, Equatoria birapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan bele na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande. Kanita Mai. Au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelenina hibona fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba. Behaja berino. Hassan belena biraba. Arif mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ibanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my pelfanan ngala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya bugaya baka, Equatoria balanda bare, kakuwa kiliko kuku, lambo lugoya, asante toko samundo, nyangara moro de mare, mundare, nyambara, otumo mare makotudo, lubara bugaya lobe, lodo de zinare,
Mondo,
nare.
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahe.
All right, guys. Thank you. God bless. Until the next time. Yom Juma, we will have Dikata Mello will host a topic about women. And Saturday, I will be bringing Miss Alma or Dr. Alma. She's a very humble lady, and I really wanted to welcome her. She'll be here. She's gonna talk about West Equatoria condition. And please, guys, go to Simitu, donate to those people who are suffering in West Equatoria. أنا ما عندي any صندوق عشان نقدر نقول لكم تتبرعوا فوقه. But talk to either Dr. Alma or any brother or sister from West Equatoria اللي بيتعلق بالتنبرة, and they will give you information. I'm sorry I do not have it until Saturday. We might get a message from Dr. Alma. She will bring a point about how can you guys donate to help the brothers and sisters marginalized in West Equatoria. The same thing also, we got to continue protecting our brothers in Central and Eastern, because kulana going to suffer. Like right now, the situation اللي قاعد يحصل escalating in West Equatoria need to be taken urgently by us depending حتى لو $10 حتى لو $5, at least انت قاعد تدي, انت قاعد توري the true spirit and love of great Equatorian people. عشان نوري لعادو بتاعنا we are one people. We will build our own nation based on unity بتاعنا, based on the love and the blood that we share as great Equatorian. ما تخلي عادو بتاعنا وساخة ديلي جي عمل لنا قال يا أخي إنما يونايتد, لأن أساسا عنهم فاشلين, ما عندهم أي مبدأ, ما عندهم أي أساس. لكن إحنا great Equatoria, we're proud, we will always gonna stand. وأنا كمان also give my greetings to Uncle Joseph Lago. You know, I know he might not watch, like in Kanugadi watch. I'll say salute to you. You are a hero. And I heard a lot about you and your history. Inshallah, one day I'll talk about you. Also, all our great intellectual and academic Equatorian, including Professorat al-Fijuba, Equatorian leaders, Equatorian professors, or Equatorian United, لأنه هم فعلا ناس intellectual. And I wish we could have a chance to talk to them. طبعا إحنا هسه اليوم إحنا عدو بتاع البلد داك, لكن one day when Equatoria become a nation, I promise we will have a time to sit down and talk with each other. ربنا يبارككم. لحد next time. Thank you guys. God bless.